Chapter 3401 Criticality. Existence severing. A higher order among the weavings of complexity, a higher order of a constellation. There were minor constellations, greater constellations, and elder constellations. Existence severing was the last cusp among greater constellations, as when one went even further beyond, they would have pioneered their own path and become elder constellations. The level of complexity they could wield, was vast and immeasurably heavy. Instantly, a golden hand enlarged and smashed onto the golden tower, surrounded by a severed source of existence, the strike being so heavy that the tower tumbled back and even smashed into other towers. Bellows erupted out as over a dozen towers were thrashed like pinballs. Heavy damage transferred throughout, as the only one that was holding it together was the tower that was struck first. The massive illusory visage of the origin sacred primal Megalonian had its chest split, but it was healing rapidly while staring out towards the entity that successfully severed their existence. A terrifying golden titan that had muscles roiling above its skin, a golden horn protruding on its forehead, as currently, a terrifying might swirled around it. So many years. So much desolation, he bellowed out with maddened fervor as Noah had withstood a strike against such a being. But of course, this wasn't the first time. The Infiniverse Megalo's body had survived an existence severing will from the daughter of existence, and he himself had survived the will of the Weaver from the ancient Frike Vujin. When he attained the Infiniverse Megalo's physiology, they could survive, but they couldn't take too many strikes. After all, the complexity was far too intricate for those who had severed their existence, escaping the bounds of common sense and becoming capable of doing things others couldn't imagine. After all, a single severed source of Kuklos from Noah had made it possible to traverse into another weaving of existence. Of course, the tremendously complex weavings of the Infiniverse Megalo seed were required, but this was what severing could do. The golden titan raised his hands high as the descent of apocalypse itself and the surroundings was halted and rejected. The many illusory shattered omniverse disappearing as all the land gradually became painted with a golden hue. This was the ordinance of gold itself. Gold, gold. The golden titan proclaimed gloriously as his single word was akin to a declaration. Instantly, in the proximity of 10 omniverse, everything began to turn gold. Dozens of towers of existence became anchored in space as they began to turn gold, those within it feeling their very weavings become stagnant as all their wills and very being gradually turned into gold. First, on severed their existence, they became unshackled as the source they severed could then be imposed with wild abandon on the surrounding existence to cause an effect that would have never been so widespread and possible compared to before. Many eyes watched as this tinge of gold surged towards Noah's tower. In the back, the tower holding the illusory visage of Old Man Eudemus shot forward, accompanied by one with the visage of the Sword of the Commonwealth as behind them. A golden tower with the illusory visage of the Viceroy followed. "Do not let him die," Old Man Eudemus bellowed out. His eyes were hazy as they looked at the illusion of the devilishly handsome man who had appeared in front of him days ago as someone who had not even become one with existence, as someone who hadn't even stepped into the omniversal realm, and now, here he was showing a severed source of Kuklos. There were only 2 weavings that could be true. One was that he had always and already been at the existence severing stage the time his Omniverse X999 was discovered and concealed it even in front of Old Man Eudemus. The other was that truly, he had been an entity that had not even entered the omniversal realm, and had not even touched the states of existence days ago when they first met, and in that period of time, he had gone through to become one with existence, attain his eye of existence, and then proceeded to declare the ordinance of Kuklos, amalgamated with it, and even severed it. 2 possibilities. One seemed like sheer fantasy and was filled with incredulity. After all, if a being could truly become one with existence, attain his eye of existence, declare an ordinance, amalgamate with it, and even sever it in a few days. What were the rest of them even doing? They should just lie down and die. It should be impossible, but Eudemus still deemed it as a possibility. So if there was even a shred of such a possibility being real, this being could not die. But how could they stand against a genuine existence-severing entity? The allure of gold oppressively pressed all around as it currently blanketed the tower that Noah was in, seeking to impose its weavings right away. The dazzling severed wheel of Kuklos rotating around the tower gradually became slower and slower, but it still held off against this terrifying power of existence severing. In the distance, Old Man Eudemus arrived as the illusions of multiple stacked wheels rotated around his tower, with his weavings enhanced by a constellation rune of existence actually being empowered enough to momentarily stand against the severed ordinance of gold pressing down. "Pull back. Fight together," Old Man Eudemus bellowed out towards Noah's tower of existence. Behind him, The sword of the Commonwealth had a cold gaze as he looked towards Noah, while the viceroy held a cloudy expression during all of these shocking revelations. But even in the face of all these unfolding wonders and dangers, Noah's massive illusory body still looked towards the existence-severing golden titan with coldness and tyranny. As if he still had cards up his sleeves he had yet to pull out. Others didn't know, but at this moment, the Origin's sacred primal Megalonian was wondering, was it time for the deployment of Tsar Verse-Piercers? Chapter 3402 Criticality 2. Just as the Origin's sacred primal Megalonian was about to make a drastic decision, the trunk of the primal tree of existence trembled and vibrated as from above, the weavings of space tore while a single finger bloomed, a single finger, and yet this finger was exceeding the size of an omniverse alone as it appeared and pressed down with shocking complexity above the existence-severing golden titan. The golden titan who bellowed out while throwing a punch upwards. A tide of gold flowing with him, yet before this single finger, the tide of gold seemed unfathomably small. The allure of gold did nothing, unable to change any weavings of existence in the face of this finger as it cracked and dissipated like foam, the expression of the golden titan rapidly changing and worsening as he screamed out while his whole body exploded to become a massive golden sea. A gold sea that was stretching out to be as vast as possible, rapidly exceeding the length of 2 omniverse and only growing. Yet, the descending finger that didn't seem to have any superfluous air continued to come down, a terrifying force erupting from it the closer it came as the expanding gold sea began to rapidly constrict and become smaller. As if an unseen pressure of complexity that this gold sea could do nothing against was focused on it, from exceeding the size of 2 omniverse, the golden sea was shrunk so rapidly and heavily that it became the size of a cosmos, galaxy, and then a world in a matter of seconds. In another second, the single white-skinned finger continued pressing down as the golden sea became the size of a pebble, its sheen of gold being astonishingly bright as heavy and unresigned screams could be heard from it, and yet, it still couldn't fight back. It was compressed to become the size of a grain of sand soon after as within moments, pop, the severed source of gold, a newly established existence-severing entity, perished under the complexity of a single finger. The chaotic domain turned utterly silent. Utter silence. A single finger had extinguished an existence-severing entity. As how large a gap was required for this. Such a reality caused those within the towers of existence to rejoice while the golden titans opposing them gazed forth with blazing resignation. Why? Why did they have to be treated like this at every turn? Why, after cycles of imprisonment, they couldn't even fight back? Any golden titan who successfully crossed the bridge and severed their existence represented their hopes in getting out of this place, with the Omnifather promising in the past that so long as they used their power to fight their way out, they would have their freedom. And yet, liars, cowards, enslavers, the bellows of the golden titans rang out with interminable brilliance as their complexity moved like a churning tide. Those whose existence was collapsing as they failed to sever or amalgamate, those who still had hope in the process as they continued to seek a path forward, they all moved as one and continued surging forth like an endless golden sea. The finger dissipated after killing the existence-severing golden titan, never to reappear again since then. Noah's illusory gaze had turned above towards the source of that single finger with a somber gaze, his eyes only turning back to the titans a moment later as his golden tower moved with wild abandon once more. Within him, the Origin's sacred complexity rune of existence continued to spin and be studied as he sought to understand and replicate it for himself, with the Infiniverse Megalos seed making even greater advancements in this field as all of its domains contained in the Blancverse within the expanse were experiencing further advances due to runes of existence. A language to speak and get ever closer to the wheel of existence, this area was designated one to focus on even during battles as Noah continued to test the limits of what he could do, far from the Treasverse domain of the Omnifather though, within the Omniverse of the Protectors where Noah had left a single body to study the droves of records of the Commonwealth inside a library. This body had been sitting opposite Old Man Eudemus, who was shifting about multiple chess pieces, but these chess pieces had all fallen over at this moment haphazardly as Old Man Eudemus looked at him with a difficult gaze. Which one is the truth? He asked with complex emotions as he sighed. That you always had a severed source of Kuklos before you even came here, or that you forged it in the past few days when you had not even become one with existence. Old Man Eudemus wanted to know. He felt like it was critical to know. Noah looked at this being seeking to solve the three-body problem as he smiled and shook his head. Does it really matter, whether it was one or the other? What would it truly change? The gaze of Old Man Eudemus became even more cloudy at such a reply as he asked slowly, did you solve it? Are you further advanced than us in this field? Is that why? I ask this not to advance my own hubris, but for the betterment of the Megalosaneer. for the solution of the two other bodies entangled with it. I only seek to understand. The man's words were filled with earnestness. Noah looked at the haggard appearance of old man Eudemus as he asked with contemplation, "What do you know about different weavings of existence? Different frequencies of existence that are just like ours, but different?" Two questions, but they caused the facial muscles of old man Eudemus to tremble as more chess pieces fell. "You mean?" His pupils vibrated all around as he asked like a starved scholar. Noah looked at the chessboard as he continued, "Other weavings of existence where another version of old man Eudemus may exist. A version where the Commonwealth prospered and became distinguished across the megalos and ear. A version of weavings of existence where the Commonwealth was destroyed without a single part of their forces surviving. A version of weavings of existence where outerversal morphons have already overcome any resistance and rule over the megalos and ear. Different variations, different frequencies, and we all exist alongside them on the wheel of existence." Boom, Chapter 3403 Criticality. 3. The words Noah uttered out were ones that caused old man Eudemus to leave behind many things he knew, to listen without bringing any preconceptions of what he knew. Different weavings of existence, different frequencies of the wheel of existence. Old man Eudemus looked towards Noah somberly as he calmed himself and spoke out, "These different weavings are a thing of fantasy that I have only thought of in theory. Whispers that seem to be extinguished just as quickly as they arise. How are you able to speak of them so freely? How did you learn of them?" he asked probingly while making sure he wasn't crossing the line. He didn't know much about the being in front of him, and he knew even less now that he mentioned something as shocking as this. He proceeded carefully, and Noah looked at the chaotic chessboard before him as he began to pick up the pieces. "I learned of them through dreams. An endless dream of countless possibilities, and I only gathered a glimpse of such weavings, through dreams." Old man Eudemus smiled when he heard this. "A dreamed, how do you know it was real? That it wasn't something constructed of your own weavings?" It wasn't that he didn't believe, it was just that this represented far too important a concept, yet Noah only smiled while picking up the pieces. "It was very real. After coming back from a unique frequency of existence, I was able to sever the source of Kuklos right after. How can it not be real?" The old hands of Eudemus trembled at such words. Did this confirm that one possibility? That this entity before him truly went from nothing to existence severing in days? This possible truth caused him to become unfathomably serious as he became silent, silent with contemplation, silent with heaviness, until after a whole minute passed. "Did you glean any solutions to the three-body problem through this? Did you understand any more than we currently know? Do those different weavings provide any solutions, understanding, and solutions? Were there any to be obtained through these different weavings?" Noah smiled at this as he replied while shaking his head, "I do not know any more than you do. I only know of other possibilities. Other ways to acquire power. The solution you seek, at the end of the day, may be obtained simply if you hold a sufficient amount of power. If you expand what you can currently observe. Because what you know about the megalos and the expanse is only a fraction that an existence-severing entity or a pioneer of existence. In terms of complexity, pioneers and existence-severing entities fall in the same stage of constellations as if you exceed this and attain a source complexity. The three-body problem may not be a problem to you at all. What a peasant knew and what a king knew were very different. The eyes of old man Eudemus trembled as he repeated the words that resonated in his mind. Source complexity, source? Are they able to redefine their own source? Forge other sources? How close are they to the wheel of existence? The shield of the Commonwealth wondered, and the origin sacred primal Megalonian smiled with reminiscence as he replied, "I've met one such being in the expanse. He's either at source complexity if not higher." Bob was his name, Bob? Old man Eudemus raised his brows, and Noah nodded lightly. Bob. Within unique and unfathomable weavings of existence, I feel a tingle as someone talking about me. An entity with a round head surrounded by multicolored waves of singularities scratched his smooth top and looked around. His surroundings were utterly complex weavings of chaotic brilliance, with it being difficult to even discern what exact location he was in based on this. But the senses of this being were never wrong as his singularities for eyes turned contemplative. Could it be that kid? Or that girl? Or the most recent one? Many faces passed across his eyes as he couldn't decide, eventually shaking his head before he began to frown. Moments later, around these complex weavings that even most source complexity entities would have a hard time figuring out, a pathway opened amidst the multicolored radiance as a figure slowly walked in. "Sir Bob, I hope you don't mind my intrusion. I came to see if I could pick the brain of someone as esteemed as you. Maybe a cup of tea as well." The voice was feminine in nature. It stemmed from an entity who seemed to be made of pure white light. Her form humanoid as her face only held two singularities and a mouth. A star of white floated above her head serenely as she gave off immense waves of peace and serenity. Yet when Bob looked at her, his singularities squinted as a sharp light flashed through them. "You motherfucker. You wouldn't come here unless you wanted to use your light to prevent me from seeing something. What are you planning? What have you done, WAA?" His words were direct without any roundabout means. He looked at the entity that was made of pure white light who looked wrong right after. "Sir Bob, I would never. I respect you far too much for me to do something like that. I truly came to pick your brain about something," the entity stated so as she floated near the immensely complex weavings around Bob, starting that she came here to discuss something, and yet so far, she had not mentioned anything. Bob looked in her direction coldly as he shook his head while voicing out, "Don't fuck around with me. I have no qualms about ignoring any semblance of rules if I'm really pissed off. When will you all come to learn and accept not to interfere with the weavings of the wheel of existence? When will you understand that it never needed any of us to ensure its flow? The wheel has been here long before you or I. Who was overseeing its flow then? You all." Bob shook his head with great distaste as he looked at the being before him. Chapter 3404 Criticality. 4. The being before Bob shook their head and replied serenely, "You observe and ensure. I also observe and ensure. I only move because others move. We all move to stop the movements of others who may do what they shouldn't, or go where they shouldn't. We are all on the same side." Bob looked at this being calmly as he shook his head in a manner that seemed to show his disinterest and apathy, as if he knew that whatever he said would not matter here, so he simply lied back and relaxed while echoing out a few more words. "One of these days, you all are going to force the hand of something truly heavy with your actions. When that day comes and you all cannot bear the weight." Foreboding words, with them, everything faded into oblivion as the weavings in this area became heavily veiled. At such a moment, within the expanse, inside of the immovable sacred palace, this should be impossible, but I think I've found it. I'm barely able to hold on, but I've found it. With it, the pull of the frequency will absolutely take in the chosen targets and any possible signatures of their weavings across these weavings of existence. Clones, separate bodies. Anything sharing a connection will be taken without fail. Pioneer Heracles didn't believe the smoothness of how everything had been going so far. With bloody eyes, he turned towards Antiope again. "The Blancverse hasn't moved, right? It is still at the same place? I can move these weavings there right away if so." His whole existence was vibrating as he couldn't keep this up too long, a terrifying singularity of complexity, and even he was afraid of it as he could now only keep it at bay for so long. "Wait, let me confer a dash." "What?" Palace Master Antiope gritted her teeth as blood flowed from her mouth. "The Blancverse just moved. Hold on, the immovable sacred legions are tracking it again." The situation instantly turned chaotic. Pioneer Heracles was somber as he only spoke out grimly. "It has to be quick. It has to be quick, it had to be quick," as their forces scrambled within this region of the expanse. Noah was within the Infiniverse Megalos seed as he observed the dazzling emergence of grander and grander concentrations of complexity as multiple massive amplification runes of existence were now forged and floating across many regions of the Infiniverse Megalos seed. This was just the start as these runes of existence were extremely versatile, and there were far too many uses. Around him, the very ordnance of runes swirled as he continued to fill it with waves of complexity to aid in the understanding and forging of runes of existence. He wanted the time to freely study them as this whole time, he sensed the cluster of ordnance amalgamation entities in the background who seemed to be intent on observing him and not making a move. They no doubt came as the forces that the now dead daughter of existence promised would come, with there being one or multiple existence-severing entities behind them. He couldn't yet freely decimate existence-severing entities, but he also wasn't worried about the protection of the Blancverse. But being under a constant surveillance was also not something he preferred, as if they wanted a chase until some time passed and they would all be eradicated in time, that he would give it to them. "Let's move," he spoke succinctly as authority pulsed lightly from him. Through the Infiniverse Megalos seed, and into the Blancverse domain as it blazed brilliantly before warping away, moving rapidly across the golden strings of existence. In a faraway region of the expanse, flickering shadows could barely be discerned as everything about themselves was masked, as if nothing about their auras could leak or touch any weavings of existence here. At this moment, one shadow looked at another. Barbados stared at the shadow of Amalthos as he spoke with stern eyes. The weavings below are at a critical juncture. The target is moving away, as we simply need to keep it in position now, and then ensure they are pulled towards that place. Remember, we do not peer through their weavings at all, knowing their identities or anything else. We cannot be entangled. Yes. Barbados rolled her eyes at this as she pressed down with her hands, exerting a silent pressure along with Amalthos beside her. The complexity of their power was something few could understand. A press of their hands could mean far too many things, as at this moment a Blancverse that was moving rapidly across the expanse became wrapped by a terrifying silver-black light. Instantly, the strings of existence around it flickered and pulled as if they had fallen under the control of another, and this Blancverse followed a path in reverse as within moments, it returned right back into the position it was at. The immovable sacred legions that were already setting off came to a stop as they looked at the returning Blancverse domain in shock and stupor. It came back? This, even as their weavings buzzed, they reported this information back to the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. Within the Blancverse, Noah and the Infiniverse Megalos body stepped out of the Infiniverse Megalos seat, entering the larger Blancverse itself as their gazes were somber. The action of the Blancverse domain was shockingly reversed. A terrifying weavings of power pressing down from all around as Noah felt a sense of foreboding. The Infiniverse Megalos body also moved sternly as she stared at the boundless complexity of the silver-black light surrounding the Blancverse, her hands clapping and releasing a heavy shockwave that, BZZT, was only absorbed seamlessly, akin to the waves of a sea. Noah's weavings burned when he saw this. A terrifying sacred primal eye of existence opened as he tried many things. Moving the Blancverse was shockingly deemed impossible, as if a terrifying complexity locked them down in place. He sought to move the Infiniverse Megalos seed, and even this was anchored in place. Every single thing was shockingly anchored in space in a manner they couldn't even fight against. This type of complexity they faced far exceeded the bounds of existence severing, as it had to be that of a pioneer or higher. The silver-black authority yet held a feeling of inevitability, as if it stated no matter how much one struggled, what it deemed to come to pass would come to pass. Why? Why did this terrifying power seek to keep them in place? Noah did not want to wait to find out. Infinite waves of authority began to leak out from him as by his side, ruination appeared and turned into a massive, austere armament. These were the weavings of their actions, but far from them, in the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, they returned to the same initial location. They can't seem to move, as if they are being held down. Palace Master Antiope blinked in shock and confusion at the scene that didn't make sense, but before her, Pioneer Heracles could barely hold on any longer as he roared out while releasing the singularity filled with shocking complexity in his hands. I cannot hold it any longer. If he is in those same coordinates, then I shall send it there. Boom! The space around them splintered and shattered as a singularity filled with shocking complexity warped, instantly appearing above a Blancverse in a faraway location. Chapter 3405 Inevitability. Palace Master Antiope and Nisa watched the terrifying singularity warp and held towards a certain location. Their weavings felt breathless at this moment as they almost couldn't believe it. Would it truly succeed? I want to see it for myself. If the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian are truly about to disappear forever, I want to see it for myself. Her eyes were burning with crazed fervor as she remembered the humiliation and fear she felt at the hands of the Infiniverse Dowager, having to run away just from hearing she neared their positions. She wanted to see her disappearance for herself. Boom! The space in front of her splintered as she disappeared into it, golden strings leading to the area where the immovable sacred legions were burning brightly. The haggard visage of Pioneer Heracles was ashen as he didn't even get the chance to stop her, his eyes cloudy as he sighed and also moved. Palace Master Nisa also gritting her teeth and following, two existence-severing constellations and a pioneer. They already had the location on hand as with a single jump. They warped above the immovable sacred legion within moments and observed the shocking reality up ahead. The moment they arrived, move further back, Pioneer Heracles shouted out towards everyone as he warped away a distance of 3 omniverse. The others soon scrambled away as well as they watched a terrifying silver-black radiance hold down a Blancverse, and now, an even more terrifying complexity erupted out in the form of a singularity as it ensnared the Blancverse and everything within it. From the singularity, a gray string bloomed, a single gray string, and yet it carried such a complex and profound ancientness that even from afar, every single entity felt a sense of trepidation. A sense that told them if that gray string touched them, their weavings would cease to exist. Ordnance amalgamation entities, the two existence-severing palace masters, and pioneer Heracles, all felt the same sensation without a doubt equally, as if power didn't matter before this gray string, before the gray frequency that pioneer Heracles had simply pulled upon a minuscule amount of its weavings for. And even this nearly cost him all his weavings, as he wasn't seeking to traverse across another frequency of existence but simply to start the journey towards a specific frequency to cover a certain area. The power of the frequency in question would do the rest. Its pull, once caught in it, even source complexity entities could not run away from it. But for everything to line up and work out as it was, far too many things had to align just right. Pioneer Heracles was somber as he saw the silver-black brilliance of authority in the surroundings slowly begin to fade away. The power that had actually held the Blancverse here. There is another hand at play here. It wasn't just us making a move. Pioneer Heracles became even more haggard at this realization as the others were stern. Palace Master Antiope had a crazed look as she peered deeply into the Blancverse, where a shocking level of complexity far exceeding even the most top-tier ordnance amalgamation entities was erupting out. It doesn't matter, does it? So long as the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian are lost towards that frequency. She spoke freely with a hint of exhilaration as she saw weavings of that frequency entirely wrap around the Blancverse. It would not be able to escape now no matter what, so she freely talked as well, peering into the Blancverse. Her eyes came in contact with the three entities currently within it, especially the one she always feared this whole time, the gaze of the Infiniverse Dowager, Huum. Palace Master Antiope subconsciously stepped back and breathed heavily before she stood firm and stared back. The Infiniverse Dowager was about to forever disappear. Nothing of her weavings could hurt her. While staring straight at the Infiniverse Dowager, her fierce gaze caught the enraged eyes of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian as well. A terrifying calm rage she had only heard of before during events of that great war where hundreds of thousands of existence-severing entities fell. But so what? No matter what his rage could do now. She felt the bellow of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian travel from afar as it shook her to her core, observing a terrifying golden severed wool blooming around him as it sought to break from the influence of the inescapable weavings covering the whole Blancverse. That existence-severing? Palace Master Antiope was shocked while Pioneer Heracles shook his head with a wry smile. What did I tell you about not underestimating them? Especially the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. Imagine if we had gone in and fought thinking they only held power at ordnance amalgamation, and then they suddenly reveal a severed source of existence. I wouldn't be surprised if they had other tricks, so this path was the best one. Even if another hand played a part in it, Heracles looked around them silently as he couldn't sense any weavings of anything else whatsoever. The only thing he saw was the Blancverse beginning to warp as it rapidly began to be swallowed into a terrifying gray string. Existence-severing, Pioneer. None of it matters before the weavings of that frequency. Palace Master Antiope gritted her teeth as she looked towards the disappearing Blancverse and bellowed out all her fears and frustrations. You will not be missed, Infiniverse Dowager. You can fuck off all the way, Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian, a bellow of all her resentment from so many years. From the sleepless nights and the terror she felt towards their future weavings, it reached the Blancverse and the entities within that had tried everything to no avail. Antiope, hush. Never celebrate before utmost completion. Pioneer Heracles remained stern as he looked around, constantly observing the rapid rate of disappearance of the Blancverse. At the same time, those within the Blancverse became unfathomably somber as they stared above at gray light wrapping around everything, as it made one thing abundantly clear. Inevitability, this single word and what it stood for was made abundantly clear at this moment. Chapter 3406 Inevitability 2. Nothing worked. No matter if Noah severed all the 100+ sources of his existence, no matter if they were all amalgamated with him, he had the distinct feeling that even with such complexity, he couldn't escape that blooming gray brilliance. He recognized it to be the brilliance of a frequency of the wheel, but it was far too terrifying. Once wrapped up in its light, it was inevitable to flow into it, as this held many implications, and the ones to cause all this, you will not be missed, Infiniverse Dowager. You can fuck off all the way, Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. The intent of the newly appearing entities from a distance rang out clearly across the Blancverse as the culprits were made clear. Infiniverse Dowager, Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian, they knew them, they knew of them, But, from other weavings of existence, Noah's eyes were bright as he thought of the only possibility where these beings could have met them or known of them. He had many questions and things to think of, but the terrifying gray light above didn't give any recompense as with a brilliance of inevitability, it touched him, the infiniverse megalos seed in body, and ruination. Instantly, his gaze became even more somber. Far from the expanse, in the megalosaneer, opposite a chessboard, a figure of Noah seated in front of old man Eudemus instantly changed his expression as a terrifying gray light wrapped around him. And he disappeared right away. On the other side of the chessboard, old man Eudemus scrambled back with a horrified look as his weavings of existence continued to shake from merely being near the gray light, in another region of the megalosaneer, within an omniverse where the great ponderer had taken refuge in. Nietzsche looked utterly terrifying as the new master that had just bound his megalos regnum was warped away by a gray light that made him feel like a newly born morphon, within the weavings of the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather, inside of a golden tower of existence. Noah's brilliance was only just beginning to unfold when in the next moment, blinding gray light that caused the golden titans and those within other towers of existence to feel trepidation and fear erupted out. It consumed the brilliant golden tower Noah was in as anybody near scrambled away with fear, and when they looked back, they only saw a split tower, lifeless and dim. It was decimated as the weavings of the one within it were far gone. Nobody moved in the next few seconds as they feared the reappearance of the gray light that had just flashed. Any weavings of Noah's, his clones, his other bodies, anything related to Noah Osmont. Was not spared as it was ensnared by the terrifying gray light that only left behind terrified observers. All of it was brought back and superimposed on his body within the disappearing Blancverse. Back in the expanse, Noah stared at the terrifying gray light somberly as he spoke to the infiniverse megalos seed. Be ready for anything. Entanglement is guaranteed, but death is not. He couldn't feel a sensation of death from this terrifying gray light, but the feeling it did give seemed to be even worse than death. What could be worse than death, he didn't know, but he would be ready for it as he watched the gray light that was enveloping everything. Within the expanse, surrounded by complex weavings of existence, a shadowy figure confirmed a few things before he nodded. All right, let's go. The target is ensnared in the weavings of that frequency as we have ensured the success of this event. Mission parameters stated not to be near whatever blooms here, Amalthus uttered out calmly as his figure began to flicker with silver-black radiance. What others found unfathomably hard to do, the traversal of different weavings of existence, was merely something that required a decent amount of effort to achieve. Since they were done here, and were not supposed to peer and see any details regarding those involved in this event, their mission was entirely completed as the only thing remaining was to ensure that none of this could be traced back to them. Yes. Let's go. Beside him, Barbados was wrapped up in the same brilliance as her shadowy body began to flicker away. Within the span of an instant, whap, the shadows of these two beings entirely disappeared as if they were never here to begin with, and silence reigned in this area as slowly veiled complexity began to die down. It began, but it didn't take long before space flickered with radiance as a single dark shadow returned. Escaping the senses of that fool is hard. The shadow of Barbados flickered as a part of it remained, going against mission parameters. A part of it silently came back as it was curious. For the first time, it wanted to see the contents of the mission. Her hands moved haphazardly as thousands of terrifying runes of existence burst around her. She had to do a few things to ensure no blowback or entanglements by observing those of other weavings of existence, especially those she had a hand in completely altering their future weavings. From her shadowy brilliance, her figure slowly became clear, dark hair and eyes that pulsed with appalling complexity. A somewhat small figure, but with curves that showed a gorgeous sculpted visage. The chest and waist were plentiful as her skin shone with a caramel-colored radiance. Her eyes held an inquisitive light as she questioned and wondered, who was involved? Why was it best for the wheel of existence for them to be sent away to that place? Why was it deemed this was the path to follow to ensure the smooth flow of the wheel? Who deserved to not just be killed, but locked away like this? Who? She spoke with curiosity as she freely looked at this moment, the veil she and others always set up when conducting their missions being broken down as she was able to see down below for the equivalent length of over 100 omniverse of distance. She saw the immovable sacred legions and the pioneer amidst them who should be the one they had been subtly aiding and influencing to find the frequency of that place. She then saw the Blancverse being 97% pulled into that place as her inquisitive eyes rapidly delved into it, intent on seeing just who was deserving of this treatment. She saw the inside of it, she saw multiple figures. But her attention and all weavings of existence were pulled towards and locked onto a single figure, a Face, a man with the visage and demeanor of an emperor, with devilish handsomeness and profound valor. At this moment, he was bellowing out with defiance and calm rage as he still burned with shocking complexity against the inevitable pull nobody could escape. Seeing his face, her heart shuddered, her mind buzzed as tears rapidly began to flow down her face. She let out a silent scream as she felt heart-searing pain, as if something within her was being pierced by trillions of needles. Subconsciously, she reached out towards that figure that valiantly stood in defiance even while wrapped in the light of inevitability. No, she didn't know why. She didn't know why it hurt so much, but she had to. Whap, like a flickering singularity, the Blancverse entirely disappeared, along with everything inside of it, and Barbados screamed out as she felt like her own heart had disappeared. Her body was trembling uncontrollably as her mental state buzzed. Unable to make heads or tails about what was going on. Who was that? Who was that? Why did her heart break so much just seeing him? Why did she feel such an appalling sense of desolation right now as he was forever taken away? Chapter 3407, The Erasure of Noah Osmont. A scream that wasn't all scream echoed out for nobody to hear. Barbados lay on a swirling field of abundant complexity as her face was filled with pain and confusion. She felt like she had lost every single thing important to her when she didn't even know she had it. Tears freely streamed down her face as her heart. Why? Why? She didn't understand it. She clutched her chest and felt the pain in her heart as if she had wronged her most precious person. All her life, she had lived with privilege and power within her weavings of existence. When she had pioneered her path long ago, she was trained for the complex missions through different weavings of existence, and the one critical thing to do during traversal, to avoid entanglements, to not observe who or what was within those weavings of existence, as unforeseen results could occur during entanglements. She didn't expect that the first time she dropped the veil to see just who she had helped throw into that unforgivable frequency was this would occur. She felt a sense of desolation even though she didn't know who the person she was looking at was. It could only mean a version of herself here was connected to that man in an extremely unfathomable way. She raised her tan hands as she looked at herself. She wiped the tears and stood up, feeling the aching in her heart as she knew she couldn't just sit here. She knew she had to leave and not entangle herself even deeper, but she just couldn't, so she looked around. She saw the figures who were responsible for initiating this event and the ones she and Amalthos had aided to ensure its success. She saw them, and she flickered away from existence, in a region filled with golden strings. Palace Master Antiope looked towards Pioneer Heracles with excitement and trepidation as she asked, "How will this affect those weavings of existence? Those frequencies where the future Infiniverse Dowager waded through? With her source sent to that place? Would events rewrite themselves? Will entire frequencies of the wheel correct themselves? Will this present action that we took change past results concerning us?" She bombarded question after question as she became increasingly excited with each, the change, the result of their actions. If the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian had their source weavings locked away in that place, then many things should change. Or have already changed in the past. As she asked this, Palace Master Nisa beside her also had a complex expression as she thought of many things. Pioneer Heracles, on the other hand, had a difficult expression. This is hard to say as nobody truly understands the weavings of different frequencies of existence. Due to the paradoxical factor and uncertainty of time and some frequencies, we can't truly tell the results of our actions in the past. The best possibility I can think of is for us to experience the results in our current future. It was confusing. Anything dealing with the frequencies of the will took extremely extraordinary minds to truly understand, so nothing that we went through in the past has changed? We won't suddenly revert back to our original weavings of existence since we never would have had to leave due to the Infiniverse Dowager that is no longer there, Palace Master Nisa asked hesitantly, and Pioneer Heracles massaged his temples as he replied, "If everything was to be changed like that and we were returned to our previous weavings, it would also mean that we never arrived in these weavings to find the young Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian to begin with. If we weren't here, then they wouldn't be locked away right now." It is truly difficult and paradoxical to understand as we can go in circles thinking about it, but we should see the change ourselves in the coming future, and not the past. We will know soon enough the initial results of locking away the source weavings of existence of the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. Convoluted. Hard to grasp, but Pioneer Heracles made it clear that changes would likely occur forward in time. From now on, but what possible changes could bloom from what they just did? Palace Master Antiope's mind was buzzing with possibilities as she was about to speak again when ting, a booming and utterly terrifying sound that caused their weavings of existence to buzz emerged above them, a sound akin to something that was tightly wound snapping. What? Their gazes were stern as they looked up, and there, within the expanse, ting, their wills vibrated as they saw a golden string snap, a golden string, a string of existence. There were countless of them stretched out across the expanse as those truly powerful knew how to utilize them to traverse tremendous distances of hundreds or thousands, the equivalent length of omniverse, in a short period of time. They held even more complex meanings that very few knew about, but at this moment, ting, with horrific snapping sounds, the tightly wound strings of existence were breaking one after another. The halves disappeared on opposite ends as if one didn't observe it closely. They wouldn't even be able to know that it happened, as even now, you had to look extremely close to see that there were larger gaps between some strings of existence compared to others. It was an eerie unfolding of reality as Pioneer Heracles was ashen. What is this? He had to ask. With this phenomenon occurring as soon as they successfully sent the source weavings of existence of the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian into that place where they could never return. They could not say that it wasn't connected, but why did such a phenomenon occur in response to that? Amidst this shocking unfolding of reality, all of nearby surroundings for the span of the equivalent length of 10 omniverse turned silver black and froze. All weavings froze as in the next second. The visage of Barbados appeared before Pioneer Heracles and the two existence-severing constellations beside him. Chapter 3408, The Erasure of Noah Osmont. 2. But their figures remained utterly frozen as they didn't even know they were in this state. Their wills, their eyes, their very existence knew absolutely nothing. In such an environment, Barbados turned up as she also observed the snapping strings of existence. Her gaze becoming stern as with every snap she felt the concentration of the weavings of the expanse lessen. She turned her head towards the three entities that she and Amalthos had aided without knowing their identities. She now became entangled with them as well as she floated towards their frozen figures, tendrils of silver light leaking from her fingers and connecting onto the foreheads of the three beings. Brilliance vibrated and trembled as the eyes of the frozen Pioneer Heracles, Antiope, and Nisa became blank while their heads were forcefully turned up. Barbados wanted to know, who were they targeting? Why? She invasively entered their weavings of existence and began to peruse as very quickly. Her expression changed. Much of their weavings were scattered. Their memories lost through scattered weavings of existence. They did not even belong within this weaving of existence as they fell here after running away from theirs. When it came to the distant weavings of that place, Barbados wasn't able to pull anything as she could only wade through their weavings in this frequency of existence. And there, she found names. The Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. She uttered out these words as her heart ached even more. This was the man that she had helped send away. She had noticed within the Blancverse domain that was entirely eaten up in that inevitable frequency, there was a sparkling circular domain inside of it that seemed like a miniature world. She wasn't able to see through it in time, but there were abundant forms of life within. Was her version of existence within this frequency in there, or was she still somewhere else? She needed answers as she gazed coldly at the three entities before her, the weaving she had managed to uncover being far too little and too scattered, but at least she now had a direction. She waved her hands as, in the next moment, an illusory image with extreme clarity appeared. Constructed from all the weavings she had just obtained and what she herself saw, it was the illusory image of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. His body glowed with unfathomable valor as his eyes were stern and filled with the illusion of countless weavings. His whole visage gave off an air of dominance and power as when Barbados looked at him, she felt her heart become ever tighter. She had to find out more about him. About his weavings. About who he was, and this frequency she was in. Should have the answers. She brought his illusory image into her hands and crystallized it, holding it close as she disappeared thereafter. Moments later, the frozen space returned to normal. What is this? Why would that happen? Palace Master Antiope looked above as she asked why strings of existence would be snapping. This was something they had never heard of before, nor had they seen until now. They all felt a tremendous sense of foreboding as not a single one of them knew or realized that their weavings had just been frozen with their memories read in the last few moments. Not a single one. Their hearts only felt a sense of unease as Pioneer Heracles became extremely somber. He began to ask himself, what had they truly just done, and what implications would it have? As he began to see strings of existence snapping, he realized that none of them could truly and fully grasp just what they had done. Noah Osmont, his weavings, his being, everything about him had been taken away as his absence was felt in only a few places. The Tresorverse sacred domain of the Omnifather, the omniverse of the protectors, small areas within the megalozoneer. His weavings entirely disappeared as at this moment, no shred of Noah Osmond existed within this frequency of the wheel, within the expanse, in the primal eldritch palace of the expanse where bountiful auras of outerversal morphons seethed, in a core region, weavings were trembling heavily as the Great Mother and the Great Segregator turned to observe Ozymandias. His stellar obsidian visage currently radiated a tremendous sense of rage that caused the tentacles of this outerversal morphons to shudder, looking at him in shock as the Great Mother asked, "O instrument of the Beyonder, what happened?" All others were sent away after the brief eruption of authorities that caused many powerful morphons to enter the domain of the Great Segregator. And only the three of them were left, with the Great Segregator being very agreeable after the gains she made earlier. But now, just what had changed so drastically? They all looked towards Ozymandias, whose eyes burned with interminable brilliance. Ozymandias, he was not Noah Osmond. He was Noah Osmond, a piece of him that was born in an entirely different megalos and held a different source of existence, but Ozymandias was still able to access things from Noah, and Noah could also access things from Ozymandias. Ozymandias raised his hand in the next moment as the blaring ordnance of infinity bloomed with a glorious blue on his stellar black skin. It rapidly changed to colorless as quintessence bloomed after that, along with tyranny, cheats, protagonist, and more. His body flashed with brilliance as all dozens of ordinances built by Noah Osmond were also his to access, but Ozymandias could not currently feel anything regarding his other self. It was not death, as this sensation would be extremely painful even to Ozymandias, but as if they cut off, Ozymandias wasn't able to grasp any weavings of Noah, no memories, no sight, nothing, and the heavy connection Ozymandias shared with the Infiniverse Megalos seed, felt like it was so distant and closed off that he couldn't draw any power from it, whatever that terrifying frequency it was where they were drawn into. All weavings seemed to be excluded as at this moment, Ozymandias could not ascertain the state of existence of Noah Osmond, but there were still many things he could do. His head whipped up as he uttered out coldly, "The immovable sacred palace of the expanse has chosen to step on my dignity and must perish." "Do you know of it?" The Great Mother and Great Segregator looked at him incredulously while making sure they heard right. The immovable sacred palace of the expanse stepped on his dignity? But he had just arrived in the expanse and was with them this whole time. As they gazed at him like this, the body of Ozymandias in the megalos beyond also began to move. He had to make a descent into the megalozoneer. Within the megalozoneer, there was something in Omniverse X999 that he had to grasp. There were many things occurring and countless moving pieces beginning to churn at this moment, but the biggest thing was singular: the question of where exactly the other part of himself was sent to. Chapter 3409 Gray. The sensation was a terrible one. The moment that everything about him was swallowed by the gray brilliance of the unknown frequency, he found himself shuttled across unknown distances. As after that, he felt a sense of weightlessness as he was falling from the skies. When his eyes could see again, this was exactly what he saw, but its texture seemed off, its color seemed off. The very skies looked gray and without any brilliance, and his figure was shuttling through them speedily as he approached an equally gray earth. Whoosh! He felt the rough winds as he willed his weavings. There was absolutely no response, no mana. Ordinances. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. Master, through the rough winds, he heard the voice of the Infiniverse Megalos body that currently held in her hands a round structure with intricate weavings and patterns nearly 4 times her size, with a few gaps contained within it. Through the gaps, Noah could barely discern a dim structure that looked like an infinity symbol, something he soon recognized to be the extremity vein of the Infiniverse Megalos seed as around it. There were gray circles that seemed to be teetering and about to fall at any moment. Also in the skies, the figure of Ruination could be seen as she held on to a white ring 3 times her size. A white ring. This was what Ruination held, while the Infiniverse Megalos body had what seemed to be the Infiniverse Megalos seed, with all 3 of them shuttling through the skies and towards a gray earth below. Master, with the earth nearing, the Infiniverse Megalos body moved her arms to try and get ever closer to Noah, her other hand holding onto him and wrapping around his figure, her body positioning itself below him while she cushioned him above, and, boom, their figures smashed onto the gray earth. The moment it happened, Noah almost bellowed out a heavy roar, because for the first time in what seemed like forever, he felt the wind knocked out of him. He felt every muscle in his body aching with immense pain, his head buzzing as he nearly fainted. The origin sacred primal Megalonian, the owner of the Infiniverse Megalos seed, he nearly fainted as within his body, he couldn't will any ounce of power as he felt like an utterly normal, mundane human being. Master, are you okay? Below him, The figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body asked with caution and care as she was speaking with her mouth. Words were coming out as sounds, with no intent or weavings of authority flowing from her either. Noah nodded heavily while rising, his face wincing in pain as he looked towards his left hand and saw the wrist being bent in an utterly wrong direction. He withstood the pain and clutched his hand, forcefully bending it back in the right place as even more waves of pain burned across his body. He breathed heavily as he looked around, seeing Ruination also coming towards them as she dragged the white ring with her, while the Infiniverse Megalo's body still held on to the Infiniverse Megalo's seed with one hand, the other hand steadily supporting Noah. They looked around them as they seemed to have fallen on a mountain full of grey earth and corpses of humanoid beings and a myriad of other animals, and even corpses of what looked like plant-like creatures. They were strewn all around this area as Noah looked at all of this grimly while speaking out. What is the assessment? He turned his head towards the Infiniverse Megalo's body. She seemed to have lost her color as she had a head full of dark hair, her eyes holding white pupils filled with dimming radiance. She was adorned in a grey robe that was ripped on the bottom, showing the thigh of her left leg all the way down. Her eyes held emotions, complex emotions that as none of her monotone emotionless weavings could be seen. The moment we appeared here, all weavings and authorities seemed to be restricted entirely. I focused all my efforts on the Infiniverse Megalo's seed as within. The workings of gravity, mana, or anything else dealing with authority were slowly shutting down. I ensured the safety of all life forms within, even during the impact here. But all quintillions of existences within the Infiniverse Megalo's seed are in a miniaturized state comparable to the Alethean havens and worlds they are in. Since all authority seems to be nullified, we cannot take them out, nor can we become smaller and enter the Alethean havens themselves. Noah's eyes carried a terrifying light as he heard this absolute nullification of all authorities, and it seemed far more than that as his body felt so weak to the point that he found it similar to a time before he even awakened. But compared to the absolute rejection master faces, I can innately sense some weavings of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed still active. It's as if this rejection of authority affects biological life forms more absolutely, but planetary constructs have a thin level of leeway. I can ensure the safety of all life forms in the Infiniverse Megalo's seed this way, but I still need to be careful not to apply too much force to it. Before all authorities were cut off, I sent a message to all prevalent people under Master to adapt to the current situation as long as they could, and that we may not be able to communicate with them, but that you were okay. The Infiniverse Megalo's seed took care of everything. Noah closed his eyes as he thought of his son, his mother, Adelaide, Barbados, Sona, and many others who depended on him. He was sure that they were currently frantic in trying to get through to him, and he couldn't even sense or see them. He breathed out as he looked at the massive circular construct 5 times their size that the Infiniverse Megalo's body still held onto. They couldn't miniaturize themselves to enter any of the havens within, but it was still so big that one could pass through the gaps and touch the dangling rings of havens. But it felt like with a simple touch, all of it could come crashing down and kill quintillions due to the horrific state of things all around. Chapter 34:10 Gray 2. Noah breathed out as he assessed his own body and spoke. My level of strength is akin to that of an utterly normal human. You too. He looked at Ruination and the Infiniverse Megalo's body. Ruination has traces of her crimson gold hair still present, her figure covered with a red gold bodysuit that tightly hugged her curves and showed her exquisite figure. She used her fingers to tug on her skin as she spoke. Master, my skin and body seem to emulate that of a human's, but its composition is that of some form of metal. I estimate my strength. She clenched her hand into a fist and punched down, causing a cloud of earth to erupt and covering her pretty face with gray sand. She coughed and wiped the dust away as she continued. My strength and resiliency may be 5 to 10 times that of a normal human, Master. But I cannot access any authority whatsoever. This was the conclusion Ruination arrived at. In her hands, Noah looked at the white ring she held as he sighed and asked, that is the Blancverse domain? Yes, Master, a white ring, dim with no power. This was what remained of the Blancverse domain. Ruination stared at it curiously before she turned to stare at the Infiniverse Megalo's body that was holding onto the massive construct 5 times their size. The two women looked at each other calmly before the Infiniverse Megalo's body spoke. I cannot estimate my power compared to a normal human, but the Infiniverse Megalo's seed feels weightless to me, akin to it being a part of my body. A limb or a piece of hair. As she spoke, she raised the massive construction up and down slowly. The absolute denial of authority seems to affect life forms differently, with my makeup being forged from the Infiniverse Megalo's seed itself as it isn't as absolutely suppressed as all others may be. this was the state of things. It was a shocking reality to ascertain as Noah rose up while ignoring the pained muscles all over his body. Looking around him once more, they seemed to be in an area that was dry and barren. Gray sand and cracked earth stretched out all around as lifeless decomposing bodies sat all around them. He looked at their variations and uniqueness as he asked the Infiniverse Megaloseed again, "What assessment can you make about this place?" He asked her and relied on her for many things as if he still had his sacred primal eye of existence. He could open it and observe everything as many prompts would come, but there were no prompts, there was no system, there was no atlas of existence, absolutely nothing. The dark hair of the Infiniverse Megalo's body fluttered in the wind as her gorgeous figure looked around them and spoke heavily. "We are likely in a frequency of existence that denies all possible weavings of authority absolutely. Seeing the bodies around us, it is likely that countless entities from many frequencies fall into this place. With those who are unlucky like us and drop from the skies facing an immediate death once they smash onto this earth. Around us could be corpses of past existential Dominium realm entities, existence-severing entities, or even pioneers. Yet here, they are all the same." WAA, the Infiniverse Megalo's body looked around before she continued, "Seeing the types of bodies here, all seem to be innately related to matter as those relating to Megalosaneer would be deposited in regions around here. I can theorize that elsewhere, those stemming from dark matter and antimatter could have their arrival as well. If this truly is a frequency, then these lands may stretch out endlessly and contain all possible lifeforms from countless frequencies that have been stuck here for who knows how many years. Of course, since no weavings of existence are prevalent here, normal physiological humans would age normally, and in less than 100 years, the Infiniverse Megalo's body looked at Noah, in his slightly injured state. He currently had on slightly dirted obsidian pants and a loose shirt, his body still retaining its muscular visage as the loose shirt showed the outline of his abs and abdominal muscles underneath. His dark hair and eyes made him seem immensely normal as seeing this current state of being. The Infiniverse Megalo's body unconsciously felt drops of water flowing from her eyes. She brought her hands up and saw the tears coming down as she was shocked, her voice echoing out again. "My internal workings also seem to have gotten scrambled, with my body expressing a high level of emotion compared to before." She said this while wiping her tears away, looking at her master, who had never been in this state since she was with him. As she couldn't help but feel pained, Noah looked at her with a smile and patted her head. "It's okay. We are in a new place filled with unknown realities and possibilities. We will come out of this stronger than ever, okay? It's a temporary hurdle as we won't always remain in this state." He said this with a straight face, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body couldn't maintain his heavy gaze as her eyes looked down. On the side, Ruination was also somber as she stared out into the expanse around them. Gazing down, the Infiniverse Megalo's body bit her lips as she spoke out, "Master, with no authority, no workings of anything. This place is akin to a prison. A prison that nobody would be able to get out of. No portal can be formed, no pathway. No power can be conjured. Once here, it is likely that nobody comes out. I can't be of use to Master like I used to. If we cannot find a solution in years or decades and Master starts to age. If a time comes decades down the line where your normal human body gives out." For the first time, the Infiniverse felt complex emotions it never experienced before. She felt fear, not a fear of others or for herself, but the fear of losing her master. Of him being trapped here too long and his brilliance being affected. In this fear, a silent rage burned as she thought of those who had sent them here. She clenched her fists with her head bowed down, but in the next moment, she felt a warmth wrap around her. When she came to, she could feel the body of her master hugging her. The warmth caused her to feel a tremendous sense of ease and peace as she calmed down. What was this? A state of mind being altered by a mere touch. Her thoughts buzzed as Noah put her head on his chest while he spoke calmly. "It's okay. We'll find a solution like we always do. Or do you not trust me to lead us out of something like this?" Noah held the body of the Infiniverse as he raised her head and looked into her reddened eyes. They became heavy and firm at this moment as she nodded, but in such a sweet moment. P.A. Her gaze changed as she picked up sounds. Noah also turned towards a certain direction where clapping could be heard at this time, a few figures walking over from a distant hill as it consisted of a few humanoid beings. How sweet. Just arriving at this hellhole and already grabbing each other for company? What did I tell you all? I definitely saw fresh blood coming down. And two of them got my oh my, are they going to sell for a lot? A vile voice, accompanied by a burly man in fur clothes, a jagged sword clasped in his hands as behind him, a dozen others followed with eyes full of smiles and malice, their eyes shining ever so brighter as they locked onto Ruination and the Infiniverse. On these barren grey lands, the Origin's sacred primal Megalonian landed. On these barren grey lands, there were countless others who had been insured in the very same frequency. On these barren grey lands, a terrifying epic was about to bloom. Chapter 34:11 Grey. 3. Entrance. In the dreary grey area they just landed in, this weaving seemed utterly terrifying to even be on, as no matter one's power, they were entirely normal here with only their body to protect them. A human was human, an ant was an ant, but even in these weavings, there were still people who didn't know how to handle themselves. Seeing their appearance, Ruination instantly became stern as she appeared in front of Noah, her gaze filled with callous emotion as she gazed ahead. Those coming made their way over calmly and imposingly as if they weren't worried, the leading burly man even gazing at the white ring that Ruination held in her hands with a smile as he spoke out. New blood that have only just arrived here are always faced with a rude awakening. Nothing here is as it was wherever you came from. You hold that Blancverse ring in your hand tightly as if it is something worth something here. Huh? There are dozens of Blancverse rings being used as decorations in the nearest settlement. Whatever authority you used to enjoy before means nothing here. In here, men are men, women are women, animals are animals. All are equal, but also not. After all, how could a small girl like you overcome the strength of someone twice your size? I cannot remember how many times I have seen those in a similar state to yours right now, with those ferocious gazes of anger and regality. But do you know what their status was just hours later? His eyes turned sharp and with a vile light of cruelty as they stopped a few meters away from them. There was a graceful woman who asked again and again, "Do you know who I am?" "I am the pioneer of the Violet Palace of the Expanse." Blah blah blah, she went on. Do you know what her past status afforded her? She was sold for a few bundles of grain and a single cow in exchange to the warlord of some settlement. Now, she has given that warlord what, 5 progeny? Ha, man, are you all in for an awakening? A pioneer. Here, she held no authority to defend herself as she was sold and used to make children by some warlord. The burly man in dark fur scratches his beard as the jagged sword in his hands glinted with a sharp light. I am Sono, and I will be the bringer of realization for you all. The pretty man can be sold for a few bundles of grain, as there are others with unique dispositions. You two girls, it almost feels like a shame to sell you, so we may just keep you to ourselves. Come, you can attack first. Come see just which new lands you are currently in. He pointed his sword forward. Noah's eyes were calm as he stared at this being. He had listened intently as through his words, he had obtained many critical bouts of information regarding this new place. As he didn't stop this being from talking, he learned a bit about what type of civilization was here. The strong ruled. He looked as apart from Sono with the sword. Others behind him held makeshift wooden clubs, these clubs showing bloodstains as they had been used far too many times. Noah's eyes radiated a silent calm as he placed his hands on Ruination while stepping forward toward these dozen or so men. Their faces were unkempt, their fur clothes tattered, and their eyes sunken. They looked malnutritioned, as in this place, one had to also ask, where would they obtain food and water against such beings? Did Noah really need Ruination to move? He walked forward calmly as behind him, Ruination and the Infiniverse wanted to follow, but they listened to his wishes. Show me how powerless I am. Say, before his words even finished, Sono had already swung his sword to bisect him. As truly these entities were brutal, his feet had already moved as he didn't even look at the sword that was swung down, only staring deeply into the eyes of this burly man. His body only slightly turned sideways as the sword breezed inches from his clothes. The pupils of Sono constricted, but Noah already charged into his space after evading his uninjured right hand, shooting forward and stabbing into the eyes of this being. Gah! A furious yell echoed out. The head of Sono thrashed side to side, those behind him becoming somber and moving forward as in this short period of time while the forefront Sono reached for his bleeding eyes, he found the grip of his sword being taken away as an instant later. Squlch, a swift sound of something being cut echoed out. Those behind Sono stopped in place as they saw above the head of their leader, who could not see. A jagged sword had cut halfway into his head, blood and brain matter flowing freely. Noah pulled out the sword as he saw his strength was truly too little. He couldn't even cut through a head entirely. But who was he? How many years had he experienced? How many weavings had he experienced? Even if his body was that of a normal human, how could he not even be capable of predicting the movements of another normal human? Feeling the heaviness of the sword in his hands, he looked at the less than a dozen beings before him calmly and spoke. Come on now. Ferocious expressions rose up. the unnamed extras looked at each other with heavy gazes before they roared out and moved towards Noah. A few minutes passed thereafter. In these few minutes, the gray earth was painted red with blood and gore as Noah breathed heavily while standing on top of a mountain of bodies, a single thug still remaining in front of him as he trembled fearfully. Fuck. Noah couldn't help but curse as he felt like he had run a marathon. His breathing was slightly labored, and he had even gained another small injury on his right shoulder. Master, ruination could have taken care of all of them without you getting hurt. The Infiniverse Megalo's body dragged over the Infiniverse Megalo's seat while observing Noah's state with heartbreak. When had the tyrannical emperor ever looked exhausted and out of breath before? Chapter 34:12 Gray. For Noah nodded towards her with a smile as his figure was currently covered in the blood of his enemies, making him look extremely ferocious. I wanted to gauge the extent of this body compared to those here. And now, we have a little piggy here that looks like it's about to talk. Isn't that right, little piggy? He looked towards the sole remaining unnamed extra that had just witnessed the massacre, and this being shook while looking at Noah like he was the devil, his mouth opening as he began to squeal. We come from a nearby settlement under the lead of Warlord Maxis. He couldn't read the memories of others anymore or grasp their weavings. This was the only thing he could do as he listened to the story of this unnamed extra for a few minutes, and continued to stare at him whenever he stopped as he would continue to babble on about anything he could think of after that. After about half an hour, the mouth of the unnamed extra seemed perched as if he had nothing else to say. Noah looked at him and nodded. You were a good little piggy, say the sword in. His hands flashed, and a head fell down cleanly. Thereafter, he could only sigh as he looked up at the gray skies, digesting all the information he had collected so far. It really is a hellhole. To survive, one needed food. One needed shelter. One needed sleep. Thus, many clustered towards settlements that held loose rules, with a ruling force presiding over it and offering protection to others in exchange for many things. The first and foremost were resources. The second was pleasure. When it came to resources, one could find them anywhere across this gray endless stretch of land that some called hell. Hell terra firma, others called it the purgatory lands. Everyone that came here from countless possible weavings had a different name for it, as only a single need drove them all to survive and get back to their weavings. But for those who had been here for years, they had long since given up hope of returning. So there were settlements to live and survive. Those are just human settlements. There were other settlements where other races converged, these being much bigger as others only heard rumors of them. Settlements of large beasts and other lineages that held great stature, settlements so large that they formed into kingdoms. Even if there were no authorities, what would happen if a normal human met a dragon? Even without any mana, the human could still be crushed with a single claw. It was akin to a human trying to win a fight against an elephant or a dinosaur on the blue planet. There were even rumors of settlements of those aligned with dark matter and antimatter stretched out in faraway regions, with this area here and many miles surrounding it only falling under the influence of entities stemming from matter. This was just a brief overview of the knowledge he had gathered so far. There were no doubt many intricate things going on here after an unknown number of years passed and countless entities came down, but the main goal was to survive. There were huntsmen like the ones they met here who waited around the periphery of their settlement to look for anything and anyone who may have been swept into the purgatory lands. Animals they could eat were routinely found this way, and there were gatherers who stayed within settlements trying to cultivate vegetation in these barren lands, an extremely arduous task as water was an extremely precious and rare resource. What an inconvenient place. Noah shook his head as he looked around while planning his steps ahead, shelter and food. There was a settlement nearby with both as at this moment, Noah made the decision to move forward and obtain a base of operations. Let's go, I'll leave the fighting to you guys from here on out. He threw the jagged sword he held towards Ruination as she now dragged both a ring of the Blancverse and a sword in another hand, and the three of them began to walk towards the direction of a settlement. They left behind a bloody mess as Noah himself looked like he had just come from a massacre. On their way there, in half an hour, they were nearing the outskirts of the settlement they had only heard of when suddenly the Infiniverse Megalo's body stopped and showed an expression of shock that soon turned into elation. Master, I feel something. It is faint and flickering in and out, but I feel another part of me. A part outside of this place, and the one to amplify its sensation right now. Her eyes became wide. They all stopped in place as Noah thought about many things, his eyes also lighting up as he thought about his other self, Ozymandias, within a certain frequency, inside a certain sector of the Megalos near. Master, we are here, near Omniverse X999. Savitar spoke with trepidation and continued shock as he looked towards the body of the instrument of the Beyonder. This personage had come to him in the pantheon of Umbra and used his authority commandingly to use the loose channel between the two megalos that Savitar had been using to send his other bodies through. And the location they arrived at was Omniverse X999, Savitar read between the lines as he was shocked to realize the one who had his megalos regnum was instrument of the Beyonder himself. The dreamer of the megalos and the instrument were one and the same. Stay here. His commanding voice seemed to be filled with a chilly light as his massive stellar obsidian body disappeared into Omniverse X999. Inside of it, Ozymandias crossed tremendous distances in a short period of time as very quickly, near a region of space close to Cappadocia, he appeared in this calm region of space as he waved his hands, and a dazzling dream Alathian haven showed itself, a small, insignificant part of the Infiniverse megalos seed that was left behind in Omniverse X999 after it transcended its weavings of existence to enter the expanse. Ozymandias looked at it with bright eyes as his figure disappeared into it, his weavings billowing it out like a vast sea as he sought for anything, absolutely anything with the main component of this small piece that was equivalent to the size of a single cosmos. Chapter 34:13 Purgatory, or Paradise? A small piece of the Infiniverse megalos seed. The moment he arrived in it, Ozymandias released waves and waves of mana into it as if he was providing a source of power to light it up brightly. His signature was taken in seamlessly as he went through its very center while wondering, when the gray brilliance of the frequency of inevitability hit him, every part of him, whether it be a clone or will, was affected, pulled, and merged back into him. By the time he was whisked away, only Ozymandias, who shared an entirely different source of existence, dark matter, was not recognized and ensnared, but the Infiniverse megalos seed had a part of it not wrapped up in the entanglement, as he could only attribute this to its unique qualities, what the Infiniverse megalos seed actually was. A form of planetary domain that had risen so far above, to the extent that it became a megalos seed. It had not bloomed into a megalos yet, but it was on its way there. When Noah became entangled, his body and the region they were in seemed to all be taken away as he saw the tower of existence he was in fracture, with a large section of it taken when that clone was pulled back. And the same phenomenon occurred in other places where he was. Small sections of the land and space around him were also eaten away. But just because these small sections of land and space became entangled and eaten away into that terrifying frequency of that place, it didn't then cause all billions of miles of land and space of that domain to also be devoured. The Infiniverse megalos seed was akin to such domains. It was entangled in the entirety with the Blancverse it was in, but it was akin to a piece of a megalos being eaten away, as it wasn't treated like a normal life form. Thus, a part of it was left behind, an isolated dream Alathian haven. It held the workings of the Infiniverse megalos seed. But such a small residual weaving of it was left behind, as even now, after Ozymandias arrived and began nurturing it with endless waves of mana, did a sense of cognizance and will slowly begin to form. As it did, Ozymandias had a cold expression as a devouring light erupted from him, the surrounding weavings of Omniverse X999 also beginning to be pulled in and assimilated into the small isolated haven to help it grow. Weavings buzzed as such a process began to take place, the terrific visage of Ozymandias multiplying into two moments later as one left, outside of Omniverse X999. The other body of Ozymandias gazed at the figure of Savitar, who held an expression of stupor still as he voiced out coldly, "Other domains of outerversal morphons apart from you and Nietzsche. Let's go." He needed fuel currently, and there were many omniverse out there. As he continued to map sectors, especially tainted omniverse under the banner of outerversal morphons. Coming out of his stupor, Savitar nodded brisket before their figures disappeared. Back in the small isolated haven, Ozymandias nurtured the connection he held with the Infiniverse megalos seed as he currently cradled a golden singularity that had formed after all this time, this singularity containing a budding will, as with enough nurturing, it would bloom into enough complexity, a sliver of the Infiniverse megalos body, or so he hoped. Half an hour passed, and, outside of the isolated haven, within Omniverse X999, three terrifying singularities tens of times larger than the isolated dream Alathian haven itself appeared, these being nothing else but three dark matter cores. The other body of Ozymandias appeared alongside them as the moment they were transported over. The isolated dream Alathian haven began to devour and assimilate them greedily. The singularity in the hands of Ozymandias became denser and denser, more and more complex. After a certain point, an emergence of fantastical brilliance erupted out in front of Ozymandias that formed into complex lines of a humanoid figure, simmering with multicolored radiance. a level of complexity much lower than before, but undoubtedly, Infiniverse, Ozymandias called out as the silent visage of the newly built Infiniverse Megalos body opened its eyes, its pupils hazy and foggy as if there was a tremendously powerful barrier preventing its operations. Outerversal authority leaked from Ozymandias among much more. The light of many ordinances flickering and flowing into the small body before him until, a voice as if one was taking a breath after a long time came through. It was followed by light filling the multicolored pupils of the Infiniverse Megalos body, its eyes landing on Ozymandias as they showed such great surprise and relief to the extent that the moment this body formed, she threw herself towards the towering obsidian stellar body of Ozymandias and hugged it tightly. Master, a single word, but it expressed relief. It expressed happiness. It expressed the potential beginning of the end of a terrible nightmare. Ozymandias looked at her and wondered just what place was his other self sent to that the monotone Infiniverse Megalos body now expressed such emotions. He cradled her head on his stellar chest as he asked lightly, "Is everyone okay?" Those within the Infiniverse Megalos seed, a critical question to put his heart at ease, and the newly formed Infiniverse Megalos body blinked while calming herself. My state of being has been altered due to that place. And I will work on processing the overflow of emotions, Master. Everyone is okay, but my memories and records of that place are scattered and even delayed in getting to me here, it seems. Here is what I could recover. Her forehead glowed as she brought it in contact with his giant chest, bundles of information flowing out from her and into Ozymandias as he became clear on exactly what had happened and where his other self was. Hell terra firma, the purgatory, this was the place his other half was in as at this moment, he began to analyze everything about it. Chapter 34:14 Purgatory or Paradise? 2. Hell terra firma, a place where countless weavings of existence were thrown into to never return. They couldn't return, after all, authority was entirely and completely rejected in this place. One could not form a portal or initiate any sort of weavings that could take them from one place to another. Powerful entities at the existence-severing stage or even pioneers would arrive at this place as within a matter of decades. They would die of old age. This was where his other self remained locked in, along with quintillions of entities inside the Infiniverse Megalos seed. He spoke succinctly as he pulled the Infiniverse Megalos body away from his chest. Are you able to establish a connection? Anything at all? To allow for the formation of a gateway within the Infiniverse Megalos seed there in this haven here? Terrifying questions were asked, and the Infiniverse thought for a few seconds before she shook her head. Authority continues to be impossible to utilize there, with the Infiniverse having a form of exception that currently only allows its workings to remain stable right now. Forming a gateway would require authority. Transporting anything or anyone else would require authority. And even if somehow the Infiniverse Megalos seed could be used to form this impossible gateway, it would never be able to leave the Hell terra firma lands itself, as this dot would also require the eruption of authority. So, even in the best case scenario, the Infiniverse Megalos seed would forever remain locked in that place. Despotic words echoed out. They weren't just left at this though, as not long after, but there is an Infiniverse Megalos seed in that place, and there is now an enlarging and gradually increasing in complexity portion of the Infiniverse Megalos seed here. It may be possible to allow the overlap of the two and transport something in a small concentrated area from one to the other. With the amount of remnant authority that the Infiniverse Megalos seed in the Purgatory lands holds in this portion of the Infiniverse Megalos seed, possibly allowing this overlap to transport something as small as a grain of sand. Maybe. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and uncertainty as she looked around at the sandy obsidian stellar radiance all around them. Especially if it's through dreams, we may be able to allow this overlap to transport increasingly bigger things over time. In theory, this opens up a new realm of possibilities when looking at the Purgatory lands as a whole. A place where countless things from all weavings of existence get locked into with nothing ever being able to leave. What if, theoretically, we gain the capability to move something back and forth? All the things rendered useless in Purgatory lands due to the absolute rejection of authority. That debt extra stated that rings of blank verses are being used as decorations. And there are entities that used to be pioneers or even higher in power. If we could obtain the body of a pioneer and begin sending its blood through? All possibilities. All just hearsay. But theoretically, the Infiniverse Megalos body ranked on as she made one thing clear. Possibility, theoretically, there were still a lot of unknowns as when they arrived here. We can try. Ozymandias spoke with eyes filled with tyranny. The Infiniverse Megalos body looked towards him intently before she nodded. She turned towards the swirling and increasing concentration of authority in this isolated haven as her floating figure sat down in space and closed her eyes. Terrifying complexity beginning to surge around her as one of the only ways she could see in achieving the possible theory she had boom was through runes. Around her, the beginnings of complex runes began to flicker as Noah appeared beside her. Waves of complexity leaked from him as well as it flowed into her and aided in the process, these two beings attempting to do something never done before in a small corner of the Megalosaneer, within Omniverse X999, there was a certain Ankara that felt the eruption of power and complexity within a certain area, but it was so intense compared to himself that he was only forced to observe from a distance. Far from Omniverse X999, in another sector within the Megalosaneer, SAA space. Distorted as a dazzling figure of a woman appeared, her eyes sharp as her figure was short and blessed. The new entrant, Barbados, looked around this region of the Megalosaneer as she arrived here to seek more weavings of her entanglement. Based on the physiology of the man she felt so much pain over, she knew he would have stemmed from the weavings of matter as this area was her next stop. What she had to do was find the most complex power within the Megalosaneer of this frequency and see if they would know anything about the man she sought. Who? Her eyes were cold and filled with a calculative light as she sent out silent silver strings of brilliance all around her. They crossed great distances in a short period of time very quickly. She received some feedback as she looked in a certain direction. There, the waves of brilliance she sent out returned back to her the illusory scenes of rotating omniverse around a single being. A single, massive rune radiating a brilliance that read, space, flashed behind her, and her body shot out and rapidly disappeared. She crossed the equivalent lengths of hundreds of omniverse in an extremely short period of time as after a while, space fizzled and melted as she arrived near a rotating omniverse. Below it, a stern figure rose from his seated position as he stared toward her with ever-increasing somberness, yet Barbados looked at him calmly as she spoke. You are pioneering your own path in this place, good for you. I have no qualms, and only seek to obtain weavings of this man here. Have you heard, seen, or grasped anything relating to him before? In front of her, the illusory image of a tyrannical devilish entity flashed, the eyes of the entity surrounded by swirling omniverse constricting in recognition. No matter how small it was, Barbados saw it as her heart filled with elation amidst the constant feeling of pain, betrayal, and heartache that she felt. She didn't understand why, but she truly felt like her actions had betrayed herself and this being who made her very existence shudder, even if she didn't know what she was doing. She wanted to know him. Who he was. The entity before her had a complex expression as he spoke out with hesitation. The last time anything regarding him was observed was in the Treasverse domain of the Omnifather. A gray light erupted with him at the center as he disappeared entirely. If you seek his origins and records, he seemed aligned with the children of the Commonwealth. You can find them here. The entity that had set many things in motion for the Omnifather released a bundle of weavings cooperating with the newly appearing Barbados as her complexity made him feel extremely stifled. Chapter 34:15 Purgatory or Paradise? 3. The Commonwealth. The eyes of Barbados were bright as she knew she was getting further and further entangled. She took the weavings of information from the entity that used to be a so-called prisoner not too long ago and nodded as her figure disappeared right after. She left alone a single man who had dazzling omniverse rotating around him, his expression stern as he felt like he could finally breathe once more. He looked where Barbados used to be as he spoke questioningly. A source, far past a pioneer, possibly a source complexity entity. Why would such an entity be looking for the weavings of that man? With his exemplary showing in the Treasverse domain of the Omnifather and just as rapid disappearance, what about him would prompt a source complexity existence to be seeking him? The prisoner wondered. But there were no answers. He continued to monitor the situation within the Treasverse domain of the Omnifather as any time that a golden titan successfully severed their existence and fully entered this stage, he would make a move as a terrifying finger would descend from above to eradicate them. He almost moved the existence-severing champions of this Megalosaneer that were being given a vastly different opportunity by the Omnifather in another entirely separate domain, but the amount of losses they would have from being removed there were far too much. Thus, he moved himself and continued to observe, far from his location. On the omniverse of the Protectors, old man Eudemus stared at a tear. In space that had yet to close with a somber expression, the vibrant visage of the Sword of the Commonwealth also being beside him as this simian vibrated with terrific power at Ordnance Amalgamation. Alongside them, there were a few other Ordnance Amalgamation Corps members of the Commonwealth whose bodies arrived after the shocking commotion, each one seeking to understand the entity who became a protector under their very noses while holding such terrific power. Alongside his terrifying disappearance, he didn't ask for anything? obtain any of our core workings from you. The eyes of the Sword of the Commonwealth were chilly as they asked, and old man Eudemus turned towards him with an even colder gaze. Do not take my silence for weakness, O Linus. What I have said is exactly how everything went down. Tensions were high between all sides, at such a moment, quite a gathering here. You all are sufficient to be known as core members of this so-called Commonwealth, HUUM. Without their knowledge, a voice echoed out that caused their gazes to change heavily, all of them looking up and seeing a figure shrouded in darkness gazing down at them. They didn't even know she had been there this whole time, as instantly, they all became battle-ready. Above, Barbados harumphed as she looked down, seeing the tear in space that reminded her of the one she saw in the expanse. He was here before. Another one of his bodies was here as it was pulled along into that frequency, looking at the few ordnance amalgamation entities who didn't look like they would make things smooth. WUU, she clenched her fist as a silent silver-black radiance spread out, freezing everything and everyone here as thereafter. Tendrils of silver brilliance flew out from her and connected to the heads of all beings here. She began perusing their records and memories freely as if he was here. It meant he may have interacted with these beings. Maybe she could see more of him. Maybe her small figure trembled. From the head of the one called Old Man Eudemus, she obtained a bundle of records, his conversations, his last moments, who he was. Noah Asmont. Barbados uttered these words as she felt her very existence trembling with complex pain. The name felt extremely familiar to her, and yet foreign at the same time. The name caused her heart to feel at great ease, and yet brought down even greater feelings of guilt for having contributed in sending him to a place where nobody came back from. Nobody. She confirmed at this moment that any version of herself in these weavings was so intricately connected to this man that the connection transcended weavings of existence to the extent that this entanglement she had placed herself in was impossible to remove herself from. She felt like the feelings of guilt and pain would drown her heart completely if she didn't get closure from them, as she had to keep looking. She went through all the memories multiple times. His mannerisms, the way he talked, his smile, it all caused her heart to feel heavier and heavier, as her version here must have been impossibly bound to this being, this type of love. How could she have loved him so much? Barbados felt a pang of jealousy at this other version of herself, as she was shocked to also learn that Noah had begun to dream of other weavings of existence. He had just begun, and she and Amalthos were sent off to ensure that he was locked away forever. Was this a reason why those above wanted him sent there? Because they foresaw he was about to do something in the future that would affect not just his weavings of existence, but others too. Barbados didn't know. For this, she would have to ask her father to grasp and understand why he and the others decided on the missions that they had to undertake. Noah Osmont, Omniverse X999. She repeated his name and the home that the Commonwealth found him in as she disappeared an instant later. She went seeking for Omniverse X999 in the vast sectors of the Megalozanir, where she used to be. All weavings flowed once more as BZZT golden wheels erupted all around the ordnance amalgamation entities. Here, their weavings looking around for the woman that was just there, as there was nothing to be seen. They remained in a high state of tension as to them. What had just happened was too eerie. Chapter 34:16 Purgatory or Paradise? 4. Far from the Megalozanir, far from any common weavings of existence, in the place Noah found himself in termed the Purgatory lands, hell terra firma, he stopped a distance away amongst tall, dead, and decaying trees as he looked down in the distance where a small settlement could be seen. Everything about it seemed extremely rudimentary, with walls made out of stone and trunks of gray trees protecting a periphery of about 5 or so miles. Equivalent to a truly small town, this was a major settlement in this area, as within it, a few thousand humanoid entities reigned, and at the forefront was the warlord Maxis. Inside the small settlement, an area for the cultivation of vegetation was tightly guarded, as well as a farm area holding animals such as cows, chickens, and unique variations of what could be considered mythical beasts outside of here. But were smaller in size as they did not hold much power, so they were being raised and bred for consumption over the years. This was a settlement, a place with food and shelter, and something that Noah needed if he was going to survive and not die of hunger in the next few days and weeks and months to come. But if he really was going to be stuck here for that long, at this time, he stayed back with the Infiniverse Megalos body as he spoke to Ruination. Have a talk with the warlord Maxis. Let him know to either abdicate and work under me, or he will be deposed. Around the settlement, those standing guard had simple weapons similar to the thugs from before, with the addition of bows and arrows on some along with spears. Even though authority was entirely rejected in this place, there was still ingenuity and knowledge from many races. He didn't doubt that, over time, in those larger settlements, much more powerful weapons and defense systems could be developed. After all, his blue planet didn't have any mana, and they eventually even developed nuclear weapons. But here, would the processes of even nuclear fission and fusion be rejected as advanced weaponry could never be made? Would more advanced weapons like guns or bombs already be developed in the larger settlements, or were even these considered a form of rejected authority? Noah didn't know for sure as, at this moment, ruination had already begun to move. "I will be back soon, master." Her eyes held a ferocious glint. Her body was different from normal humans as she was made entirely of unique metalloids, with her strength and resiliency being many times that of a human, as she held tremendous advantage here. She began to freely walk into the small settlement as for the first time in a while, winds would begin to blow inside a small settlement. Many didn't even bother to give it a name as there was a sense of despondency in these barren lands of purgatory. With all those here only clustering for survival to ensure they didn't die out in the gray lands out of nowhere. At the peak of this settlement was the man who had gathered a number of people and gradually established order, someone who had lived for many cycles and had reached a tremendous level of power before, but now, he lay on a makeshift bed made of feathers inside a small darkly lit room, letting out a sigh of satisfaction as a barely clothed older woman sat at the edge of the bed with blank eyes. No matter what power he held before, he was reduced to a normal human here as aside from survival, the only things his body sought and enjoyed were the basal tendencies of his body. Food and reproduction, this was all he was reduced to. "The guards outside will get you a few bundles of grain for your services, okay?" He spoke lazily towards the woman as this time, he didn't hear a reply. His eyes became sour as he was about to berate when he noticed the older woman clutching her clothes in shock. Her eyes turned towards the entrance where the figure of a dazzlingly gorgeous young woman with crimson gold hair appeared. Her hands and face were stained with blood as she looked coldly towards Warlord Maxis, staring at her. Maxis instantly became infatuated and then terrified at the sight of beauty and blood. As when he looked out the door, he saw his guards groaning and holding on to broken limbs. And her cold voice filled with distaste echoed out, "My master asks where you wish to abdicate your authority here or perish." What will it be? Her master, the many cycles of experience that Warlord Maxis had buzzed and kicked into his head as seeing how this young woman had gotten past his guards and who knew how many others alone. Abdicate. "I will abdicate and present him with all I have." His mind worked rapidly as he spoke as such, while his eyes held a hidden chilling light. He would lower himself and learn more about this woman and where her power came from, and who this master of hers was, and then in time thought there were many things he could do, ambushed during sleep. Poisoning the reverses of water and food. Warlord Maxis lowered his head rapidly as many other thoughts flashed, a unique future painted as he was curious to see how it would unfold. "Yet, your hidden malice is not so hidden in my eyes," the cold voice of ruination echoed out as Warlord Maxis raised his head in shock, only to see the right hand of this gorgeous woman swinging sideways across his neck, a clean cut. As if her hands were sharp swords, his vision then seemed to shift. And then endless darkness came down. Ruination looked at the state of this room and the terrified woman on the bed as she grabbed the head of the warlord and stepped out of the slightly bigger house of the warlord than all those here. There was a trail of blood. Groans of pain were apparent for any of those who chose to stand in her way. All around, a few hundred men and women within this settlement watched from the sidelines as she walked out towards the entrance while holding the head of the warlord, a sense of ease and fear spreading as she came to stop at the broken gates of the entrance. There, she waited silently. An arrow shot out from the roof of a house towards the left, and Ruination didn't even turn around as she caught this arrow with her bare hands and flung it back towards the same direction with even greater speed and force. Boom! The roof of the house was blown off along with an eruption of blood as immense silence reigned in after that. Within minutes, a woman holding a massive circular structure in her left hand and a white ring on another appeared alongside a devilishly handsome man with a cold gaze, their figures arriving before the broken gates of the settlement as the woman that held the head of Warlord Maxis bowed towards him. He nodded while patting her head as if to praise her, and he proceeded to walk into the settlement with her under the shaken and terrified gazes of many. Chapter 34:17 Purgatory or Paradise? All entities that managed to arrive in the Purgatory lands had their own uniqueness. Some used to be powerful entities, others didn't face much of a change in disposition and power compared once they arrived here. But those who survived here long enough knew that when one came across an oddity or something out of the norm, they didn't mess with it. So when they saw the head of the old warlord Maxis held by a bloodied woman who had either killed or heavily injured any who stood in her way, they steered clear of her. They especially steered clear of the man she brought into the settlement and the woman who was effortlessly carrying a massive and intricate ring filled with dazzling lines. As they walked into the settlement, Noah looked at the few hundred nearby and those who were hearing the commotion in the distance as he voiced out loudly and commandingly. "New leadership has arrived, ladies and gents. Even stronger than that warlord Maxis, as you can see. Proceed as normal, and this settlement will be something that is unreachable even if a dragon were to pass by. Expect my general to interview you all on where you'll be working on in the near future. His voice carried tremendous power and weight as he planned to use the numbers of this settlement to begin grand undertakings even in this place. First, guarantee his safety and survival, then, understand and obtain unfathomable things that were deemed useless here. But if he could successfully take them out of here through the Infiniverse Megalos seed, his eyes burned with ambition as he went into the depths of the nearest settlement he arrived at and proceeded to carve out a domain for himself. As he settled in, Ruination secured the central fortified area where Warlord Maxis used to stay and quickly commanded a few dozen settlers to follow her in cutting down and carrying the dead grey trees around the settlement. They quickly did as told, as in a short period of time, an enclosed area surrounded by taut wooden walls was entrenched in the earth. Ruination moving herself to smash and entrench this wall all around. What occurred within could not be observed by prying eyes. At such a point, the Infiniverse had placed the dim ring of the Blancverse domain and the Infiniverse Megalos seed down on the grey earth, and she was now observing this intricate ring that represented far too many things before her. How is the connection going? Noah asked lightly after finding water to wash the blood off of himself, the cackling of fire being heard off to the side as a few animals were already taken by Ruination and brought over, and Noah was currently cooking them right now. Ruination herself was sent to continue doing grunt work for now, stabilizing any possible chaos that may arise from their entry into the settlement, and that the processing of raising animals or farming wasn't disrupted. Infiniverse and Noah alone remained in this space as Infiniverse placed her hands on the massive Infiniverse Megalos seed while replying, "It's incredible, while we may not be able to send much back and forth. A possible channel is forming through the simple concept of the Infiniverse Megalos seed existing here and in another place. What exists inside of it in a specified area here can also theoretically be obtained in that same replicated area elsewhere. That is what another me in the Megalozanir is doing right now with Ozymandias." As she spoke, she walked towards the Infiniverse Megalos seed 5 times their size, her body entering through the gaps as they arrived at the base of the slightly dim extremity vein surrounded by Alathian havens. At the base of the extremity vein, a small pool of vibrant multicolored light was forming and slowly expanding. This little pool of water here would be the gateway, equivalent to the small portion of the Infiniverse Megalos seed in Omniverse X999 that, after swallowing multiple dark matter cores, has grown to be the length of an Omniverse currently. And yet only this small pool has formed here. Something placed in this pool should theoretically also reflect on the other pool, but the weavings and makeup of what can be sent out are unfathomably little. Something without life is feasible, something small is feasible, something with a consciousness is impossible, something too large is impossible. There are far too many restrictions at this moment, as it is debatable whether we can even elevate it to allow you to leave this place in the future. Master, her gaze and words carried a sense of despondency even in their advancements. The complexity we have access to is far too little. We can accelerate this process with another burst of complexity, but even if Ozymandias severed more ordinances or pioneered his path, the amount of complexity may still not be enough to change the singular truth about this place that nobody who comes in can go out. The state of Infiniverse was truly far too affected when it related to Noah's safety and possible exit from this place. Noah smiled even in the face of all of this. "It's okay. We'll take it a step at a time and see what changes. Is it already viable to test out?" Noah was filled with a great deal of expectations. If they could truly turn this impossibly grim situation around. "Yes, Master, something small, something small." Noah looked around this enclosure as his eyes were drawn to the headless body of a certain warlord purposefully left behind. "Let's try blood, why don't we?" The body of Warlord Maxis was brought forward, the pooled and dried blood of this entity being collected in small amounts by Noah and given to the Infiniverse. He may have been an existence-severing entity or a pioneer before this, who knows? Let us test whether this place we have arrived is truly a purgatory, or may turn into a paradise for us. He could already imagine it. If they could really transport things back and forth, powerful entities were nothing here, as if they confirmed a pioneer. Could they not send his blood back? If Ozymandias obtained the blood of a pioneer and severed more sources of existence, Chapter 34:18 Purgatory, or Paradise? 6. All pieces were set as now, it only had to be put into practice. The Infiniverse Megalos body moved slowly and cautiously as she took a small bundle of blood in her hands and slowly placed it towards the center of the small multicolored pool of water below the extremity vein. The blood sank in silently as there was no large reaction. and both the Infiniverse and Noah watched silently. The moment of truth for all their theories. For many possibilities, they watched on silently as on their side, absolutely nothing changed, in a certain weaving of existence. Within the dream Alathian haven that had now become much more than this, other past authorities of the Infiniverse budding and filling it up as it couldn't just be called this anymore, so Ozymandias termed it the secondary Infiniverse megalos seed. At the very center of this place, there was an illusory extremity vein that had a vibrant multicolored pool below it. The pool was surrounded by hundreds of radiant terrestrial runes of existence that swirled with power and fervor, causing it to vibrate with complexity. It was called a pool, but it alone was half the size of an omniverse in diameter. It represented possibility. At this moment, Ozymandias' massive stellar obsidian body was accompanied by the Infiniverse megalos body, both of their eyes on the pool before them as the latter began to speak. In the Purgatory lands, our other versions are attempting to place the first test object into this theoretically overlapping domain of the Infiniverse. It is unknown if the same amount of what was placed in would be recovered, if anything comes through at all. Pia, her voice stopped, her eyes honed in on the massive multicolored sea. Its surface was calm and free of any blemishes, and yet at this moment, a wave spread across it, a round wave spread out in all directions at the center of the sea. As after that, the central area bubbled while the terrestrial runes of existence all around it buzzed, and the waters parted ways at the very center as a single, minute, extremely small drop of blood rose up. It seemed as if it were dead before, with its authority gradually increasing as if it were waking up from a long slumber. Alongside its rising was an explosion of unique complexity that spread out silently, sending out invisible waves from here that even stretched outside Omniverse X999. Elation showed on the face of the Infiniverse megalos seed. Ozymandias radiated a terrifying pressure as above him, a massive eye of existence opened as it pulsed with obsidian gold grandeur, gazing at the small drop of blood that rose at the center of the multicolored sea. Globule of blood of an existence-severing entity, Maxis, a small drop of blood belonging to an entity lost through the weavings of existence itself. Its volume and concentration are too little to exert any viable effects. It holds little use to the current you apart from researching it to learn about the severed source it may contain. The drop of blood remained suspended above the multicolored sea until Ozymandias waved his hands towards it, coming to grasp it in his hands with a complex expression as this single test succeeding. Meant many things. The potential empowerment he could undergo could not even be calculated as he spoke with a terrifying light of brilliance to the Infiniverse. Have our other selves seek pioneers alive or dead. Other possible items viable for passage through this frequency gateway can also be gathered. Frequency gateway, this was what Ozymandias termed the massive multicolored sea of brilliance where a drop of blood had just risen from. Yes, Master, the Infiniverse seems to have been supercharged as well, its figure studying the changes that occurred with the successful overlap of an item from one entire frequency to another. What was sent through was only 100th in volume compared to what was sent in. If we can forge more complex runes of existence to stabilize and increase the complexity of the frequency gateway, their current power was still too little. If they were already capable of forging constellation runes of existence, things would be moving much faster. But it seemed that when it related to the Purgatory lands, nothing would be so easy. The body of the Infiniverse pulsed with light as it began to forge another rune of existence when, a terrifying light leaked from it as its gaze went above. Ozymandias was the same as his obsidian gold eye exploded with power and complexity, his body battle-ready, because above them, silent fluctuations and alarms were set off as something instantly bypassed into Omniverse X999 and even went further to arrive in the secondary Infiniverse megalos seed, far too quickly. When their gazes landed on this entrant, so did her gaze land on them, and all sides froze, utterly froze from pure shock and incredulity on both sides. Above, the shadowy figure of Barbados had been scouring the megalos anear looking for Omniverse X999 this whole time and found nothing, and yet just now, unknown waves of complexity even she couldn't put her finger on exploded out from here and drew her gaze to this place, and she looked at the tall, massive visage of a stellar obsidian outerversal morphon as this entity caused her heart to pulse the same pain as the man she had been entangled with. When she looked at him, she felt the same sense of familiarity as if they were one and the same love. The same hope. The same guilt. She felt this all at once as when she looked into his pulsing singularities of eyes, she also saw the shock and happiness within them that caused her to feel even worse for what she had done. He was here, but how was he here? Whap! With a single jump, his massive stellar body appeared in front of Barbados as he asked tenderly, "Barbados, she didn't have the same fair skin. But she was exactly the same apart from that. He just called out to her once, and her entire weavings were instantly turned tumultuous as her entanglement became further cemented. His massive hands reached out to her in an embrace as she quickly came out of her reverie, wiping the tears flowing from her eyes as she shook her head. "No, I'm not your Barbados Dash." He ignored her words and grabbed her small body, pulling it onto his stellar obsidian chest freely as Barbados couldn't feel any strength in her body. She held an unfathomable amount of power that would even make pioneers despair, and yet at this moment, she found out that somehow, she couldn't muster even a fraction of such power to push away this being. He simply embraced her, and in the next moment, she felt the heavy weight of guilt and heartache leave her rapidly as she cried, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be you. I didn't know our interference was to ensure you were pulled into that place." Chapter 34:19 A heavy entanglement. She didn't know the interference would ensure that he was pulled into that place, a single sentence, and yet it held an overabundance of meaning as Ozymandias and the Infiniverse were briefly shocked at its implications. Ozymandias looked at the young woman in his arms as her face held immense guilt, and he also sensed the shocking level of complexity her body emanated as he instantly drew a few conclusions. Yes, this was not his Barbados, but another, a Barbados with terrifying levels of power as she could only come from different weavings of existence showcased by her dark skin in comparison to the fair-skinned Barbados he always knew. Another conclusion was that somehow this version of Barbados was directed to act against him to ensure that the actions of those entities from the immovable sacred palace struck them. Another conclusion was that she didn't act alone. Ozymandias instantly recalled that unfathomable silver-black radiance that pulled back the Blancverse, the power Noah couldn't overcome no matter how much he tried. He thought of many things as he went back to her last words. She didn't know. It meant she was sent here by some force he didn't even know about, and yet he had somehow fallen in their crosshairs. Feeling his gaze as he looked at ways in a daze, the guilt within Barbados became even more intense as she voiced out silently, "Please, Dad, don't hate me." She looked pained, so fearful that Ozymandias couldn't help but sigh and bring her closer. His body rapidly altered itself as he gained more humanoid features. He raised her chin and looked into her teary eyes as he went closer and pressed his lips against hers. This was another Barbados, but she was his Barbados. "That would never change. I would never be mad at you." After a long kiss, he told her this. The eyes of Barbados looked panicked and filled with complex emotions at this simple kiss, and it seemed to wake her up as she pulled back. She shook her head as if to come out of a trance, her hand raised towards Ozymandias accusingly as she couldn't bring herself to say anything. At that point, Ozymandias was calm as he asked lightly, "Can you explain a little more?" A new entrant appeared. Her power was unknown and seemed much higher than theirs, and she was a very familiar face. After stabilizing her state of mind, Ozymandias sought more information. Meanwhile, in the expanse, at the location where a massive Blancverse had just been drawn into a horrific place, only two existence-severing entities and a pioneer remained as they observed the strings of existence. Here, with somber expressions, ever so often, a golden string of existence would snap and disappear as they didn't know what to make of this, around the same time that the frequency gateway was utilized to transport a minuscule droplet of blood. Tring, instantly, a dozen strings snapped all at once and sent out a shockwave of brilliance. Pioneer Heracles and others observing this with somber gazes as Heracles shook his head. "This is not normal. But our actions shouldn't have triggered something like this." They couldn't fathom why, even with all their experience, they had never observed strings of the expanse snapping like this. "I will share this observation with the other pioneers within the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. We can use their connection to reach out to those source complexity personages who can grasp a situation like this much more easily." Pioneer Heracles took it seriously as he stated this. Palace Master Antiope and Nisa stayed quiet as they didn't disagree when it came to this. At such a moment, Nisa raised her hand and stated a fact she had just realized. The concentration of atmospheric authority of the expanse has reduced noticeably since the strings of existence began to snap in this area. A terrifying realization. What would happen if this continued? None of them knew as, at this moment, two remained while Pioneer Heracles left to alert others. Back in Omniverse X999, within the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed, I am sorry that I cannot reveal more. I've already ignored everything taught to me and am now faced with a heavy entanglement within this weaving of existence. If I reveal anything regarding where I come from, what type of force I belong to, or even mention any identities, they will know. And they cannot know. The voice of Barbados echoed out as she seemed to have slowly regained her regality. Her eyes were still tender whenever they gazed at Ozymandias, as what she could see was exactly the same as the visage of Noah on Ozymandias. At her words, the infiniverse was reflective while Ozymandias listened calmly, and after a few seconds, the infiniverse had a stern expression as she spoke. You can help us rectify this. Your complexity seems to be high as you can help us to ensure that Master's other self can come out from that place. The infiniverse uttered words that caused Barbados to stare at her with incredulity as she replied while shaking her head, nobody comes out of that place. It has been that way for countless cycles. It is a place where countless entities inadvertently fall into, and some are purposefully sent into. Entities who were caught traversing across different weavings of the wheel. And others who violated rulings they shouldn't have are all sent there. No matter their previous power, no matter their complexity. None have survived, none. Her words carried a pang of heavy guilt as she knew very well where the existence of Noah Osmond was sent into, but Ozymandias raised his hand in the next moment as he showed a drop of glimmering blood. We've already been able to transfer a drop of blood from the purgatory lands and have them appear here. Barbados looked at that drop with somberness and shock, her hands waving as it came into her palm, and she scrutinized it, and moments later, her shock became extremely grave as she looked towards Ozymandias and the infiniverse. How? Chapter 34:20 A heavy entanglement. 2. How? At such a question, the infiniverse Megalos body pointed to the multicolored seed that made up a large portion of the secondary infiniverse Megalos seed. I am different from anything you've come across before. All I need are more complex runes of existence to facilitate this process. Amplification. Space, transfer, resonance, overlap. Any single word of the language of the wheel at a greater level of complexity will allow us to continue doing this at a much greater pace and maybe eventually even allow Master's other self to return as well. Infiniverse presented the runes all around the multicolored sea as Barbados observed them all in the dazzling sea with sharp eyes. She wanted to say it wasn't feasible. She wanted to say that such a thing was impossible, and yet, she found no reason for this as she could only shake her head with a sense of incredulity before she turned towards Ozymandias. Ozymandias was gazing at her with a smile as she sighed internally while her body began to glow with silver-black radiance. I am already this far entangled, what's a little bit more? I will do all I can to help, but there will come a limit. If I exceed it, the ones who send out people like me on missions across the different spokes of the wheel of existence may find something out. She spoke valiantly as inadvertently, she revealed a little bit more information at the same time. Her small body began to pulse with waves of incandescence as she closed her eyes. Runes. Will gradually seem less complex in your eyes the higher in complexity your weavings of existence become. In front of her, a multicolored rune of existence began to form. Its complexity was utterly frightening as it began to spell the word amplification. Yet it seemed to hold millions of strokes that Barbados was rapidly making one by one. The moment it bloomed, the atmospheric levels of authority in the surroundings began to bubble and increase. With your existence severed, you can begin studying and forging constellation runes of existence as it is akin to being blind and putting on glasses that allow you to see clearly. If you go a step further and pioneer your own existence, forging complex constellation runes of existence becomes possible, and if you attain a source complexity of existence, Barbados showed a rune made from a few million strokes bloom and be completed in a matter of seconds, its radiance heart-shaking as it moved from her and floated towards the massive multicolored sea, its multicolored radiance matching the multicolored sea as both seemed to resonate. The sea became even more vibrant, and it even enlarged a little more. At a certain point, a single rune of existence meant to convey and assert an undeniable authority of a single word can also be infused with the meaning of other words. In that single amplification rune of existence, I was also able to infuse the meaning of resonance, achieving compounding results with a single rune. When you can start to do this, the language of runes of existence will feel like something you've known your whole life. Barbados explained silently as from her small figure, an unfathomable spark lit up in the next moment as if an endless sea was waking up, of tremendous complexity, of unfathomable power. And a moment later, boom, it all erupted to form dozens of multicolored runes that radiated terrifying complexity, a complexity so heavy that it spread out into Omniverse X999 itself and caused this Omniverse to vibrate and tremble slightly, yet they formed en masse. Multiple runes of existence being completed every single second before they were sent around or above the periphery of the multicolored sea, the frequency gateway. They enlarged and spun with radiance as a single rune became as massive as a cosmos, a single word conveying such terrific power and brilliance that wouldn't fade for an unknown amount of time. Barbados continued to do this process for the next hour, allowing for over 30 000 runes of existence that seemed to be at the very apex of constellation runes to bloom. Each one felt as brilliant, if not more, than the most powerful rune that Noah had attained from the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather. A single one seemed to be just as complex as the single Amaranto's rune of existence. Barbados finished her forging and stopped there as her small figure heaved her blessed chest up and down in tiredness. That is as much as I can do right now. It's thousands of times more in effect than what the runes that were here before granted. I need to rest. Her eyes expressed pride and tiredness as in the corner of her eyes, she seemed to be looking towards Ozymandias. Waiting for praise, Ozymandias looked at the dazzling scene of churning brilliance as he nodded. You've done more than enough. Beside him, the Infiniverse seemed to no longer hold any sternness towards Barbados as she nodded towards her while gazing at her figure like a prized possession she wanted to keep to herself to produce runes forever. I will see just how great a change there is now. Her eyes were filled with expectation as she went towards the center of the multicolored sea. That was quite literally bubbling with complexity. This left Ozymandias and Barbados alone as the latter appeared in front of her once more. Meanwhile, you and I should get to know each other some more. What are the differences? What is the same? He spoke while he took Barbados in his arms once more, his face nudging her tired face as she panicked and gazed down at his chest. We can talk some more. I can tell you about Dash. She wriggled in his arms as with her power, she could have easily broken out at any time. And yet she remained as if she was enchanted by some feeling. By a complex thought even she couldn't overcome. She felt Ozymandias shake his head as his arms wrapped around her even more tightly. No, Barbados, we are not going to talk. With a glimmer of radiance, something unobservable to the eyes of many bloomed within the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed. Chapter 34:21 Giving a Monster Wings. Hell terra firma, the purgatory lands, an unknown number of entities lay within as with the rejection of mana and any natal authority. All lifeforms were the same, they lived and died, but there were lifeforms who had long lives even without the influence of mana, turtles who could live for a few hundred years, tree lifeforms that could live for a few thousand years, dragons, phoenixes, and other unique variations of lifeforms also had lifespans exceeding 1,000 years or more. Even without mana, but I am just a lone little human being, you see. My life is extremely short as I have to make the most of it. Noah's voice echoed out as he looked at 5 humanoid entities suspected to have been pioneers in this settlement. This was the task that Ruination had been given charge of carrying out the moment that the first test succeeded. She commandingly asked for any information regarding pioneers in this small settlement, and in this population of a few thousand, 5 possible ones were identified and found, from rumors. From something they had said before. From their disposition and gazes, after knowing the hardships of hell terra firma, very few pioneers made their past position of power public knowledge as those who were most powerful. Were those targeted the most in these lands, a human woman that used to be an ordnance amalgamation entity? Not worth much. A human woman who used to be a pioneer? Some warlords of settlements made it a goal to find them as they felt like they were collecting entities of extremely noble lineage and esteem. Even male entities at the level of power of pioneers were prized as in the purgatory lands. Past complexity still played a role in status. Noah looked at the 5 humanoid entities before him and asked thoughtfully while behind him. Ruination gazed on imposingly. I have no ill will towards you all, nor are your lives in danger. You will even be compensated for your services. So would any of you step forward if you were a pioneer before you arrived here? He asked calmly as he chewed on a chicken drumstick with his right hand. Hunger was very real here. And he was a voracious man. He ate and gazed at the 5 beings before him, 2 holding animalistic features as one had the head of a lion. And another had white fur and a tail as she closely resembled a variant of a simian, a single woman, and 5 men. When asked, they looked at each other wryly as a man with fair skin and red hair spoke gruffly, compensated how food, water, whatever one needs for survival. Noah turned his head towards this being as after he asked such a question, he stepped out of the lineup and spoke with a gaze of solemnity and power as if to relive his past life. I reached the heights of a pioneer before being swept up in this place. What do you need from me? What could he need from a pioneer? Noah smiled and brought a few things forward. Just fill this little bowl with your blood. He threw the jagged blade he obtained from an inconsequential extract as well as a small clay bowl, the man looking at this with disturbed eyes. But he made a cut on his palm and did what was asked of him. Noah watched on and then passed the small bowl filled with crimson blow towards the Infiniverse Megalos body who was waiting in the distance, and she took it while disappearing into the complex and massive Infiniverse Megalos seed behind them. He looked at the red-haired man and nodded. This may be the beginning of a long relationship. I'll only ask for a little volume of blood from you each day. And you can live the life of a warlord. He spoke while also looking at the other 4 humanoid beings as if he were nudging them on. None of them moved forward, and after a few seconds, the visage of the Infiniverse climbed out of the Infiniverse Megalos seed, her gaze frosty and filled with a cold light as she spoke out, nearly existence severing. WAA, there wasn't a burst of pressure or hockey as there would normally be since all authority was rejected. But the air in the surroundings felt a tad bit colder just from the calm smile fading away from Noah's face, with Ruination making a move behind him as she threw out a punch onto the chest of the red-haired man and flung him back like a rag doll. Do not lie to me, for it will not end well. The eyes of the other 4 vibrated at such a scene and unnatural strength displayed by Ruination. They looked back to see the wheezing visage of the red-haired man who had only claimed to be a pioneer to try and get resources as in their situation. How could they lose anything, with all authority here rejected? If one said they were a pioneer, then they were a pioneer. After all, there was no way to check, and yet this being before them seemed to be able to do just that, so? His gaze, now icy, turned towards the remaining 4 humanoid entities. Any chance that you all are pioneers? Immense silence reigned in. Nobody else dared to step up until the white-furred simian woman rose up with a cold gaze. Her eyes were radiating a dim light of coldness as she spoke out somberly. These 3 are useless things, but you can have a bit of my blood every day if you want. All I want to know is how that woman behind you can access such power. Is she of another lineage? A miniature titan? Progeny of dragons? Are all able to access a smidgen of authority unlike everyone else? She rose and asked multiple questions. Noah raised his brows at her as he affirmed, you are a pioneer, white hair all over her body. Simian in nature, this woman came forward and took another clay bowl that Noah put forward, taking out her own knife within her robes and making a cut on her palm as she slowly filled up a small bowl with blood. You can check for yourself. Her gaze was firm. Noah took the clay bowl and passed it to Infiniverse once more, who disappeared into the Infiniverse Megalos seed, his eyes expectant as this may just be the real deal. Chapter 34:22 Giving a monster wings. 2. Within a certain frequency of existence, inside Omniverse X999, within the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed, surrounded by utterly intense weavings and swirling multicolored brilliance, the Infiniverse Megalos body watched with bright eyes as something came through the center of the multicolored pool. After the shocking revamp done through the hands of Barbados with over 30,000 utterly complex runes of existence, the speed, quantity, and quality at which things traveled across the frequency gateway was much faster. No longer was it just 1/100th or a fraction of what was sent in, there was still some loss in quantity, but nowhere near as drastic as it was before, and at this moment, finally, the waters of the multicolored sea trembled as from it, a crimson drop of blood rose and slowly became painted with white gold brilliance as from it, a terrifying aura erupted, an aura of potency, an aura of power. An aura of something that had engineered its own path, pioneer. The eyes of the Infiniverse Megalos seed pulsed with a terrifying light as she felt the genuine aura of a pioneer blooming from the drop of white gold blood. She wanted to celebrate such a stupendous achievement as she looked back, only to see the enclosed obsidian domain the size of a world where Ozymandias had taken Barbados and floating silently in the distance. The Infiniverse knew her master had now gone hours without any of his clones seeing his companions in the Infiniverse Megalos seed, and he seemed to be making up for all this lost time on Barbados alone as he took her within that enclosed domain and even dilated time within it. The Infiniverse even saw multiple multicolored runes of existence arise and swirl around this obsidian domain, these runes radiating the singular word of time. A few minutes out here could be hours or days inside of that small enclosed domain, as her master should have gotten to know this new Barbados quite a bit. As the Infiniverse looked at the obsidian domain, brilliance flickered from it as Ozymandias showed himself, his body pulsing with much heavier complexity as he seemed to have made tremendous gains. The Infiniverse looked at him with raised brows as she asked lightly, dual cultivation with a source complexity entity, is that fruitful? She asked lightly as Ozymandias smiled while shaking his head, more than we can even imagine. But she is too restricted and cannot even reveal 1/10 of her source here, otherwise her people will track her. Obtaining a globule of blood of a pioneer was successful. Ozymandias felt the purity and potency of his existence as he couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. The blood of a source complexity entity, even if they had just entered this complexity like Barbados, would be even more potent. But she was also restricted on this, as what she termed her entanglement would get even worse if parts of her were spread into those of this weaving of existence and utilized to accomplish anything. But the effects of dual cultivation alone were tremendous, as his complexity had more than doubled since he began his discussions with Barbados. He sent a clone out after he felt the blazing aura of a pioneer as he now looked at a dazzling globule of blood. Yes, Master, the Infiniverse spared one. Last glance into the obsidian room before her hand made a motion towards the white gold drop of blood. Their confirmation that this unwanted entry into hell terra firma. Was actually bound to be an unfathomable opportunity. Noah was already monstrous, Ozymandias was already monstrous. This was akin to giving terrible monsters wings to fly even faster when they were already steamrolling everything even faster than the speed of light. Good. Ozymandias nodded with a smile as the white gold drop of blood eventually fell into his hands. Globule of blood of a pioneer, Nissa, the scattered. Severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer have been determined to belong to the great pioneer that went missing decades ago from an unknown frequency. On the 10th cycle of her life, she severed all attachments and weavings that bound her, attaining a severed state of existence. On the 11th cycle of her life, she finally pioneered her own weavings above severing. A drop of her blood has generated the capability for you to sever a single, small aspect of your own weavings, including but not limited to individual concepts, individual values, and individual techniques. Anything severed will be unshackled from the common norms of existence, even allowing you a sense of definition for the individual severing. Truly, a drop of blood of a pioneer was collected, and he could continue to do so from Pioneer Nissa in the hell terra firma every single day, if he could obtain more pioneers that he could use akin to blood bags consistently. He could obtain a source of loot that allowed him to sever existential shackles of every single ordinance he had. Even without the process of amalgamation with them, that was how terrifying this was. Others had the threat of collapse of their existence during amalgamation and existence severing, while he went about it in such a terrifyingly different way as the results were obscene. He took the globule of blood into his body as he voiced out silently, "Sever outerversal, WUU, outerversal." Physiology. Megalos regnum. What hung over them and held them together would soon be bathed with a glorious light of severing as at the same time, Ozymandias waved his hands and caused the appearance of a blacksmith's forge the size of a cosmos to bloom behind them. Light was already brightly burning in this forge as multiple dazzling items were already inside of it, and they were spat out at this moment as they included thin but extremely durable body armor, sets of white, crimson, and golden full body armors, spears, swords, crossbows, guns, cases of bullets, military-grade equipment, helmets, and many others, things that look like the equipment to adorn a terrifying army. The material utilized was meant to be as light as a feather while holding tremendous durability and heaviness, this being easy work for the forge of the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed. Such an assortment of equipment floated out of the forge and towards the center of the multicolored sea below them. The eyes of Ozymandias radiating a terrifying light as he spoke, "My other self will have to obtain more pioneers. Countless are to be found across the settlements and lands of hell terra firma. As for this, he will have access to resources that others cannot even imagine in this hellish lands. They could send things out of hell terra firma as this was a hard hurdle. What about sending things in? Ozymandias didn't even bother to ask as dazzling sets of equipment were thrown into the multicolored sea. Chapter 34:23 Giving a Monster Wings. 3. It was a ridiculous occurrence. Hell terra firma was a place where authority was absolutely rejected, and a place where countless entities from all sorts of weavings of existence could find themselves drawn into. Most of the time, it was accidental, other times, it was through the hands of others as it was intentional, but whichever way it was, once someone arrived there, they would be faced with a complete rejection of mana and everything else and be reduced to an extremely weak state. Nobody out of all those arriving in hell terra firma was prepared for it. They would not have the resources nor the weapons to utilize, as if someone was lucky to be holding a weapon or armor at the time of their disappearance into this frequency. They would continue to have this beside them, but even a weapon made of the most sacred metal would lose their most powerful quality and be reduced to something normal. Even if one held an entire treasure vault of resources, weapons, and food inside a spatial ring, spatial necklace, or an isolated space deep inside of them, they wouldn't be able to access it as there was no such thing as authority to get through to these spaces and take things out, so there could be no preparation for hell terra firma, and such a thing was absolute. It was a now, there was no Osmont. He also did not have any preparations as he initially found himself in the same state as everyone else, with only a slight change as those accompanying him were too unique. The makeup of the Infiniverse Megalos seed allowed her a shred of workings, Ruination's unique composition allowed more strength to be expressed from her. And now an utter violation of rules that all others were bound to was about to take place as Ozymandias observed the uniquely crafted items disappear into the multicolored sea that was pulsing with the support of thousands of constellation runes of existence. Each one was made with the knowledge that authority did not work on hell terra firma. So the material used had to be those that retained their state in nature without the influence of authority, not an armor built as the authority. Inside it made it impenetrable, but an armor made with metal or crystals that were naturally hard in nature. Ozymandias utilized combinations of tungsten, gold, titanium, osmium, cesium, diamond, topaz, and more to construct armaments and weapons that would be nearly unbreakable in nature, with others granted malleability and softness, as even heavy armor and huge weapons were forged with extremely light metal to the point that even a child could lift them. Survival gear to treat wounds, antibiotics, pain medication, containers filled with water, containers filled with foods, and much more were sent into that pool as these resources that were of terrifying scarcity in Hell Terra Firma. Ozymandias was about to flood them into this place. Just thinking of what his other self could accomplish with all this caused his outer versal authority being severed currently to dance with glee and expectations. In the unfathomable frequency known as Hell Terra Firma, in a minuscule corner of a settlement, the Infiniverse stared at the Infiniverse megaloseed that had a much larger pool of water floating underneath the extremity vein. All of this influenced by the shocking number of runes of existence on the other side. What they could send back vastly increased in quality and quantity as currently they were observing the opposite action, sending things here. It wouldn't be hard, would I dash? Say, the multicolored pool flickered with a dim radiance as, one after another, items began to rise on its surface as if they had been here all along. Glittering armaments, weapons, and other items began to bubble and rise on the surface of the pool. The eyes of Infiniverse lit up as she grabbed them one after another, taking them from the pool and placing them towards a corner of the Infiniverse megaloseed. As very quickly, ruination, the Infiniverse megalo's body called with hurriedness as there were just too many things bubbling up. Ruination quickly went over as her eyes lit up at the sight of the items, and she began to quickly take them out of the Infiniverse and pile them behind Noah. She was sorting weapons in one area, armor in another, and survival tools in other areas. Hearing the commotion, Noah, who was talking to the white-furred pioneer Nissa, rose up and walked back as well. Nissa was able to see the massive structure of the Infiniverse megaloseed as at this moment. Her eyes opened wide in incredulity as she saw a large number of things being taken from it, gradually beginning to form a small mountain. As what she saw was so terrific that subconsciously, her figure couldn't remain standing as her knees hit the gray earth. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was seeing correctly. Armors and weapons, and were those containers and bottles holding extremely pure water? That, her mind buzzed as the other unidentified does in the background couldn't see Pioneer with as much detail. Noah came forward at the increasing piles of treasures and smiled with a terrifying devilish glint, his hands looking over all of them before he went forward and picked up a thin and loose golden fabric. A bodysuit that was undoubtedly made with his measurements as it felt soft to the touch, yet even a bullet would not be able to pass through it. The current clothes he had on were taken off of his body as his bare ass was exposed to the figure of Pioneer Nissa in the back, who was gazing at this all incredulously, and Noah adorned the protective bodysuit right away. He then reached out towards golden boots, briefs, chestplate, and gloves that were all part of a matching full body armor, their heaviness being almost non-existent even though they could easily knock away even armor-piercing rounds of bullets. Chapter 34:24 Giving a monster wings. 4. It felt as comfortable and light as if he were adorning silk robes. And yet their might could likely smash away a normal human. He looked at his visage, which was now covered by 2 layers of armor, as he felt a sense of protection. As a normal human, he could die here at any time. Having protective measures would greatly ease his mind. He looked at the other items piling up into a mountain before him as he took 2 bottles of water, throwing one towards the dazed Pioneer Nissa while he drank the other. Relishing the clean taste, he spoke out valiantly, "Our cooperation will be a beneficial one. You let me know of any others like you pioneers, whether in this settlement or others. Keep providing blood daily, and you will live a comfortable life here that others can only dream of." His eyes burned with ambition. He had arrived in a place where force was contained, strength ruled, and nobody had an exorbitant amount of it. It was all equal. The only differences came in body types, as massive animals like titans or dragons who formed their own settlements would still be formidable foes. Among them, there may be pioneers, or even source complexity existences, and Noah wanted them all. Ambition coursed across his body as he grabbed another set of armor and threw them towards the first pioneer to offer her blood to him, the dazzling gold armaments landing on her feet as she stared at them dazedly. In a few more seconds, the sound of steps echoed out from behind as Infiniverse came out. Her hand holding a piece of paper that listed a catalog of every single thing sent over so far. Noah accepted it and read through everything as his eyes lit up even more. Behind him, Ruination appeared while carrying a massive obsidian case twice her size, and she laid it down on the gray earth while pressing a button at the very center that caused this case to open up its compartments. Within, a neon crimson gold bodysuit could be seen, the clothes adorning Ruination falling off as an exquisite naked figure briefly showed itself with an ample chest and waist before seconds later, it was wrapped up in the neon crimson gold battlesuit. The case seemed to hold multiple compartments as at the very center. A glistening obsidian purple sniper rifle lay shining with a dangerous glint as Ruination picked it up and checked it before she swung it behind her back. In the compartment, there were also 2 golden Desert Eagle pistols that she grabbed and checked before they were holstered on straps on the sides of her thighs. She then picked out 2 katanas with golden handles and white blades, their sharpness even being felt from afar as they were also sheathed on preset components of her battlesuit. On her back, she seemed to be pulling one terrifying weapon after another and placing it on her body as by the time she was done, she could mutilate and cut up ordinary men in a manner where they wouldn't even know what had just happened. She then came to stand behind Noah like a hardened general as she stared forth coldly. Noah was staring at the catalog of all things brought over as he voiced out to the Infiniverse, "Let me have the miniature polyacrylate housing unit number 1, miniature polyacrylate housing unit." Something designed by the Infiniverse Megalos seed herself that was made up of preset constructed structure through materials that were known as hydrophilic polymers or superabsorbent polymers. All they needed was to absorb water, and they would rapidly expand to their preset shape. The Infiniverse modified them to also have a sense of hardness as at this moment, she brought the miniature polyacrylate housing unit number 1 to Noah. By all means, it looked like a small Eton castle that a child could play with, but Noah took it and walked to the clearing behind them where the old house of Warlord Maxis used to be. "Move back," he gave a simple command to the others as he set the miniature castle on the ground, using the half-drunk bottle of water in his hands as he poured it onto the miniature polyacrylate housing unit number 1. His own figure dashed away right after as in a few seconds. The miniature castle absorbed every drop of water on it, and without the usage of any authority it instantly and rapidly began to expand. The ground shook as if a giant had stepped down, and before anyone could even blink, a glistening silver castle with 3 pointed peaks appeared before them. Pioneer Nissa's jaw opened wide. The other inhabitants of Hell Terra Firma, who had been here for months or years, looked at this scene in utter shock and horror as they wondered what the hell was going on. They couldn't use any authority, right? So what exactly was this being doing? None of them had an answer as Noah looked at the dazzling work of science before him, walking to it and touching its walls that felt like concrete at this moment. He opened its silver doors and looked within as he saw a long hall leading into it, and other doors that led to other rooms, a place fit for an emperor to sleep in. Not these snacks within this settlement. He smiled at this progression of events as he spoke out other sets of commands. Set up the miniature polyacrylate defense walls around this whole area, and let us get ready with all the means to raise and equip an army. His words betrayed his wild ambition. He had to get his hands on more rare entities that were weak and powerless in this place. Their blood and very being would serve as fuel for power as in the future to come. He would go across Hell Terra Firma while finding a way out of this. As for those who put him here, the figures within the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse, they would face the wrath and gratefulness of Ozymandias alone, as they may not even be alive by the time he got out of here. Chapter 34:25 Giving a Monster Wings. The wrath and gratefulness of Ozymandias, both would have to be felt hand in hand, as even though coming to this place was a plot others made against him, he was about to turn even this place into a tremendous fortune. Wrath because they potentially trapped him in a place he could not leave. Gratefulness because, oh man, things were going to be turned upside down due to it. Adorned in a radiantly gold set of armament, Noah stared at the cluster of many more things behind him as he prepared. Around the same period of time, within the source frequency of the Infiniverse Megalos seed, in the Expanse, the visage of Pioneer Heracles was back at the point of origin where many things had occurred, and the place where strings of existence had been snapping left and right with varying frequency. This time, he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by equally terrifying auras of other pioneers of existence of the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse. 2 were humanoid entities with white wings stretching out behind their backs, white robes covering their bodies as their faces seemed to be burning with crackling white flames. One was a massive silver feathered phoenix, her eyes piercing and radiating a cold light, and lastly, there was a calm-looking man in green robes and a bamboo hat who was gazing at everything with a serene gaze. Snap! Just then, yet another string of existence snapped as the gazes of all pioneers here became even colder. "When did you say this all began?" one of the figures with white wings asked succinctly while Pioneer Heracles answered while waving his hands. "We were following up on a unique weaving of existence and came across the scene." Above them, an illusory scene bloomed that showed a radiant blankverse becoming covered by a gray radiance that rapidly devoured it and everything contained within it. Seeing such a scene, the two winged pioneers were shocked as they looked at each other while one whispered, "The irredeemable frequency." The words alone seemed to induce a sense of somberness as the other pioneers turned quiet, a place even they talked about in hushed tones, and even then there were some who didn't even delve into this field as they didn't know much about it. This was the case as the Silver Phoenix looked at the winged pioneers and asked sharply, "Frequency? What are you all talking about?" It was an extremely sensitive subject. For the most part, if others didn't know, it wasn't easily spread. After all, the little others knew regarding other frequencies of existence, the better. It is a taboo subject. But if strings of existence began to snap in this location after such an event occurred, then this is definitely something that needs their attention. I will pass this information above. They had to get even more powerful beings involved. With that statement, a progression of events unfolded one after another. A little bit of time passed, and in another region filled with complex weavings and dazzling runes of existence, a spatial light flashed as, "Sir Bob, something seems to have occurred." A figure appeared in the midst of truly complex weavings of existence and spoke towards an entity with an entirely hairless round head. "Huh? What? Where?" A glint of light shone on the circular head as the singularities of his eyes looked out sharply. An instant later, the newly appearing figure released a ball of light towards Sir Bob, who caught it seamlessly, and he obtained a burst of information as his eyes gradually turned extremely devilish. Before any time could pass, his figure disappeared entirely. A single string of existence within the expanse pulsed with light. After that, as in a short period of time, the visage of Bob was spat out from this single golden string of existence to arrive at the area where many other strings were snapping. The instant he arrived, all weavings here froze, as all pioneers that were here, Heracles included, all froze as if the weavings of existence were no longer moving for them. Bob looked around as he saw the gaps caused by non-existent strings, and he sighed as he waved his hands right after, the illusion of time being reversed as every single event that had played out began to rewind and be observed by him. He saw the first string that had snapped, he saw what happened before even a single string snapped, he saw the blankverse that was very much recognizable to him, the blankverse he had given away to the ninth one. Inside of this blankverse, there was a humanoid figure he very much remembered, as this figure was gazing out with power and anger even while facing the light of inevitability. When he got to this point, his singularities for eyes flashed with a sharp light. As soon after, he observed the silver-black light, the light that influenced many things and held the blankverse in place while the light of inevitability was cast on it. The reason that being had come to him and obscured his gaze. It was all for this event to be carried out with surety, as now, after this event, these inexplicable changes occurred. Strings of existence were snapping and disappearing, and nobody knew why. The logos of the wheel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. One day, you all are going to hit something far too heavy, and you will not be able to bear the weight. Since I am here, you all must know about this as well. What is it that you plan to do? Can you bear this weight? He spoke calmly as his words showed his anger, his contained rage. But even though he seemed to be speaking to himself in this frozen set of weavings, a voice soon rang out thereafter a distance away, veiled in the gaps of existence. We are looking into our database. Spanning an unknown number of frequencies of the wheel, we should be able to find a matching event and resolve this entanglement soon. Chapter 34:26 Giving a Monster Wings. 6. They should be able to find something matching this event, as they would observe how it was solved in other frequencies and resolve it here as well. Or so the voice stated. Bob didn't even look at the source of this voice as he shook his head. You all do not get it, WAA, this isn't some event you can reverse or repair. For the past eons, there has been talk of a change. Of something coming. You can scour your databases again and again, but I doubt you will find anything there. And now, ting, in these frozen weavings of existence where even Pioneer Heracles and others were stuck and unable to know what was going on. Another set of strings of existence snapped all at once. Bob observing the point of snap as after that, these strings recoiled backwards and disappeared towards the stretches of the expanse. After that, all weavings in the surrounding areas subtly began to change as he even sensed this. It was a truly minuscule amount of change, but he sensed it. The concentration of the weavings of authority themselves reduced, and they were already at a level far below when the event itself had unfolded. If this continued, when this process reaches an irreversible point, around Bob's body, maddening waves of silent authority began to bubble and seethe as his circular head glinted with danger. When this process reaches an irreversible point, I will wage war with all of your logos of the wheel for your hand in this. You can prepare for that in advance for the hand you laid in this. His voice carried a shocking amount of power as the veiled entity hearing this became extremely somber. That will only cause a propagation of more chaos. We have no need nor intention to fight and are only looking after the welfare of the wheel, just like you. The voice was stern as it spoke, as if it wanted to convey a threat, and yet at the same time knew that it was hard to threaten this being. What you look for are benefits and profits for yourselves. The wheel does not need us to look after it. It matters not, just know and prepare. After Bob spoke these words, he raised his limbs up and breathed out calmly, waiting for a few seconds before, ting, another string of existence snapped, but this time, he was ready for it as he moved extremely quickly, his hands shooting out at speeds many times faster than light as his limbs shot forward and grasped onto the two sides of the snapped string. He reached out and actually held them in both hands, the force of this single string being far too heavy as his arms shook. From holding the two sides, they wriggled like snakes in his hands as he tried to bring them back together, but this action itself seemed to be absolutely impossible, as if he was trying to bring the skies and earth together. Boom! An explosive force boomed out as the two sides of the string slipped across his hands, his palms burnt with the skin on them shredded as he looked on with calmness. Everything began to heal rapidly as he spoke again after failing in his intervention. Remember, when this reaches an irreversible point, your logos of the wheel and I will be at war. A singular point was reinforced as immense silence settled into the surroundings, only to be broken when, ting, another string snapped, and the hands of Bob shot out again to grasp onto the split ends, only for things to end the same way as before. But this didn't mean he could stop, so he continued. As this occurred, quite a distance away from here, there was another cluster of powerful forces in the expanse where outerversal morphons nested with power and eldritch horror. It was the primal eldritch palace of the expanse. The Great Mother and Great Segregator were looking at Ozymandias with difficult gazes while speaking. The immovable sacred palace of the expanse has multiple pioneers of existence overseeing it, with many forces aligned to the wheel passing through and making their homes there due to its safety. If the instrument truly wishes to attack them, you will need the support of multiple pioneers. Not just from the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, but other eldritch palaces as well. As for how you can convince pioneers to join your cause, it was difficult, far too difficult. Why would entities who had already severed their existence and pioneered a path unique to them risk their very being just because another entity wanted to wage war? What was in it for them? Even the Great Mother looked troubled as she wondered how conflict could have arisen between the instrument of the Beyonder and the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. After listening to the words of the Great Segregator and Great Mother, Ozymandias gazed out with utter tyranny and regality as his body began to ebb and flow with tumultuous waves of complexity. Fine, I'll do it myself. From him, it was as if shackles came unbound as a light of severing erupted out from his body. Severing, the Great Mother, who was still a cusp away from this, watched on with incredulity and stupor as her tentacles were far too dazed, looking at Ozymandias as if he were a terrifying monster. Waves of outerversal authority erupted all around and then flooded into the body of Ozymandias, his very existence seemingly undergoing elevation. As if anyone were to look, they would undoubtedly observe a light of existence severing. But, oh great instrument, you only just declared your ordinance. The limbs of the Great Mother trembled as she bellowed out, seemingly questioning him regarding amalgamation that he entirely skipped over to arrive at existence severing. Yet Ozymandias had a calm gaze as a wondrous complexity bloomed around him. Who said I had to undergo amalgamation before severing? Who said? It was such a blatant question that the Great Mother and the Great Segregator were dazed with no answer. Chapter 34-27 Campaign. To have even an ounce of chance against existence severing, one had to undergo amalgamation with their ordinance and raise their level of complexity. The key was complexity. If it was too weak, the severing would fail and their existence would collapse. So many spent a great number of years to ensure that their complexity was great enough before they attempted severing. It had to be done this way. This was the natural progression. But then, there was Noah, there was Ozymandias. When it came to the methodology Ozymandias and Noah used, there was a single point about it that made it impossible for others to do the same. The blood of a pioneer allowed him to sever a small part of himself, a small part. For him, severing a single ordinance was a small part of himself. For others, Severing a single ordinance meant severing all of themselves. It could not be done, only if someone had multiple ordinances, and they were considered small parts of who they were. Could this methodology of the globules of blood of pioneers be utilized, at this moment, as Ozymandias established the severing of a single part of himself in the expanse? Another part of him in Megalosaneer that was undergoing the same experience was faced with a rapid change in development, inside of an enclosed domain where even time was dilated and stretched out. Ozymandias had been enjoying a lavish time with Barbados when, at this moment, her figure instantly rose from his arms with a stern expression as a silver-black radiance rapidly converged around her body and shrouded her. Her expression was cloudy as she started off somberly. Something had happened, and I was called to be questioned. Ozymandias became somber at her words as the last thing Barbados had done was aid in an event that took away his other self. What happened? He didn't like the word questioned, but the expression on Barbados continued to deteriorate rapidly as she spoke out hastily while also waving her hands. I must wipe out any traces of our entanglement to ensure they don't find you. Do not seek me out. If things settle, I will find you. She spoke hurriedly as she released a ball of multicolored brilliance towards Ozymandias before she disappeared. A silver-black radiance briefly flashed from her and covered all of Omniverse X999 before everything returned to calmness, as if nothing had ever occurred in the first place. Ozymandias caught the multicolored ball of brilliance as it melded into him and granted an explosion of information. What she couldn't say before she left, the reason why she would be questioned, it seemed that from the position where his blankverse was swallowed by the weavings of inevitability, something was occurring, strings of existence were snapping, and energy overall was reduced in that area. Ozymandias had a calm expression as he gazed out of the isolated realm and towards the multicolored sea surrounded by thousands of runes of existence. Across it, there was an overlapping body of water in a frequency where all authority was rejected. There were no weavings of energy there, and now, from the location where Noah entered these weavings from, strings of existence were snapping while energy began to reduce in that area. Ozymandias mused to himself, there was no such thing as a coincidence. On his body, outerversal authority continued rising up in intensity as he thought of this issue closely. At such a moment, inside of Ozymandias, within the deepest parts of complexity that made him, in a domain formed from multicolored radiance that was shadowed by a starry obsidian glint in the background. Dense lines of different colors stretched throughout, making this region look like a dazzling space. Filled with intricate webs of weavings, on these vibrant lines, figures stood or floated as they emanated tremendous tyranny and regality. They all looked like variations of a single devilishly handsome young emperor, variations of Noah. One was covered in purple-violet robes as he emanated complex waves of entropy, another was valiantly blue, a river of blue and an infinity symbol spinning around him as he was infinity, mana dynamics, destiny, Helios, summoning, Genesis, loot, tyranny. All of the ordinances born from Noah Osman stood in this spot as they gazed at each other. Towards the higher positions of this multicolored domain filled with intersecting lines, the grand visage of quintessence sat off freely to the side as its gaze was also towards a central area on the same level where it stood, a golden line that held two figures standing close to each other and emanating intense waves of complexity that far exceeded all others here. One was adorned in golden robes inscribed with hundreds of dazzling wheels, a rotating golden wheel spinning below his feet while a necklace and earrings that looked like bejeweled wheels were adorned on him. His face showed Noah's coldness and apathy as beside him, stellar black radiance shone to show a visage more similar to Ozymandias with just as much complexity. It was Kuklos and outerversal. The severed ordinances Kuklos and outerversal, they sat grandly while emanating intense waves of power, but it was not them who spoke first at this council. Can you all feel it? A stern voice echoed out. It was none other than Quintessence himself as he started things off in this meeting. Asking a question they all understood, dazzling wheels spun around Kuklos as he stared at Quintessence and others while replying succinctly, something is coming. Something far bigger than anything we have come across. They all felt the same sensation. They weren't clueless, even if they all chose to be purposefully clueless and laid back. They were very clearly and verbally told by a being like Bob that a change was coming. And now, many things seemed to be occurring and falling into places. They had to prepare, they had to enact a vision, a plan for the future to prepare for what is coming. Whatever comes, we will overcome it just like we always do. From a radiant purple line, Tyranny spoke out with regality as the gazes of other ordinances landed on him, but the visage of destiny replied, always is not guaranteed. We were helpless before the light of inevitability that drew us in, yes? Silence settled in, Chapter 34-28 Campaign 2. Multiple weavings of Noah Osmont met at this moment as a rare moment of silence settled in within a space filled with terrifying personalities and complexities. Nothing was guaranteed. Destiny had an extremely cold expression as he looked at everyone. A single misstep or mistake for others is okay. A misstep for us is catastrophic, our pull into the lands of hell terra firma. If the Infiniverse Megalos seed did not have its unique qualities to operate by a thin margin and ensure the safety of the Alathian havens, quintillions would have died. Quintillions. From a single misstep. We can't afford to be like others. We can't afford any mistakes whatsoever. Destiny almost looked enraged and angry at himself for not seeing what had occurred before it occurred. We've been able to get a read on the future before. Learn of massive events before they occurred. Different viewpoints. Protagonists had advances most recently that allowed gazing at cycles of our journey. But all of this, when applied to the larger frequencies of the wheel of existence, the types of complexities and existences that move within it, could not give much. None of us ever knew of this event occurring before it did, and this is a failure in itself. All others listened silently as it was the dazzling golden figure of destiny speaking out without filter at this moment. In the hard silence that followed, a brilliant multicolored light flashed as the glorious manifestation of Megalos that spoke out with mystery. Our lives are determined by the sum of all the choices we made. This is the only determination. The choices ones that we alone make. Not what lies outside of us, not what powerful entities are out there. Not what terrifying complexity of enemies there could be out there. The choice to birth Ozymandias allowed us to not be entirely helpless and stuck in hell terra firma like all others. The choice to raise the Infiniverse Megalos seed to its current stage. The choice of raising ruination. The sum of all these choices continue to define us and where we are now. So if we want to go to a different place in definition, we simply have to make choices that take us there. A change that nobody knows of is coming, yes, and we simply have to make the choices to ensure that no matter what change comes, we can overcome it. The words of the Megalos echoed out across this council as many ordinances seemed to be pondering, and amidst this pondering, "Just tap me in," a voice echoed out. Many eyes turned towards it as the visage of a golden-robed manifestation lay down on a white string while throwing a singularity in his hand up and down. It was none other than Cheats. He fiddled with a singularity as he turned his head towards all the others and continued, "This hell terra firma was a setback and the next big stage of opportunity. We have already begun to violate its most basic rules. As if we are successful in utilizing authority within a place all authorities are rejected, our growth would rapidly continue to scale upwards to reach these entities who have lived for millions and billions of years. I'm pretty sure if I get the next globule of blood of a pioneer, and more globules after that, I could use my severed distinction to slowly expand what can pass through that sea." Cheats. Can be a ridiculous idea for a concept. Or something that could potentially destroy any semblance of rules and balance if truly applied. In the end, it will be a choice. Just another choice to add to the sum of choices that define us, but that is my take on all this. A proposition was made. In the distance, the protagonist seemed to be brooding as he stayed quiet, while all others thought about what was just said. Well, another option is leaning into Kuklos even more. It all deals with the frequencies of the wheel, so if we gain a better understanding of it, maybe we can more easily bypass these limitations. But in that case, we know that there are existences who understand the wheel of existence far more than we do. And even those beings cannot do anything regarding hell terra firma. So maybe that's not the path to go. Cheats spoke languidly again as amidst the thoughtful silence of all ordinances, the visage of Quintessence rose up while voicing out coldly, "All in favor of Cheats, say aye." A daring question, and one that after a few seconds, I, resounding answers boomed out all around. All of them were different complexities. Different personalities, but all of them were the will of Noah Osmont. The will of Ozymandias. It was akin to a single being talking to himself and coming to a conclusion after a short while, and a shocking conclusion was reached this time around as it was centered around utter violation. How could a frequency be violated in the most obscene ways possible? A question was asked. And there would be an answer. Hell terra firma, inside a small settlement, within the gates of the polyacrylate defense walls that bloomed up from water being added to them, at its very center, an air balloon slowly began to rise as within its enclosed basket, the figures of Noah, Ruination, and Pioneer Nissa could be seen as they were setting off for the first target of a beginning campaign. Left behind was the Infiniverse Megalos body, which had to ensure the safety of the Infiniverse. Megaloseed, with terrifying weapons and defensive measures laid out as currently, a huge dome could be seen at the center of this location that covered the Infiniverse Megaloseed entirely. But Noah and Ruination were setting off as a larger settlement where the warlord is known to be a pioneer, and the generals around him are also theorized to be as such. Let's go collect more fuel, shall we? The start of a campaign. Ruination nodded at Noah's words as she pulled on a few mechanisms, the balloon above slowly beginning to rise as they went towards a certain direction. Pioneer Nissa still looked at all of this in a daze as the golden-armored Noah turned to her. North, you said, their current guide to this journey, and a blood bag to continue obtaining blood daily. She nodded dazedly as the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian began a campaign of conquest with an extremely small force currently. Chapter 34-29 Campaign 3. Noah had gone across many campaigns of conquests that held varying difficulties. He had conquered worlds, galaxies, universes, cosmos, and more as his scale of war was vast, so what difficulty could a settlement of entities born of matter pose to him, when they had most held tools like blunt swords, clubs, and bow and arrows? The answer was that it was not even worth mentioning. This was why against a few thousand beings, he only brought and planned to deploy a single soldier. In the span of half an hour after the hot air balloon designed by the Infiniverse and brought into hell terra firma flew out of the first unnamed settlement, it arrived and floated above the settlement mentioned by Pioneer Nissa. A much larger settlement that actually held viable defensive walls, and the many buildings within actually held structure as if they were made of clay and would giving a sense of order and neatness as if an architecture had designed many things here. Noah looked down at the settlement below as he smiled and spoke to Ruination. Make it quick. Do not kill unless you have to. After all, we are peaceful conquerors. He spoke such a calm command as Ruination nodded, and her figure encased in a neon battlesuit grabbed the edges of the basket they were in. And she jumped out. The air balloon was descending, and yet Ruination did not even wait as she shot down like a speeding bullet. Hell terra firma, a land of utter despair and nothingness. Teru arrived here a decade ago as he founded a settlement and formed a semi-structure of government with his remnant fighting techniques in mind. As an entity who had pioneered his own path, he ruled over many as there were over 100 omniverse he reigned over, but now, He shook his head with a sense of desolation as he left a bathroom that was essentially a deep pit dug underground, a small square hole left open as an opening for others to do their business. He actually had to shit. For the last decade, whether daily or every 2 days, someone like him had to do such a thing as defecate, a pioneer of existence. He ate lavish items and food filled with complexity as they were broken down into pure energy in his body. He never held a need to defecate or urinate, but now, he was reduced to this. He raised his eyes to the skies to curse this place he was thrown in out of nowhere once more when, He rubbed his eyes with hands that had only been washed with water and no soap. He thought he saw what looked to be a vessel in the skies, a vessel, in barren lands such as these that rejected life itself. How could such a thing appear? But as he stared up, it never left, and actually seemed to be coming closer, and then, he could swear he saw a human figure jump out of this vessel. What the fuck dash, boom, it was followed by a heavy impact at the center of the settlement moments later, the vibrations even traveling over to his current position as he felt his legs go weak. This day, it was the start of something that Teru would never forget for the rest of his life. Approximately 1 hour after this event, just 1 hour, and yet, the situation within the Greylife settlement that Teru had aptly named since its conception was a grim and quiet one. All those of high positions and power were lined up in the center of the settlement, Warlord Teru included, as his expression was one of shock and heaviness as he looked towards the woman who had come from the skies. She had decimated any ounce of defense inside this settlement in the span of a few minutes, and all the time that followed was her stating that if they did not resist, they would not be hurt or killed. Some tried to test their power and luck since that time, Warlord Teru included, as he had techniques of fighting ingrained in his bones when he was still a powerful personage before this, but the woman clad in weapons and with crisscross blades on her back felt like she was on a different level entirely, as if she wasn't even human. Her hands struck out at speeds he couldn't even see, and he found himself beaten to the ground and in great pain within seconds. His identity was then unveiled as the Warlord, and he dazedly answered all questions this woman asked, questions regarding other pioneers apart from him in this settlement, and minutes later, here they were. An eerie calmness and silence settled in this area as the terrifying woman stood silently while gazing above towards an air balloon that was just now arriving on the ground. Warlord Teru was kneeling along with 4 others who were known as past pioneers of existence before they arrived in the hell terra firma, their eyes that seemed to have all of their common sense broken, also gazing up at the descending air balloon. Hundreds of other humanoid entities watched on in the background as from the basket of the air balloon A man armored in golden brilliance head to toe stepped out. He looked at everything nearby as even his eyes were hidden, his body radiating an imposing air as he held a long golden spear that seemed nearly twice his size, and yet he wielded it effortlessly. The moment he arrived, everyone felt their hearts stifled as the magnetic gaze of this being came to lock onto Warlord Taru and the four other pioneers isolated in their own space. His voice was even more magnetic and carried a hint of regality as he called out to them. You five were past pioneers. It felt like an entity far higher in power was asking a question, as even Taru felt a stifling sensation to answer, and he thought carefully while analyzing everything he had seen in the last hour. And he nodded. The four beside him analyzed the recent events and came to the same conclusions, following along the lead of these powerful beings. Chapter 34:30 Campaign. For the moment they answered in affirmation that they were pioneers. The golden-armored man nodded as Taru could swear that a smile likely appeared under his gold helm. Good, a single word. This being then turned towards the terrifying woman who had taken down this whole settlement while asking information about other settlements, 3 that they routinely traded with. I've noted down their directions and distance based on their accounts, Master, Ruination answered succinctly as her words caused Warlord Taru to look at her and the golden-armored entity with a gaze that now seemed to understand. They were going from settlement to settlement. They were not the first, and they would certainly not be the last. The only question was, what did these beings want with pioneers in these forsaken lands with absolutely no authorities? Warlord Taru and the others had no idea, as the golden-armored man nodded at this moment, pointing to them and beckoning them towards the air balloon calmly. You 5 can make your way into the vessel. Your safety is guaranteed. Another pioneer there will explain what you can expect. Words that felt like a command more than anything were uttered out, and Taru and the others looked at each before they rose up, ignoring their injuries and walking towards the vessel. At this time, the golden-armored entity gazed at the masses of hundreds of other humanoid entities here, all poor souls that were just dragged into this place, and others were even born bare, as some children could be seen hiding behind others. Noah looked at all of them calmly as he asked, "All right, who do you all implicitly trust in this place? Apart from those I will be taking away, who did they implicitly trust?" A heavy question, and many of those in the surroundings looked at each other before the majority of the eyes came to land on a woman with a graceful temperament who currently shielded a few kids behind her, someone they all knew well based on her actions in the settlement. Noah nodded at this as he motioned with his hands, and Ruination quickly moved to remove something from the air balloon, a silver set of armor and sword. She threw the silver set of armor and sword over to the woman many had looked towards, and this entity dazedly watched these armaments fall near her feet. You are now deemed a general under the banner of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. Continue overseeing this place and take in any new entrants that fall into Hell Terra Firma nearby. If you confirm anyone is a pioneer, keep tabs on them. I'll be back here routinely. He spoke towards her succinctly as he began to move back towards the air balloon that now held 6 total pioneers of existence. A quick entrance, and an equally quick exit. Once Ruination also came in and closed the latch of the vessel, it began rising to the skies once more as it only left behind hundreds of dazed entities. A woman stared at the silver armor on her feet with a stern expression, this past existence severing expert, thinking of many things as a moment later, she adorned the armament and grasped the sword. Those within Hell Terra Firma faced the sense of desolation and hopelessness every day, but they were extremely rapid to adapt, as each one normally held years of history and experience. Like a well-oiled machine, the cogs would soon and very quickly start to move as Noah began moving around Hell Terra Firma, collecting powerful individuals and installing leadership positions while extending his own influence. Omniverse X999, within the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed, above a vibrant multicolored sea surrounded by thousands of complex runes of existence, Ozymandias and the Infiniverse Megalos body floated powerfully while the latter spoke out her intent. Master, your other self and Ruination have just returned with 5 more pioneers from a second nearby settlement, and dash. In the middle of her words, the multicolored frequency gateway began to seethe and roil as from its depths. Radiant crimson drops of blood rose up that rapidly became filled with life and brilliance, each of these drops of blood radiating their own heart-shaking aura. Some became crimson gold globules of brilliance. Others became painted crimson purple or crimson white, but ultimately a total of 5 globules of blood of pioneers floated before Ozymandias and the Infiniverse Megalos body as the former smiled and waved his hands. These penultimate forms of loot coming forward as an illusory eye above him stared at them deeply. Globule of blood of a pioneer, Taru, The scattered severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer have been determined to belong to the great pioneer that went a decade ago from an unknown frequency. On the 50th cycle of his life, he severed all attachments and weavings that bound him, attaining a severed state of existence. On the 60th cycle of his life, he finally pioneered his own weavings above severing. A drop of his blood has generated the capability for you to sever a single, small aspect of your own weavings, including but not limited to individual concepts, individual values, individual techniques. Globule of blood of a pioneer, Orlo, : The scattered severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer have been determined to belong to the great pioneer that went missing years ago from an unknown frequency. Globule of blood of a pioneer, Sheila, : The scattered severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer. One by one, he observed them all to have similar details as they spun around his body gloriously before moments later he bellowed out and absorbed all five. Intense complexity burst out as the hard work of pioneers. Their literal blood flowed into Ozymandias and was then directed towards a single place, bathed the weavings of cheats utterly and completely. His commanding voice boomed out as the blood of different pioneers burned within him, a single ordinance being focused on as instead of one drop of blood of a pioneer going into it, 5 burned entirely for cheats instead. The result was bound to be a heavy one. Chapter 34-31 Deceive, Deceit, Cheat. Blood. The blood of a pioneer was heavy. It was the hard work of entities that had waded through cycles of weavings, and he was using it to prop himself up even higher. Such blood flowed through Ozymandias and bathed nothing else but cheats. The complexity of cheats is being tested. The light of severing covers cheats entirely, and it does so multiple times unlike any other parts of your weavings. Cheats. A single part of what made Noah Osmont. He was a man born of many things. And his power was the accumulation and convergence of a lot of factors. At times, a part of him shone more than others and took center stage. Infinity. Quintessence, mana, protagonist, loot. It varied over time which part of him took center stage, but each part was paramount to getting him where he needed to be. Under the agreement of all other parts of him, Cheats was propelled to the spotlight at this time. Cheats, a concept that, when placed in comparison to the likes of Infinity or Quintessence, may be considered lesser. May not be taken as seriously, but what exactly was Cheats? From Ozymandias, golden brilliance began to shine brightly as behind him, a golden robe fluttered into existence. Cheats, if one truly asked what it was, the answer was vast. Ozymandias looked at the multicolored sea before him as he spoke out. Infinite mana is a cheat, WAA, the Infiniverse Megalos seed is a cheat, ruination is a cheat, HUUM. As he spoke, an unfathomable gold radiance emerged from his figure. Yes. All the astounding things that Noah Osmont had that gave him an edge over others could be considered cheats, an unfair advantage or special ability, history, or lineage that allowed one to undergo extremely rapid progression compared to others and overcome obstacles impossible for others. This was the essence of Cheats, and was this not what he continued to do again and again? What others achieved in millions of years, in cycles, he achieved in days and weeks. Even now, the frequency of hell terra firma that denied all authority. What was he doing within it? He was violating everything it stood for, something impossible for others, and yet a reality for him. Cheats that had innately coursed through and held a hand in many parts of what made him. At this moment, it sought its recognition, its gravitas, boem. Stellar rivers of golden radiance erupted around Ozymandias and whipped around madly. The weavings of Cheats have been severed from the commonality and normalcy of existence once, tremendously elevating the complexity. The weavings of Cheats gaze at the remnant power of the globules of blood of pioneers and posed the question who decided that one could only undergo severing once, a simple question, yet it was one that caused the weavings of existence around Ozymandias to tremble left and right. His body radiated a pulse of power as a moment later, boom, the ordinance of Cheats has undergone a second severing of existence. A concept was severed and put alone on its own standing, outside the scope of other weavings of existence. This was existence severing, yet at this moment, Cheats severed its existence not once, but twice, and it didn't stop there. The ordinance of Cheats has undergone a third severing of existence. The ordinance of Cheats has undergone a fourth severing of existence. The ordinance of Cheats has undergone a fifth severing of existence, not once, not twice, but 5 times. 5 times, Cheats underwent cycles of 5 severings as the golden brilliance around Ozymandias became unfathomably pure, its concentration reaching maddening levels. Its complexity was stupendous as Ozymandias felt like he could more freely gaze at what made the weavings of existence, and then theorize how to utterly violate their weavings. This was the stage Cheats was going towards as while it began burning with the light of existence severing multiple times over, it felt its brand new complexity and began to act. The severed ordinance of Cheats looks at the many possible ways to violate the weavings of existence. It took but a moment after its multiple severings before it began. Cheats states that it stands in a league of its own. it should not have to conform to the established weavings of existence, and begins the establishment of the quintessential league of existence. Its own set of rules and principles. Dazzling concentrations of golden brilliance were being used and burned up, and yet they never ended being produced as from the depths of Ozymandias. Sheets pulled on mana freely. Blue brilliance was converted to golden brilliance as never-ending complex waves of power continued to spill out senselessly to design whatever Cheats had in mind, the quintessential league of existence. Its own set of rules and principles, such a fantastical weaving, began to bloom at this moment as Ozymandias stared at the multicolored sea. The coming change would be comprehensive, the coming change would be deadly, the coming change would violate far too many things. The guidelines of the quintessential league of existence under the banner of Cheats are being defined. The design of the relegation zone of existence has begun to unfold. The design of the banner of Invictus has begun to unfold. One after another, a ridiculous set of guidelines and principles began to unfold in a small corner of the megalozoneer of a unique spoke of the wheel, as this process began. In transcended weavings of existence, within the expanse, a terrific light of golden brilliance erupted within the core area of the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, the visage of Ozymandias within this place rising as on his fully starry obsidian body. White gold wings erupted from behind his back. The wings were gloriously laced with obsidian tentacles that further expressed their might and tyranny, his figure beginning to move away from the domain that the Great Segregator and Great Mother were in. Such an action caused them to be dazed as the Great Mother asked cautiously, "O instrument of the Beyonder, where are you going?" Chapter 34-32 Deceive, Deceit, Cheat. 2. The intent of the Great Mother was filled with instability as if she knew the answer to her question, but it was all that unbelievable that she still had to ask, where exactly could he be going right now? Without even looking back, the voice of Ozymandias echoed as he began to leave the primal eldritch palace of the expanse. To the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, of course. I said that I would do it myself. To the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. The Great Segregator heard such an answer as she stared forth incredulously. The Great Mother became silent as she stared at the back of the instrument of the Beyonder that did not stop moving. She had not known him for long, but she knew him not to be a fool. She didn't understand his reasons, she didn't know how or why the immovable sacred palace of the expanse had offended him. Naturally, she wanted to repeat that such a place was guarded by multiple pioneers of existence and likely over 100 existence-severing palace masters who all stemmed from different locations across the expanse. The expanse was vast as within it, many terrifying civilizations thrived, some transcended from the megalozoneer, megalos beyond, and megalos nihilos as they made different domains within the expanse their homes. Others were already naturally within the expanse, like the civilization known as Megalonians who thrived long ago within Megalos mountains in the gaps of the expanse. Of course, such a civilization had long since perished in the eons of history, but there were others similar to them in terms of history. Some of these powerful entities remained in their homes, and others sought opportunity elsewhere as they joined groups that had connections to terrifying connections and weavings. Groups that for as long as records were being written, they had existed. Some had origins relating to antimatter, others stemming from dark matter, and the most abstruse of all that stemmed from matter. The immovable sacred palace of the expanse was one such extension of a terrifying power stemming from the weavings of matter. Very rarely were there wars across different palaces in the expanse. The times that wars did arise were due to irreconcilable differences between two parties that drew many parties in, and such conflicts caused heavy death tolls across the weavings of this frequency. An example of such war was the one where a single being had been in the center of the Omnifather and what had occurred with the Megalonians of the Megalos Mountains. That war had carried heavy consequences, with countless entities dying due to it as a portion of the terrifying lineage of Golden Titans were even taken prisoner by the Omnifather. A terrifying time. A terrifying war. Such wars were not in line with the purpose of all being to elevate their complexity for as long as they could, but they did occur. At this moment in time, it would be laughable to even have the primal eldritch palace of the expanse attack the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, and yet even despite all of this, Ozymandias still moved. Even while knowing about pioneers of existence occupying that place while he was merely a newborn that had just now seemingly undergone severing, he still moved. The tentacles that made the infinity symbol that was the Great Mother trembled subtly as she laughed shrewdly thereafter. I have not been a good follower of the Beyonder. She felt all stress and worries leave her as on the next moment, she began to move towards the instrument of the Beyonder. As she did so, the shackles and weight that always held her back seemed to break, and her reservations regarding the next step broke as well. Her tentacles moved towards the Instrument of the Beyonder. As at the same time, she severed all her worries, she severed her existence. Boom, a terrifying aura began to emerge from her as she voiced out, I should never have doubted the instrument of the Beyonder. I should never have doubted the words of the great Beyonder. She wholly followed the weavings of the great Beyonder as if she was meant to be part of the weavings of the instrument. She would not die from a mere severing of existence, so she followed the instrument while severing her existence. The great segregator behind her gazing at the scene in a daze as two figures left the safe haven of the primal eldritch palace of the expanse. In moments, the Great Mother caught up to Ozymandias. As she asked with a jubilant tone, "O instrument, you know exactly where you need to go." Did he know the exact coordinates of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse? Towards such a question, Ozymandias just nodded as the vibrant wings behind his back fluttered. Invictus Maximus, they were incorporated into the terrifying weavings of cheats at this moment, as with them, all those entangled with me through any means of causality cannot hide. No matter if it is in these megalos or expanse, or even another weaving of existence entirely, his gaze radiated a terrifying gold light. They left the weavings of the primal eldritch palace of the expanse as Ozymandias felt the unique strings of existence around them, a dazzling eye opening up above him as he tugged on a certain string, tendrils of obsidian gold brilliance wrapping around him and the Great Mother as their figures turned into streaks of light that cruised on this string of existence. Its pathway ran straight towards the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. Within its depths, Pioneer Heracles sat amidst a sea of vibrant complexity, runes of existence swirling around him as he continued to feel a sense of unease. Ever since they undertook the tremendous mission to send the source weavings of the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian to that terrifying frequency, this unease had not faded. In fact, it only intensified with every passing hour since that event. The senses of a pioneer were extremely sensitive as he didn't just push away this feeling, he felt like something was coming. But he couldn't say what exactly. Chapter 34-33 Deceit, Cheat. 3. He shouldn't have any viable worries. He shouldn't be feeling like this when they had just locked away the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. So why was his head rose. He felt something, a ringing, a signal. Something new and foreign seemed to appear in a distant area as, at this moment, he heard a deep roar that seemed to be coming from the depths of the megalos beyond. Outer versal authority. He raised his brows as he felt the source behind the roar, its complexity heavy, but should at most be at existence severing. This shouldn't be something that even required someone like him to move as he remained seated where he was, only extending his eye of existence outwards to observe what was happening, and a moment later, a piercing roar filled with interminable power and heaviness boomed out that caused Pioneer Heracles' gaze to change. O immovable sacred palace of the expanse, the instrument of the Beyonder has come to pay a visit. The instrument of the Beyonder? Pioneer Heracles couldn't help but rise up as this dot was another calamity that appeared in the future, something along the same lines as the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian. But the instrument of the Beyonder was much more brutal. He swept out with waves of obsidian outer versal authority and poisoned everything into his image, altering entire portions of the megalos and the expanse. Why would he appear here? First the Infiniverse Dowager and Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian, and now the instrument of the Beyonder. What the hell was going on with this frequency of existence to have all of these entities here? And it appearing just after two other calamities were sent away. Was this connected? Pioneer Heracles had a heavy gaze as moments later, Palace Master Antiope and Nisa appeared in his domain, their gazes also somber. Outside of a dazzling Blancverse domain that contained countless wonders, smaller Blancverse domain could be seen around this general area, and with the golden strings of existence crossing through everything. This whole area looked like a gorgeous paradisiacal land. Meanwhile, inside the largest Blancverse domain, massive white and gold castles, towers, and monuments floated inside of this Blancverse domain, its equivalent length being a few times larger than a normal omniverse as it contained countless intricacies within it. It also held a concentrated amount of powerful forces that nobody would dare to freely stand against. Thousands of ordnance amalgamation entities, tens of thousands below them in other states of existence, over 100 existence-severing palace masters, and an unknown number of pioneers of existence. Just thinking of these forces alone would fill one with trepidation and make them stay far away. Yet Ozymandias arrived here with the Great Mother in tow, her tentacles shining with a glorious luster of severing as she bellowed out, "O immovable sacred palace of the expanse, the instrument of the Beyonder has come to pay a visit. O immovable sacred palace! O immovable sacred palace!" It rang out, resonated, and boomed out multiple times over. The reaction was swift as moments later, within the Blancverse domain, the grandiose auras of a few dozen existence-severing entities arose and came over. Their bodies held heavy bursts of complexity as a booming intent of Palace Master Reverend was among the first to echo out. And what might the so-called instrument of the Beyonder that is emanating mere shreds of existence-severing so boisterously come here? Do you all not know of the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse? You are far from the dark lands tainted by outerversal authority. WAA, the words were fearless and filled with animosity. First, their power only stayed in existence severing. Second, the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse was contained within a Blancverse. No entity would even be able to affect those within this space, so why would they ever worry? As Palace Master Reverend appeared on the edges of the Blancverse, other Palace Masters also appeared as behind them. Hundreds of ordnance amalgamation entities also showed themselves. Their lives were cyclical as they all sought for greater complexity. Rarely did something like this happen as they were curious. Among the arrivals, the figures of Palace Master Antiope and Nisa also appeared as the moment they did so. Ozymandias honed in on them while the golden wings behind his back pulsed with majesty, an eye above him unfurled with tremendous grandeur as he raised his hand and caused the appearance of multiple illusory figures. I came to the immovable sacred palace for these three beings and these three beings alone. Give them to me, and there will be no karma between the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse and I. Give them to me, and this palace of yours will still remain standing thereafter. Ridiculous words boomed out while the illusory figures of Pioneer Heracles, Palace Master Antiope, and Palace Master Nisa were shown as the targets he wanted, but he stated that the immovable sacred palace of the Expanse either gives them up, or causality between them would start to be twisted as this palace may not remain standing any longer after that. It was so outlandish that nobody could even reply initially. Even the Great Mother was surprised as she couldn't help but swell with excitement. She didn't know what the instrument of the Beyonder had in store, but she would follow him all the way. At this moment, her tentacles moved. An eye opened amidst all of them as she began to record everything occurring here, and she sent all of their weavings towards the megalos beyond, towards the pantheon of Umbra they were still in. She wanted to express to every single morphon the grandeur of the instrument of the Beyonder. Within the Blancverse, many eyes looked at the illusory images of Pioneer Heracles and the existence-severing Palace Masters Antiope and Nisa as they were incredulous. These existence-severing outerversal morphons actually came here to ask for a pioneer of existence to be given up along with two Palace Masters. Chapter 34 Deceive, Deceit, Cheat. 4. A Palace Master clad in a crimson robe sneered from within the Blancverse domain as her voice echoed out, "You ridiculous buffoon. You actually came here to ask for a great pioneer of existence to be handed over to you? Even if he was gracious enough to grant you his presence, you would not be worthy, unworthy for even the grace of a great pioneer of existence." The red-robed Palace Master said this while internally sending messages to Antiope and Nisa, wondering what interactions they had that would cause this being to appear here. She was surprised to find the faces of the two Palace Masters visibly somber and stern as if they were looking at a great enemy. Was there something the rest of them were missing here? There would not need to be any worries at all as first, they were inside a Blancverse. Second, this was their base filled with over 100 existence-severing Palace Masters and even pioneers of existence. What were two existence-severing enemies before such a force? Another Palace Master spoke up at this time, his voice cold. "Whatever palace of the Expanse you stem from, you'd best scram back to it before you perish here. I've heard of the little dreams and rumors from outerversal morphons regarding a promised champion of theirs before. The instrument of the great Beyonder you all look up to. Are you supposed to be it? A little thing whose complexity barely matches one of us here? Fuck off." Complete disregard was all they received. Ozymandias looked at this as his gaze was locked onto the somber expressions of Palace Master Antiope and Nisa. He began to float towards the Blancverse while keeping his gaze on them. "You two know what you did. Today, I've come to collect. WAA, is the pioneer behind you both still hiding? Even he will not be able to escape today." His words and power truly didn't match. If it was a terrifying pioneer of existence saying these words, they would hold weight and make sense. But an existence-severing entity, what basis did he have to stand on for him to even say this? He reached the outer boundary of the dazzling white Blancverse that would stop anyone, even a pioneer, and he floated forward. He floated through the dazzling white ring of the Blancverse as it didn't pulse, reject, or even act like any sort of Barrier he simply floated right through, Instantly, the whole atmosphere changed, all palace masters here gazed forward with shock, the ordnance amalgamation and ordnance of existence entities behind them had their jaws opened wide. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy and serious as Ozymandias acted like he didn't do much, his gaze still locked onto Antiope and Nyssa as he voiced out, "I will say it again. I come here for the lives of these two here. Let us see, Antiope and Nyssa? As well as the pioneer behind them. If you all do not interfere, the immovable sacred palace of the expanse would not be entangled with me. If you all interfere, I cannot promise that the entire immovable sacred palace will not disappear today." Immense shock and silence settled in, a Blankverse, it was inviolable, but that being just violated it so simply. What was this? What was this? None of them knew, but of course. This was the violation of existence itself that Cheats had envisioned, the violation of the norms of existence that Cheats was actively altering, boundless deceit unfolded. Boundless deception against existence itself unfolded. At this moment, the newly designed quintessential League of Existence expressed itself, but what exactly was the quintessential League of Existence? The guidelines that Cheats had enacted with its terrifying authority that was severed 5 times flashed before the eyes of Ozymandias. The guidelines violated and denied reality as they were simple ones. First and foremost, the distance of an omniverse around Cheats falls under the influence of the quintessential League of Existence. And the influence of the quintessential League of Existence is applied wherever a body of the holder of Cheats is. The first guidelines of the quintessential League of Existence are active, the relegation zone of existence is active, the banner of Invictus is active, relegation zone of existence, under the area affected by the influence of the quintessential League of Existence. The realm of power that can be expressed can only be as high as the owner of the quintessential League of Existence, banner of Invictus, any existence entangled and with a causal relationship with the holder of Cheats will have no barriers or obstacles between the two sides, regardless of distance or even different weavings of existence. If under the influence of the quintessential League of Existence, one can never leave the relegation zone deployed unless the causality between two sides is settled by any means necessary. The design of Cheats, the deceit and deception of existence itself, Cheats had chosen to go above and beyond as it established a league of its own, a league of existence where the rules of reality, the rules of existence themselves, were entirely different when Cheats was present. This was the quintessential League of Existence, a league of his own, rules of his own, you motherfucker. At the moment he intruded into the Blankverse domain, the palace masters instantly reacted and blazed with horrifying bursts of authority. And yet Ozymandias remained unfettered as he bellowed out, "Can you all not see what the ones I came here for are doing while the rest of you throw yourselves into the fire?" His words caused the eyes of all to briefly glance towards Palace Masters Antiope and Nyssa. Unlike other Palace Masters, they did not erupt with authority or move forward. In fact, they even showed a trace of fear on their faces as they moved back. Such a scene caused many to flash with caution. Just what was happening here? Hesitation bloomed. All eyes turned to stare at Ozymandias, who had just freely breached the Blankverse domain, as they wondered, just who the hell was this being? His humanoid body, his stellar obsidian makeup, the golden wings behind him that were laced with black tentacles, his astral face that had 2 blinding gold singularities. At this moment, he gave off a menacing feel that made him look like an ancient Morphon unfazed by anything. He looked at every single entity here as his voice remained low and full of confidence. Today is a decisive day for the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, WAA. Either 3 entities die, or the whole immovable palace falls. What will it be? Chapter 34-35 Merely Pioneers of Existence. Either 3 entities die, or all of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse perishes. These heavy words buzzed out as in response. What a pompous being. The whole immovable sacred palace of the expanse may perish? Do you even know what holds it up? Has something like you ever tasted the power of a pioneer, along with the booming voice, an utterly existence-altering authority manifested as space distorted to reveal an entity with white wings of light flowing graciously behind him? Near this entity, Pioneer Heracles could also be seen as his eyes showed calmness and seriousness, dark hair, blue eyes, and currently adorned in a light blue robe inscribed with stars. Undoubtedly radiating an air of power far exceeding existence-severing. Pioneers, 2 pioneers had actually appeared, the moment they did so. The visage of Ozymandias stopped in place as he locked his gaze on the visage of Pioneer Heracles. On his stellar obsidian face that only held singularities for pupils, a deep, devilish smile formed, a smile filled with astonishingly impure thoughts to violate the very order of existence itself. Heracles is your name, huh? Now that all three of you are present, I can stop talking and start thrashing. Dum, dum, dum. It was unknown from where, but in the surroundings, the sound of drums began to ring, akin to a symphony. Akin to a melody foretelling what was to come. The severed ordinances of existence of all palace masters were buzzing and ready to erupt as they made their stance clear. They would defend their own. In the middle of the palace masters, Antiope recalled the terror she had heard of this calamity in the future as she grit her teeth and called out a message to all others: do not underestimate him. Treat him as dangerous as even a peon. Crack. Ozymandias had disappeared where he stood, even before Palace Master Antiope could finish her words. Her eyelids only flickered with warning innately as in the next moment, a stellar black fist filled with dense and heavy severed authority of existence made contact with her cheek. Her innate defenses melting and deforming from the tainting of outer versal authority as she was hit with so much force that her body shot sideways like a rag doll, smashing onto Palace Master Nisa as both continued on for miles. Many eyes nearly bulged out. Fast. It was far too fast. In the distance, Palace Master Antiope held a bloody jaw with multiple teeth knocked out, her gaze ferocious and filled with alarm while Nisa held onto her. The scene was a terrific one. But would such a being truly be allowed to run rampant when the pioneers of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse were right here, before the grandeur of a pioneer? Do you truly think an existence-severing entity can run rampant? Even as this thought arose, the pioneer with white wings and his whole body radiating a terrific while luster of radiance swung his hand down. The path I pioneered is the path of chi, a boorish creature like you cannot even begin to understand it, much less withstand it. This is the power of a pioneer. Boom, his hand had nearly swung down, yet from above Ozymandias and below him two white palms made from a shockingly complex amalgamation of authorities descended and threatened to make him into a pancake. At the center of each palm, the rune of existence reading, Chi, was utterly radiant and carrying wonders of undeniability, and yet, hung. A golden wool manifested around Ozymandias and spun, Kuklos, the intricate wool spun with heavy majesty as. When the palms came down and up, it was akin to two metals grating against each other as the two white palms never even broke past the wheel to reach Ozymandias. A simple scene, but it was one that instantly caused the surroundings to turn eerily quiet. Palace masters and pioneers alike gazed on with blank eyes. What was this? Not a single person could fathom what they were seeing at this moment as only a single voice echoed out. Was this the great power of a pioneer? Dum. 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 The booming drums picked up the frequency. The hearts of many beings began to feel unsettled. Outside of the Blancverse, the Great Mother's tentacles squealed and trembled in sheer excitement as she watched what was happening here and even displayed it on the Pantheon of Umbra. The grandeur of the instrument of the Beyonder, the majesty he displayed is shockingly. At this moment, he withstood the attack of a pioneer. How was this possible? How? The power he expressed was still that of existence severing as it should not be able to do what it was currently doing. It was an utter violation of existence as in all this fervor. The visage of Ozymandias surrounded by a dazzling spinning will look towards the pioneer as his intent weaved out. If that is the power of a pioneer, it seems that I can run rampant freely. Do not believe yourself to be something great with the stage of power you have achieved. You are merely a pioneer and I already have multiple entities like you at my beck and call. Horrific words echoed out as who could believe them? But it mattered not to Ozymandias as while keeping at bay the dazzling grandeur of a pioneer's path. The golden wings behind him flickered with unfathomable obsidian radiance as in the next moment, his back gushed out dense waves of outer versal authority. Alongside these waves of outer versal authority, thousands of stellar obsidian gold tentacles unfurled and stretched out all around, turning this nearby region into a scene of eldritch horror as these tentacles went towards anything nearby. They latched on and gripped the dazzling white illusory hands simmering with flames of chi from the white-winged pioneer. They went towards any nearby palace masters as they roared out and erupted with their severed ordinances. Behind them was the backing of infinite mana as at this moment it was poured out freely. He was a single being, yes, but if he expressed infinite waves of mana and altered them to become his source of power for Kuklos, outer versal, and cheats, did the number of enemies really matter? Chapter 34-36 Merely Pioneers of Existence. 2. In one's life, a critical choice is made that entirely changes the landscape and direction of existence. As a sea of outer versal authority leaked out and altered the very landscape nearby, the instrument of the Beyonder made a grand declaration. Today, the immovable sacred palace has made a choice. and must now bear the consequences of this choice. Fatalities, HUUM, a single word was uttered out. A single word, and yet it was filled with ancient vicissitude and wonder. The radiance of Invictus Maximus blared, causality twisted and distorted as it was brought forward, a senseless amount of mana being utilized for it. If any entity would eventually die at the hands of Ozymandias, this causality was brought forward and carried out right away as, at this moment, he focused on the ordnance amalgamation and ordnance of existence entities nearby, all those nearby. It was cruel, it was senseless, it was the start of the brutal reign of the instrument of the Beyonder, Ozymandias, singularity implosion. The name of the fatality was uttered as many entities felt a sense of trepidation, multiple other terrifying auras of pioneers rising and coming over from the depths of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse as booming voices arose. How daring, hold of voices filled with authority, but what the instrument of the Beyonder had uttered out was already set in stone. In the next instant, the ordnance amalgamation and ordnance of existence stage entities in the surroundings suddenly felt a sense of unfathomable ease, and their very weavings of existence shook as from the center of their bodies. Terrific gravitational forces of a singularity being born and dying at the same time bloomed. Their ordinances were only able to resist it for a fraction of an instant, and right after, their body crumpled like paper before they exploded into a bloody mess of ground down bones, musculature, and blood. Poppy poppy pop, as if thousands of balloons were popping. It was a heavy and deafening burst of existence that seemed like the very lifeblood of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse was being burst under the gazes of all. Abhorrent, irreconcilable, 3 more auras of pioneers bloomed as blinding bursts of radiance appeared, each of them with dominating waves of existence that all crushed down to extinguish Ozymandias. In the far distance, the visage of Palace Master Antiope shifted her jaw back in place as her eyes shook from trauma, as if she was reliving the nightmare from a long time ago. The brutality and dominance of the origin sacred primal Megalonian showed itself off once more. Wait.no, this was another calamity entirely. Why did her terror of the origin sacred primal Megalonian flash when she looked at the instrument of the Beyonder, as she asked herself this? She recalled the origin sacred primal Megalonian before he disappeared under the blinding brilliance of that gray light. There, she could swear that she saw the same dazzling golden wheel that was also rotating around the instrument of the Beyonder at this moment. This realization was akin to a thunderbolt crashing in her mind, her existence being woken up completely as she felt like she had fallen into many layers of hell. The origin sacred primal Megalonian and the instrument of the Beyonder. May just be one and the same, and even though they had forever locked away the origin sacred primal Megalonian and the Infiniverse Dowager, the instrument of the Beyonder was still here. Their nightmare was still here, as this was the reason they were currently targeted. Her skin began to crawl as she trembled, recalling the qualities of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, defied existence freely, overcame countless difficulties to wage war and decimate others. And if one ever underestimated him, it would be their death. She didn't underestimate him. They did all they could to even send him away, and yet, her fear made way to madness. She felt her fractured jaw as her intent maddeningly roared out, remembering what had been an initiating event that many said was the reason for a cascade of events, something that had occurred that caused many to come after the origin sacred primal Megalonian. It was I in his name. With a shrill voice, she pointed towards Ozymandias while pioneers moved against him, her intent booming out, that is not just the instrument of the Beyonder. That is the inheritor of the lineage of the Megalonians. That is the origin sacred primal Megalonian, resurrected after all these eons. Her words spread out far and wide, across the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, across all the pioneers making their entrance here and those who had yet to make a move. The words and distinction of the origin sacred primal Megalonian spread out as many memories instantly flashed within the eyes of those who heard them. Megalonian. This was a very unique term and word that was locked away through history, a type of bloodline that many had gone crazy over as multiple forces had joined in to eradicate and devour them. Their weavings could tremendously and ridiculously aid one in the elevation of their own as many powerhouses rose from their downfall. Now, they heard this term again. The eyes of all pioneers flashed with indeterminate light of brilliance, while even the knowledgeable existence-severing palace masters were shocked. Outside of the Blancverse, the visage of the Great Mother trembled with anger as she roared out, "Blasphemous! How dare they blaspheme the instrument of the Beyonder and grant him some lineage of a long-destroyed race?" This was simply to incur the interest of all others, as it was entirely false. Far from the expanse, in the megalos beyond, the pantheon of Umbra, The gazes of millions of outerversal morphons were observing the shocking dominance of the instrument of the beyonder against even pioneers of existence, their eyes burning with incredulity and fervor when these booming intent of Pallas Master Antiope even reached them. The moment they did hear it, clamor and chaos erupted. Chapter 34-37 The Fragility of Existence. To the outerversal morphons, the idea of the instrument of the beyonder was something that held together their core beliefs. Even the heretical morphons who did not want to risk the end of the megalos beyond on a single being also held that core belief of his identity as a pure outerversal morphon spoken about by the great beyonder. To be talked about differently by another, for him to even be called the reincarnation of the origin sacred primal megalonian. This offended every ounce of belief of the outerversal morphons as outerversal authority chaotically surged about the entire pantheon of Umbra. It seemed as if a giant beast that had laid dormant this entire time was waking. Towards the center of the pantheon of Umbra, the visage of the instrument of the beyonder lay protected by the observer of old and young alone. With the Great Mother whose tentacles radiated a livid light at this moment, the Great Will was watching their grandiose statures with a stern expression as he steadily began to rise to the stellar black skies of the pantheon of Umbra. His voice booming out, "On this day, we see the instrument of the beyonder wage war against a palace of the expanse by himself against those stemming from matter without so much as doubt or hesitation. He fights for us until he is maliciously labeled with names. As I ask you all, why are we not fighting beside him? Where is our support to the instrument of the beyonder?" Such a resonant intent boomed out far and wide, crossing the tall valleys of the pantheon of Umbra and the sordid mountain that hid millions of outerversal morphons. He asked, where was their support of the instrument of the beyonder? And before they could even answer, the Great Will continued, "We have played back and forth with those stemming from matter, inserting our tendrils into their omniverse and simply biding our time and lying in wait. I say enough is enough. To support the campaign of the instrument of the beyonder, I will use every ounce of force I have gathered in the megalozeneer and begin a campaign against the very roots of the beings that dare to blaspheme the grandeur of the instrument of the beyonder. Who shall move with me?" It was a booming intent that was followed by a stark silence, but an instant later, horrifying bellows and shrills of outerversal morphons from the depths of the worst nightmares boomed out, outerversal authority whipping about the pantheon of Umbra and beginning to spill out like an endless sea. Out there were many beings who would make a move based on their own ideals. At this moment, some opportunistic beings moved to ignite a war. A single opportunistic being moved to ignite a megalos war. In the depths of the pantheon of Umbra, the livid tentacles of the Great Mother watched all of this while she stared at the body of Ozymandias brimming with silent power. How she wished she could at least aid him within that blankverse where he currently faced multiple pioneers of existence and over 100 existence-severing palace masters, in the dazzling cluster of power that represented the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, as the shocking declaration from Pallas Master Antiope spread out. It had different implications for many beings. In die distance, pioneer Heracles had an ashen gaze as he affirmed this as well, the reality that the origin sacred primal megalonian and the instrument of the beyonder being the same person. Came with too many heavy implications. One was that their efforts had failed. They had done all they could to call upon the weavings of that place to take away this being, and yet a part of him still remained and even came to take revenge today. The other was that somehow, three of the terrifying calamities to appear in the future were connected, and the reason that nothing changed even after everything they had done meant that these calamites would still unfold in the future. At this point, the eyes of pioneer Heracles bloomed with dim radiance as he thought of something. One of the reasons for the heavy conflicts between the origin sacred primal megalonian and other forces in the expanse that caused such a widespread war and destruction was because he was hunted by all of these groups for his lineage, for his blood. What followed after that was a sequence of events that only led to wars and cataclysm. He tried to remember where had the identity of the origin sacred primal megalonian first identified that caused many palaces of the expanse to chase after him. A tinge of pain crossed through his head at this question as he found that he couldn't remember. Their weavings of existence were scrambled with some lost when they crossed frequencies of existence to arrive here, and he seemed to have this lost memory as his gaze only became more ashen when he thought of it. His blue eyes reflected their endless allure within as he found himself asking, was it us? Beside him, the maddened pioneer shining with white wings. Pioneer Lightsun gazing towards him with confusion as he wondered what he could be mumbling about in a situation such as this. Heracles, is it true? What is the history between you three and this being? Is he truly the origin sacred primal megalonian? The voice of Pioneer Lightsun boomed in his mind as Heracles didn't answer. He found himself dazed while questioning whether they were actually the initiators of a terrifying future, the calamity that was the Infiniverse Dowager, Origin's sacred primal Megalonian, and the instrument of the Beyonder. Were they actually the root cause for the progression of events that led to all this, but they only moved and made the choices they made due to these calamities themselves? Uncertainty circled around his weavings of existence as he didn't know how to think about this, but he found himself questioning many things. He found himself thinking about the calamities he heard of or saw from a distance, the calamity that was the nine-pointed star, the calamity that was the great usurper, the calamity that was the queen of matter. All of them would not be connected in some way, right? Chapter 34-38 The Fragility of Existence. 2. As one man wondered what was and what could be, as he wondered of the ages past and the ages to come, and how everything was connected, he wondered of many possibilities to the point that he felt like he was going in circles. As he did all this, his cerulean pupils reflected the scene around him as terrific power bloomed all around. A second pioneer of existence had appeared far above others here, his visage similar to the one floating right beside him as he had white wings gloriously flowing behind him, a white robe adorning his visage as glorious white flames burned around him. On the right, a silver-feathered phoenix cried out with valor and regality, and lastly, a calm-looking man in green robes and a bamboo hat who was gazing at everything with a serene gaze also appeared. It was all the pioneers who were called to observe the snapping of the strings of existence and report to those above them. The silver-feathered phoenix moved first as she bellowed out, "Apprehend him, WAA, not kill him." No collapse of his weavings of existence, but apprehend. This single word already showed the stance that these pioneers were taking after hearing the screeches of Palace Master Antiope. They wanted to confirm by locking down and apprehend this instrument of the Beyonder as if he was actually a Megalonian, a resurgence of that ancient race of beings whose destruction paved the way for the birth of many of the current pioneers and source complexity entities. There were too many possibilities. SKAA, the screech of the phoenix boomed out as her path was also laid out, inviolable in nature. A silver brilliance flashed over everything and everyone here as it was so pristine it seemed like a mirror had appeared and layered itself over everything, and in the next moment, whap, everything covered by this light disappeared, everything the equivalent length of a quarter of an omniverse nearby. The other pioneers, the palace masters nearby, and the instrument of the Beyonder as well. It was the brief flash of the pioneered path of dimensionality of the silver-feathered phoenix of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, in the depths of the immovable palace of the expanse. Others watched such a scene with somber eyes as there were still pioneers hidden who had yet to make a move. Outside of the Blunkverse domain, the Great Mother became grave at the disappearance of the instrument of the Beyonder, but she remained right where she stood even under the possible threat of being killed if any of those remaining hidden pioneers that always stood guard over the expanse moved. She had tremendous belief as she remained where she was, gazing deeply into the Blunkverse, where it seemed like the whole battlefield was moved to a place where none of them could see. At a corner of the Blunkverse where the Great Mother was not looking towards, there was a figure of a palace master who just so happened to have stayed far enough away, and a veil of shadows covered his figure as his pupils shone with a golden glow, unbeknownst to all others, this being crushed a jewel in the depths of his heart that sent out a message. Weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian have been discovered. Current position in the immovable sacred palace of the expanse awaiting further orders. Nobody else was privy to the message this being sent, nobody else would even know where it was headed, but at this moment, this message flashed across multiple strings of existence, bouncing between some and coursing through others as it took exactly 5 seconds, 5 total seconds, and it arrived at an extremely distant place in a corner of the expanse. Here, there were Blunkverses that didn't actually have the allure of white, and they were fantastically colored gold as at least a dozen were floating serenely in a formation. Towards the central Blunkverse, a gold light flashed and disappeared towards a starry purple gold sea that covered over half of this domain. Inside this sea, thousands of massive humanoid bodies of titans could be seen, their skin golden color as their bodies expressed tremendous regality and power. This regality was truly hard to imitate or ever fake as it was born within them, carried by their very lineage. All of these thousands of massive golden titans that seemed to be as big as cosmos if not larger emanated terrific aura of existence severing entities as just in this region. At least above 100 pioneers could also be observed. They were all quiet, and they were all silent as if they were cultivating a grandiose weaving of existence. At the center of all of these golden titans, there was one who opened his eyes with a boom at this moment as silent fluctuations spread out, his weavings accepting a burst of information as his eyes flashed brightly. Origin, sacred primal, Megalonian. His intent was deep as if it had not spoken in quite a long time, and it reverberated out and woke up some of the golden titans near him. His intent was filled with a deep sense of complexity, as if this being had already grasped a source. A low hum reverberated from him as his golden eyes looked around. His bald head filled with visible gold veins, turning as he looked at a few golden titans before he spoke out. I cannot move currently, but go and check the veracity of these rumors regarding the origin sacred primal Megalonian. If there is any truth to them. The golden titan hummed as he gave the order, and from the purple gold sea, at least 20 golden titans radiating horrific grandeur of pioneers arose, their gold eyes flashing with brilliant callous light. They held a deep history with the weavings of Megalonians, the power they had gained, the war that followed, and the current structure of the expanse all held some relation to that past event. Chapter 34-39 The Fragility of Existence. 3. From a unique point in the expanse, 20 golden titans rose up and followed a command: verify the veracity and truth of the reappearance of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. After all, they couldn't just go on the word of someone who may just be using this as a tactic to wipe out their enemy. And yet the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian were important enough for 20 pioneers to be deployed for confirmation. Their orders were simple ones: contain, apprehend, and verify. If it truly was the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, they would be going about things differently than before, in the past, due to how shockingly effective the effects of Megalonians were on elevating the existence of those who devoured them. They were quickly and entirely wiped out, but not this time. The source complexity golden titan smiled with a cold expression as he remembered the weavings passed down to him by the most important personage of the golden titans. The personage had stated how he had dreamed of events long past and remembered the Megalonians they destroyed in the Megalos Mountains. He had especially dreamed of a defiant Megalonian that slipped through his hands, from the devoured memories of other Megalonians. He found out the identity of that Megalonian to be Pyrrhus, the only Megalonian who was not devoured back then, the one who dissipated his own existence defiantly from this recent dream of that important personage. Word was passed down to all their forces to pay attention to any news regarding Megalonians. It was why, based on rumors alone, he deployed 20 pioneers of existence, because the weavings of that important personage were never wrong, and he may have already discovered something way before others even began to live it. But no, there would be no swift death of the Megalonian this time around, if they really did exist. There would be a cultivation of more Megalonians. To raise more of them. To have an endless source of Megalonians that reproduce over time, a farm raising Megalonians. How glorious would such a thing be? Would we still be limited to a single frequency of existence after that? Having to listen to the snobbish watchers of the Wheelomachy? Or choose between following the orders of the logos of the wheel? No, no, no. At such a time, our influence would be entrenched across different frequencies of existence, different spokes of the wheel. His eyes portrayed shocking greed amidst their calmness. Advancing their complexity even past a pioneer of existence alone was far too extreme of a difficulty. For the vast majority who arrived at the stage of pioneers alone, they were stuck there. Pioneering a path alone was hard enough as at this point, one had severed themselves from existence as they were walking on an untrodden path, as if they could only see a few inches ahead of them, and were blind of everything all around. Even the most exceptional geniuses could simply only continue to reinforce their path. Very few would be able to find the source, and for those who did find the source, they didn't even need to have their difficulties mentioned. They needed something to spur them, a catalyst. Over the eons, the Megalonians were known to be a perfect catalyst. Many pioneers were born from their massacre. Multiple source complexity entities arose from their ashes, so this time around expectations were high. Let us see, almost as if this unfathomably powerful was giddy. He waited. From the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, there wasn't only a single spy who observed the happenings and spread the word. There were many others as word spread quickly, word of the rumor of the resurgence of the weavings of Megalonians. Whether others believed they were true or not, they had to investigate. And all of it stemmed from a single palace master who, in her fear of what was to come, linked two calamities together, for them to be visited by another calamity hours after they dispatched two of them? For the instrument of the Beyonder, an outerversal morphon, to display a similar golden will just like the origin sacred primal Megalonian, and then for him to come specifically for the three of them, a palace master whose head was already filled with fear of brutality regarding calamities they had met, like the Infiniverse Dowager and the origin sacred primal Megalonian. Or calamities they had only heard records of, like the instrument of the Beyonder, the nine-pointed star, the great usurper, or the queen of matter. They took a shot in the dark, a gamble, and the results would forever be etched in stone. Whether they were right in their assumption or not, What are you, really? Under the unique isolated space brought to fruition by the pioneer of dimensionality, 5 pioneers of existence were locked in this space that currently seemed to be the size of half an omniverse, along with a few dozen palace masters. The silver-feathered phoenix radiated waves of brilliance that seemed capable of cutting apart everything as she continued. Your weavings are those of an existence-severing entity. But I've noticed that the level of complexity directed towards you from even pioneers to is capped to be at a maximum level comparable to existence-severing. Is this your power? How long does such a thing last? Did you believe that just because others cannot momentarily attack you with complexity above your current stage, you could safely taunt and stand against pioneers? Her words were sharp as her power bubbled, a million silver mirror-like needles forming all around as her body burned with silver flames. She looked at Ozymandias, and Ozymandias looked at her along with all other entities locked with him in this isolated space. He thought of the words of this pioneer who tried to break down the workings of his quintessential league of existence as he nodded with a smile. Almost right about a few things. I will let you know that currently, you all stand in a different league of existence entirely. To survive in this league, one had to be quintessential, unrivaled at the same stage. If not, then many of you are about to understand something that many entities untouched by mana feel on a daily basis. You will feel the fragility of your existence. WAA, Chapter 3440, The Fragility of Existence. For, Sheets had designed and put into place something to ensure fairness and unfairness at the same time, a league of existence where all others were restricted to the same level of strength as him. It was applicable to pioneers to an extent, but if an entity even higher in complexity than this appeared within the periphery of the quintessential league of existence, this effect would be much lower. It wouldn't be as absolutely carried out for entities such as those, which for example would be someone like Barbados, a source complexity entity. Because of this, the backer behind the quintessential league of existence that was being designed, refined, and extrapolated more even at this time had to get more powerful. If Cheats had undergone 5 severings and became able to do this, it needed to undergo even more. After all, unlike others, nothing stopped him from continuing to sever his weavings of existence multiple times over. If greater and greater amounts of complexity were the goal, why not continue severing his ordinances another 10 times? Another 30 times? With every severing, there would be an increase in complexity while it became further and further away from the weavings of existence themselves. As he thought of this, the number buzzing within the weavings of Cheats was a simple one, 81. This was the number of severings he thought was obscene yet viable enough to do for every concept. While others severed their singular weavings of existence once, his goal would be to sever his over 100 different weavings 81 times each, with Cheats being the first. It was a grand undertaking. Is to do this, more blood of pioneers was needed. That's why, boom, Cheats bloomed out in exuberance as he ignored the other pioneers, instead going towards his target here, and the only dazed pioneer who seemed to be thinking of too many things. But pioneers were pioneers even if they were being restricted to lower-level weavings of complexities. Answer me, WAA, the silver-feathered phoenix cried out with regality as a silver mirror appeared in front of Pioneer Heracles, his body flashing and disappearing as her body flashed to appear where he was instead. Her demeanor was dominating as her eyes flashed out, the weavings of existence in front of Ozymandias turning into shards of sharp silver, shattered weavings of existence that surged towards him dangerously. A golden will appeared around his body and spun, the sea of outer-versal authority and tentacles leaking out from him, also seeking to taint as a booming impact echoed out. The attack was heavy, and Ozymandias was stopped in place without being able to advance. The scaling of power of these pioneers was still far too high even after it was brought down in complexity. Boy, will you not answer? The white-winged pioneers now appeared together, the white flames burning around them seething as they gazed out coldly. Both pioneered similar paths, but with slight variations. One pioneered the path of Chi, while the other pioneered the path of Qi. At this moment, their bodies pulsed with heaviness as akin to hockey being spread all around and putting pressure on everything nearby. Their complexities descended all around. Even the other palace masters felt stifled as they stayed to the side. And the pioneer of Qi made a move this time as he called out calmly, "True Qi convergence sword art cut." Ting, his body moved like countless sharp blades. Milky white sword light shot out like a volcanic eruption as they were far too fast, every single one converging onto the rotating golden wheel around Ozymandias as boom, the wheel was forcefully shattered, the hand of the pioneer of Qi being inches away from Ozymandias himself as a cutting force caused faint marks to appear on his body, a heavy force smashing him backwards. Hoof, the pioneer of Qi harumphed domineeringly, just because of a little imposition of a domain. you think you can reach the heights of a peon dash? His words stopped, where his hand had struck out against Ozymandias. He saw that somehow, at a certain point in time, a cut had appeared, and around this cut, silent, translucent tentacles that he only just noticed now were sucking out his blood. Impudent, a burst of QI erupted from him as all invisible tentacles were crushed. His surroundings revealed to have thousands of such tentacles just waiting for someone to come near Ozymandias. They eerily waved around as the mass of black tentacles shooting from behind were merely a distraction. I told you, WUU. In the distance, the visage of Ozymandias stopped after receiving the impact from the pioneer of QI, tentacles converging towards his palm and releasing droplets of crimson gold blood that formed into a single globule of blood of a pioneer. I will truly show you the fragility of existence today. The dazzling crimson gold globule disappeared into his palm right after, and it was directed towards a single thing alone as at this moment, Sheets began to undergo its sixth severing, which, opposite him, the pioneer of QI was enraged as he bellowed out, stellar white rivers erupting around him commandingly before he surged out again. In the midst of all this, Pioneer Heracles was now near Palace Master Antiope and Nysa, there. Expressions all different as Antiope healed herself while breathing haggardly. Near them, the calm-looking pioneer in green robes and a bamboo hat had a gaze of serenity as he smiled while looking at them. So, Heracles, Antiope, Nysa. What's the backstory here? We accepted you all into our folds because of your uniqueness and power, but you didn't tell us anything regarding this instrument of the Beyonder? Origin sacred primal Megalonian? What is all this about? Unlike other pioneers, this calm-looking man radiated a silent and harmless air, but he was also known as the immovable sacred guard. His harmless air was something many had fallen to before his Heracles himself did not let his guard down around this being as he frowned. What could they say? What could they even reveal? When it came to different frequencies of existence, entanglements and many other intricacies made things very difficult. As he pondered how to navigate this, someone else didn't do as much pondering as Palace Master Antiope began to speak. That is a vile creature that only knows and seeks destruction. He is going to become a $. Palace Master Antiope stopped as it looked like she had begun speaking gibberish. She was about to reveal his future status as a calamity and what many others would come across, but she found herself unable to do so as if her words were being filtered. Chapter 3441 The Fragility of Existence. Filtered. This was exactly the feeling that Palace Master Antiope felt as when she tried to speak about events and things that she had experienced herself. They seemed like a distant memory, ever since they came into this unique frequency, escaping from the violence and decimation carried out by calamities like the Infiniverse Dowager. Part of their memories were already fractured, and now she couldn't even speak about it? She looked at the man in the bamboo hat as she tried to open her mouth again. The instrument of the Beyonder is a $. Once more, filtered. She became terrified at such a reality as she looked up all around her. As if there was an unseen force that even she did not understand playing a hand in everything, the immovable sacred guard looked at this scene as his eyes lit up with understanding and recognition. I see, you three are not from this frequency of existence. Words that caused their expressions to rapidly change echoed out from the immovable sacred guard. This entity who remained calm without a change in expression as he nodded and looked towards Ozymandias. When it comes to dealing with intrusions and entanglements in different spokes of the wheel, a lot of people don't know just what truly goes into play. He seemed to speak from experience and knowledge as if this was something that he knew of to an extent. The wheel of existence is something that we know frighteningly little about. The wheel spins as the wheel spins, its workings unknown to our eyes. If it is something that goes against the weavings of the wheel, one will come to find that no matter how much you try to go against it, it is as if you're going against the wheel itself. Words will fail you. Information that should not be spread will not be spread unless your complexity is extremely high. Even you cannot escape this. You all likely come from a frequency of the wheel that has experienced a few things. You think that you came here or arrived here out of your own volition or understanding. I'll be the first to tell you that you are where you are because that is where you need to be. You only came to this frequency of the wheel because that was what you were supposed to do. Palace Master Antiope here spoke about the instrument of the Beyonder possibly being the origin sacred primal Megalonian, because she was supposed to. And now, here we all are just as we are supposed to. I have found out about your indiscretion, and after this, I will report it to the watchers who observe and ensure that the right people are in the right frequencies of the wheel. You three would likely be returned right here you came from, so do not despair and just hang tight. Terrifying words left the mouth of the immovable sacred guard as the last sentence caused even Pioneer Heracles to shiver. They could not go back. Never, boom, with an eruption of magnificence, Pioneer Heracles shot upwards, crossing through the silver brilliance that the Pioneer of Dimensionality laid down. His purpose was singular, to leave everything behind. At such a scene, the immovable sacred guard only shook his head as a terrifying aura erupted from him. In the far distance, the weavings of Ozymandias became even more complex as from behind tens of thousands more obsidian tentacles erupted out. The quintessential League of Existence only became more potent under the additional severing of cheats. Its effects applied even more thoroughly, but much more was required. He gazed at the pioneers of Chi and Qi who now stayed side by side as they bellowed out. Move together. The pioneers were not easy targets as at this point in time, Ozymandias could only injure them. The paths they pioneered were still distinct and far too complex even under the effect of the quintessential League of Existence, so he needed something even more unique than what they held to handle them while snipping away at their blood. The weavings of cheats call upon the ever-silent deadly weavings of plot. His mind buzzed with ideas and possibilities as after the sixth severing, cheats proceeded to add another clause under the quintessential League of Existence. The feature of the plot of tragedy has been incorporated into the relegation zone of existence. Under the relegation zone of existence, a single ordinance or path of both the enemy combatants and yourself can be momentarily nullified by the alteration of the ongoing plot. Both sides must be made aware of this weaving before it is carried out, and the ordinance or path that is the source of the quintessential League of Existence is an exception. Once nullified, the selected ordinances or paths will remain in this state unless either side has their weavings and complexity perish. A glorious new ruling under the banner of a quintessential League of Existence, a ruling of sacrifice on both sides, and Ozymandias deployed it right away as at this moment, a bright fluctuation of intent echoed out for every single entity in this space. Now, this intent was easy to understand and every single entity was told exactly how they worked. The pioneers were enraged at it as it seemed infallible, and so they moved quickly. Your weavings of outer-versal authority are null and void, the pioneer of Chi bellowed out as shockingly. Every single tentacle in the budding black sea of obsidian majesty disappeared in an instant. All outer-versal authority was gone. Ozymandias smiled at this and nodded, understandable, and he disappeared right after. When his massive figure reappeared, he was far above this domain of dimensionality as his figure appeared in front of Pioneer Heracles, someone who was currently trying to leave this place after hearing the words of the immovable sacred guard. His eyes turned livid with power and a sense of madness as he raised his hand up, the brilliance of purple-blue majesty seeking to erupt as his pioneered path of time was about to reverse everything, but his purple-blue radiance flickered and did not unfold. Above him, Ozymandias looked down coldly as his intent weaved out. Your path was never active this whole time. Chapter 3442 The Fragility of Existence. 6. Plot deemed it so. Thereafter, a heavy glow of gold erupted out as an intricate golden wool moved from the body of Ozymandias and descended onto Pioneer Heracles as if it were a cutting disc. Zing! It was far too quick. In the span of an instant, the golden wool passed from the head of a pioneer and cleaved all the way through. The eyes of Pioneer Heracles irradiated a tremendous blue light as he could only watch without understanding exactly what was unfolding. Thereafter, his body was cleaved in half as gushes of blood erupted out. You should not have done what you did, O Pioneer Heracles. The only thing he heard was the voice of a calamity that he only heard about, but he could swear that it held the musings of a calamity that he had previously met. The scene was a terrifying one as right after, the geysers of erupting crimson gold blood of Pioneer Heracles were pulled up by a terrific suction force from the visage of the instrument of the Beyonder. Without the protection of his path, Pioneer Heracles still observed everything occurring in a daze. The calamities that he ran away from in a long distant past and future. The calamities that he told Palace Masters Antiope and Nisa to never underestimate. He told them again and again that these entities defied existence itself to the point that when you thought they were dead, they somehow weren't, and even if they were actually dead, somehow there was another part of them that came to haunt them. This was exactly what they were, calamities. And if the words of the immovable sacred guard were to be believed, everything was playing out exactly as it should have. Was it truly so? Was he and Palace Masters Antiope and Nisa just pawns to initiate everything? Was he not supposed to have the complexity that he had worked hard to raise up again collapse right here? Who got to decide this? What should happen and should not happen? Even though he had severed himself from existence itself and pioneered his own path of time, he still couldn't carve out his own future. He wanted to say that he did not accept this, He wanted to do many things, but all he saw was the dominating visage of the instrument of the Beyonder. His only regrets remained. Maybe we should have left the calamities alone. This thought passed through his mind as he wondered how things would have played out differently, as he sought his blood being gathered by the instrument of the Beyonder. He couldn't help but utter out his intent. You are just a pawn in all this as well. You know, a pawn. If things were playing out as they should have always played out, then weren't even the calamities mere pawns of something larger? The wheel? Or something else entirely? Yet towards his words, Ozymandias only smiled and shook his head. Boom! Between them, a bamboo had appeared that obscured the gaze of pioneer Heracles, a multicolored brilliance flashing between him and the instrument of the Beyonder. As they were pulled apart, the immovable sacred guard floated there, gazing straight towards Ozymandias calmly as he watched the dazzling globules of blood disappearing into his body. You seem to really like devouring the blood of others. Of course, I can't allow you to freely do so. The blood of others. The globules of the blood of pioneers of existence. Ozymandias was about to decimate the core entity responsible for sending his other half into hell terra firma, as the major thing he did was collect his blood and weavings, and oh, did he gain a lot. 18 globules of the blood of the pioneer of time, Heracles, have been obtained. The prompt flashed in his mind as right away. 11 to continue severing cheats. 1 to quintessence, 1 to ingenier, 1 to plot, 1 to loot, 1 to infinity, 1 to mana, 1 to runes, HUUM. His surroundings trembled tumultuously, his already radiant figure began to emanate an astounding allure of magnificence, his complexity began to shoot up exponentially. Zing! Zing, as if multiple different things were being cut within the depths of his existence, as if multiple sources were being severed. He extended this severing from just cheats alone as he also elevated and granted a huge jump onto a few key concepts. Since he had many, let him use many. Since mana made it possible to transform and change every single ordinance into one and allowed the declaration of his many ordinances, let it also be raised ever higher. The weavings of quintessence have undergone their first severing of existence. The weavings of mana have undergone their first severing of existence. The weavings of infinity have undergone their first severing of existence. The weavings of runes have undergone their first severing of existence. One by one, 7 more ordinances were severed. Boom! His own body erupted with multicolored radiance as he stared at the man in the bamboo hat down below. He stared at the bisected body of pioneer Heracles as he was caught by the pioneers of Chi and Qi, their faces livid while gazing in his direction. As the very density and complexity of his existence surged up, Ozymandias looked at the many changes blooming within this isolated dimensionality as his intent weaved out. Look at how fragile existence is. At the nullification of a single path of a pioneer, and that was it. His whole complexity, all of his weavings, reduced to absolutely nothing, a mere fraction of what it was before. The figure of pioneer Heracles was nearly decimated, but his weavings were still there. If a pioneer of existence can be this fragile, what about mere existence severing entities? What about these oh so prideful palace masters of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse? He looked around at the distant figures of palace masters, especially Palace Master Antiope and Nysa, who trembled with visible fear while gazing at the nearly decimated visage of Heracles. Chapter 34:43 Pawns. Fear was a curious thing. In many people, fear gave way to recklessness, weakness, and madness. Fear was a gateway for many. Many bad choices. 3 entities, in particular, feared the identity and very being of what they knew to be a calamity, so as they watched with their own eyes as one of them, the most powerful among them, almost decimated by one of the calamities they escaped from, their fear reached unprecedented levels. We must leave, Palace Master Nysa bellowed out. At the same time, the bloodied figure of Palace Master Antiope looked towards the silver-feathered phoenix as she pleaded, "O pioneer of dimensionality, please release us from this domain. If you all must stay, that is more than okay, but please let us return to the immovable sacred palace," they plead. Existence-severing palace masters pleaded to be taken out of the same enclosed domain as the instrument of the Beyonder. The silver eyes of the pioneer of dimensionality flashed with disdain and distaste as she harumphed with her intent booming out, "You all sit on the sidelines as you will be questioned later, and we will get to the bottom of whatever intricacies of connections there are between you and this invader." The faces of Palace Masters Antiope and Nysa became ashen as they realized their pleading would get them nowhere. They wanted to say that for all of them here, there may not be a later. When it came to calamities that defied existence, a future was never guaranteed. The situation had rapidly changed as at this moment, the pioneer of dimensionality was moving alongside the pioneer of Qi and the pioneer of Chi. The pioneer of Chi burned with white flames as a dazzling white rune began to bloom on his chest, the circulation of his weavings reaching unprecedented levels as he called out heavily, "This invader has laid down a fairly powerful domain that seems to be moving alongside him. A domain capable of even affecting pioneers, as entire paths can be nullified within this domain. But as always, for something so powerful, there is a cost." As we have seen, we were able to seal his usage of outerversal authority for him to choose the seal of the pioneered path of time under Heracles. Theoretically, he should now be powerless, and yet he isn't, meaning that this entity is an anomaly that may have another one or two severed ordinances. An impossibility, but they may appear from time to time. All that we need to do is to ensure that we seal his remaining paths, and this fight will no longer be a fight. A terrifying white eye of existence was burning on top of the pioneer of Chi as he analyzed many things and laid out a plan. Ahead of them, the immovable sacred guard remained calm with the same expression on his face as he stared towards Ozymandias carefully. He stared at the seemingly increased level of complexity around him, his gaze a pondering one as he spoke out, "The instrument of the Beyonder, yes? If I can express anything before there is more bloodshed to be carried out, it is that all of this is meaningless in the grand scheme of things. What you do here will not change much. Whether you manage to kill the three that you came to kill, these intruders from different frequencies of existence. Whether you are an intruder yourself that has chased them here. Whether you manage to hurt me or any of the other pioneers of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse who are currently here, it will change nothing in the grand scheme of the wheel of existence." His gaze was utterly serene. His eyes pulsed with a verdant light of brilliance as he seemed to gaze at everything with apathy and interest at the same time. He smiled towards Ozymandias and continued, "Do you know of the countless records just in our frequencies of existence? Of the powerful entities within this frequency that are more powerful than me or you? Do you know what they have managed to change in regard to the wheel of existence over the eons? Absolutely nothing. The wheel turns as the wheel turns, all of us being mere pawns in the grand scheme of things, as the most that we can do is sit back, relax, and enjoy." His words even caused the other pioneers and palace masters to change. Ozymandias stared at this unique being with calm eyes as he analyzed the rapid change of his complexity with all of the newly severed weavings of existence in addition to Cheats continuing its severings. He looked at this being as a colorless light of quintessence, and loot began to burn around him, his intent echoing out in reply, "Of the few things I dislike in all of existence, the idea of being a pawn or someone that merely has to fall in line in some grand destiny. I dislike this the most. I make my choices, then my choices affect the outcomes around me. Just like I gave you all the choice to not get involved and simply give me the three that I came here for, you all made a choice, and now here we are, choices, causality." His words rang out and caused many gazes to change. But the immovable sacred guard actually let out a light chuckle at this moment and nodded. "Choices, huh? In that regard, you are right. So let me make a choice right here and now. You wanted those three, right? I can give you Antiope and Nysa, but I have to keep Heracles for myself. Someone to question when the Watcher gets here. He is half dead anyway, with a major part of his weavings taken by you. How does this sound?" An unexpected proposition came that shocked everyone, cries ringing out from even the pioneers of Qi and Chi. "Well, pioneer of teleology, sir, we cannot." Chapter 34:44 Pawns. 2. Vehement cries echoed out as the other pioneers of the immovable sacred palace found the words of the immovable sacred guard to be drastic, to give the instrument of the Beyonder exactly what he wanted after all that had happened so far. The thousands upon thousands of ordnance of existence and ordnance amalgamation entities that had perished within the prime immovable Blancverse? They couldn't possibly just move past all of this, and yet the figure of the immovable sacred guard did not falter. He even waved his hands right after as the shocked figures of Palace Master Antiope and Nysa were pulled by an undeniable force and flung towards Ozymandias. Boom! His thick arms moved as they grabbed at the necks of the two gorgeous women, their hair dazzlingly falling on his stellar obsidian skin. Comparing his complexity to them right now was akin to a comparison between a normal human being and an Olympic athlete. He did not even have to impose the plot of tragedy on these beings, as his profound weavings of complexity pressed down on them from all around and stopped the eruption of their severed weavings of existence. After all, apart from Cheats, Kuklos, and the currently inactive outerversal, there were now the severed weavings of quintessence, mana, loot, runes, engineer, plot, and infinity cycling through him. He grabbed and contained their weavings of existence as he saw the waves of fear and terror in their eyes. their figures trying to turn around to look at the pioneers and even the palace masters behind as they wanted to beg. Ozymandias stared at the entity that had made a different choice as he hummed and thought to himself, different choices were made. Does this change the outcome? The bamboo hat of the immovable sacred guard shone with a dim luster as he raised his hands towards the angry pioneers behind him and stopped any eruption of authority, and behind him, the pioneer of Chi wanted to say that they could play along and utilize the rules of the unique domain that the instrument of the Beyonder had laid down. They would only have to nullify one or two more ordinances of this being and he would not be able to even fight against them anymore, and yet he saw that the immovable sacred guard remained staunch in his position as if he knew something that they did not. Interesting, Ozymandias voiced out as from his hands, colorless chains of severed quintessence flowed out freely and wrapped around the figures of Palace Master Antiope and Nisa, their bodies becoming entirely covered by this silver light before they disappeared right after. He had many questions, their weavings and records would have some answers. As for Pioneer Heracles, his weakening pioneered path of time was continuing to collapse as even if he didn't die, Ozymandias would regain the nullified cost of outer versal soon. He looked at the immovable sacred guard as this entity had made an entirely different choice. He looked at the figure of Pioneer Heracles who was barely hanging on to life as he gauged how much time it would take and nodded, the entanglement between us is not one that is irredeemable. We can stop here. He didn't crave baseless violence. He came for what he wanted, and he got it. But even with all of this, he didn't doubt that even if he was not looking for any enemies, many more than those who were here would come to find him. After all, the shrewd woman who was the palace master Antiope had called to everyone that he was the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, cause in effect, with just that alone, there could be a stream of enemies that came for him. The only thing he had to do was to ensure his survival as he needed to empower the quintessential league of existence so that entities with extremely complex weavings of existence would not be able to ignore or mitigate the effects. At this unfolding of reality, the immovable sacred guard nodded and smiled as he spoke out to the pioneer of dimensionality, let us return to our original location. The fight here has ended. His voice was inviolable. The other pioneers were frustrated as they looked with glaring eyes towards Ozymandias, but they could not do anything to go against the words of this man before them. Was he not curious to affirm the veracity of whether this being truly had connections to the Megalonians? They had many questions, but they moved to do what they were told as the silver brilliance of mirrors pulsed all around the surroundings. In an instant, weavings distorted as everyone found themselves back on the prime immovable Blancverse, and yet the weavings of the surroundings were unfathomably heavy. The members of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse could be seen within as three more veiled pioneers were now floating within the prime immovable Blancverse and staring outwards. Their appearance also caused many eyes to land on them as the surrounding reality gradually became clear. Outside of the Blancverse, the figure of the Great Mother was trembling as a man with a muscular visage floated above her, bronze chains emanating from him and piercing her tentacled figure. He radiated the aura of the pioneer as he looked into the prime immovable Blancverse with curiosity. He wasn't the only one here as in the surroundings of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. The auras of multiple different weavings of existence could be felt ranging from ordnance amalgamation all the way to pioneers. The word that was spread by Palace Master Antiope had gone far and wide. Ozymandias looked outside of the Blancverse domain of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse and felt the many auras dangling out there as he hummed and smiled. His wings, Invictus Maximus, vibrated behind him with the allure of causality. Cause, in effect, it all went hand in hand as he would never have a shortage of those throwing themselves at his feet as enemies. My oh my. We seem to have gained a great deal of guests in our very short absence. The intent of the immovable sacred guard echoed out as he looked around with a smile. Around the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, he could already pinpoint entities from ancient forces stretched out across the expanse, their history deep and their complexity immeasurable. Chapter 3445 Identity. The scene was one that could be etched down in history. Rarely did the glorious factions stretched out across the expanse gather together, such a thing only occurring for truly momentous occasions or when gathered by a truly complex force. A terrifying war, a banquet hosted by utterly terrifying source complexity entities, a complex force. At this moment, there was a single complex force that gathered every single entity here. He looked around him at the myriad of entities that he had never met before nor had he ever envisioned, and yet at this moment they stood and gazed towards his direction, as if they all knew exactly who their target here was, as if his very image had been plastered all around. In such a situation, the immovable sacred guard gazed at everyone as if he was welcoming gracious guests. I would invite you all into our little Blancverse, if only I knew the cause of why everyone is gathered here. I wonder what it could be. His eyes were smiling dangerously, and at the same time, they seemed cold and callous as they affirmed there were truly too many spies in his immovable sacred palace of the expanse, for all of these forces to have been gathered here after the mere mention of the origin sacred primal megalonian. Do not play games, O pioneer of teleology. Were you able to confirm the words of your palace master? That this man is indeed connected to the origin sacred primal megalonian? And how is it that your people came to know of such a thing? A booming voice that caused the outer ring of the Blancverse to tremble from its sheer complexity alone echoed out. It belonged to an entity that looked like a massive tree the size of the cosmos with a radiant and majestic face present on the center of the trunk of this tree. It was an elderionic ent of the end. It radiated the aura of a pioneer as behind it. 3 other pioneers and over 25 existence-severing ionic ents of the end could be seen, each one shimmering with gold. Green radiance. The immovable sacred guard looked towards this extremely complex being as he shrugged. How am I to know the answers to such questions? I find it odd that none of you direct these questions to the man himself. He is right here, the so-called instrument of the Beyonder. The entity that the outer versal morphons have been waiting for. Apparently, from the words of a single existence-severing entity, he also happens to be the reincarnated origin sacred primal megalonian. I do not know whether this holds any merit. A silent smile remained on the face of the immovable sacred guard as he stated this, and the gazes of many entities came to lock onto Ozymandias' figure as an immense silence settled in. Within this silence, a deep horn resounded as if it was amplifying the arrival of a truly complex form of life. The gases of many changed at the blaring of this horn as they also turned their eyes in the distance to observe the procession of 20 dazzling golden titans. Each one radiated a horrific aura of a pioneer of existence, but there was one golden titan in particular who seemed to excel all others. This golden titan had a single eye pulsing with crimson gold light, a flaming gold crown swirling above him as he wielded a pillar made of trillions of golden suns in his hands. His mere arrival expressed shocking dominance as he looked into the depths of the Blancverse and honed in on the visage of the instrument of the Beyonder, his intent booming out. It is stated that you are the resurgence of the origin sacred primal megalonian. Do you deny it? His intent alone, what's so powerful, that his last few words hung in the air and repeated themselves again and again. Do you deny it? Do you deny it? Yes, the simple way for many to ascertain was for this being to say that it was all nonsense, that it was merely a ruse from his enemy, and yet, Ozymandias smiled. He didn't gaze at the golden titan that had just spoken, nor did he gaze at the myriad of other forces that had arrived here. His gaze landed on the pioneer who currently bound down the Great Mother. The only follower who came with him to wage what seemed to be like the pointless war not too long ago, who said a pioneer could bully her and hold her life in his hands. His weavings began to burn as he did not give anyone an answer. He did not deny the assertions that he was the origin sacred primal megalonian. Nor did he bellow out an affirmation that he indeed was what he was accused of being. When it comes to such an issue, why would one remain silent? The cleanest way is to obtain and secure his weavings of existence. No more of this back and forth. In the distance, the visage of a 9-headed omnivodragon bellowed out as behind it. Variations of the regal lineage of dragons were present. Different weavings of existence held different views on how things should unfold, and those who held the most complexity would decide exactly how things unfolded. Now, in this already chaotic situation, another voice rose to prominence as from a corner of the expanse, golden strings became tainted black as a sea of outer versal authorities surged forth. Millions of tentacles flowed out freely as the auras of multiple pioneers filled with horror-inducing power bloomed. A titanic outer versal morphons with the face of a squid and a humanoid body floating forward while the tentacles on his face twisted into a smile. Do none of you think the eldritch palaces of the expanse will have no say as to what happens to one of our own? Weavings of matter were already involved. Now, weavings of dark matter also began to intertwine as an already chaotic situation deteriorated at a rapid pace. Chapter 3446 Identity 2. Noah did not actively seek out trouble or enemies, but they always seemed to have a way of finding him. He had only arrived in the expanse as he focused on himself and understanding exactly where he was at. Thereafter, he met Bob, and then an array of existences who sought to claim the Blancverse that he had attained. It became a source of great conflict as a daughter of existence perished due to her greed, such a thing causing his weavings to be brought to the attention of forces within the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. Within the expanse, there were the pioneer Heracles and 2 palace masters who then proceeded to carry out an irreversible act against him by sending the other half of his existence to a place that was barren with any authorities. In retaliation, the other remaining half of his existence went to collect these debts as a conflict sparked with all of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. From this conflict, the distinction of the origin sacred primal Megalonian was uttered, whether truthfully or not, and now, here they were, entities from ancient palaces of the expanse making their appearance, to the extent that even those stemming from the source of dark matter appeared. It looked like an existential keg-about, ready to explode as many eyes circled through the surroundings, the appearance of more and more outerversal morphons blooming behind the vibrant outerversal sea that was tainting the golden strings of existence in the distance. Their intentions were not entirely clear at this moment, but all those gathered here were here for the singular possible weaving of a Megalonian. That was how pristine a Megalonian was, in the middle of such a perilous situation. The man at the center of it all radiated a calm allure of power as he kept his eyes on a bronze-shining humanoid pioneer just outside of the Blancverse who had chains radiating from his body and piercing into the tentacled figure of the Great Mother within him. Multiple severed weavings of existence swirled as his eyes pulsed with profound epiphanies of causality, of actions and their reactions. His own complexity seemed to be wriggling, twisting and turning as it achieved greater heights during this whole process. He began to float towards the Great Mother whose tentacles pulsed defiantly even against a pioneer, his intent echoing out for all to hear. I do not particularly enjoy bloodshed and carnage, but if it comes, I more than welcome it. His stellar obsidian radiance became even more exotic as the gold-black wings on his back pulsed with blasts of grandiosity. Let it be known that for anyone here who chooses to point their complexity against me should also be ready for the collapse and decimation of their complexity of existence. Short and sweet, after he finished such shocking words that caused the eyes of many to flash with brilliance, his figure took a step and disappeared. Instantly, cerulean brilliance erupted around his stellar obsidian figure as, ignoring everything else, he disappeared like a blinding bolt of complexity towards the Great Mother. His body subtly changed as over his stellar obsidian skin, runes of cerulean infinity began to be etched all over. He held a great deal of complexity. He missed the full weight and tonnage of the Infiniverse Megalos seed, but he still had the weight of the secondary Infiniverse Megalos seed. At this moment, he was taking the complexity of all of his severed concepts and layering them with the very weight of infinity, of his endless reserves of mana, where he sought to turn their most profound quality into an indomitable weight of existence. The density of his body reached unprecedented levels as in his hands, the allure of quintessence shone in the form of two infinity symbols that were grasped in his own two hands. He grasped the center of the dazzling colorless infinity symbols in each hand as they both seemed like discoid blades ready to cut apart anything they came across. Within these grasped infinity symbols, illusory runes of existence shone with tremendous complexity as each one seemed to represent a different severed ordinance of existence. He reappeared between the Great Mother and the bronze humanoid pioneer of existence like a cluster of an unstoppable force, his hands swinging the infinity symbols that he held as if they were weapons as he cut across the bronze chest of this pioneer. A booming impact emerged. Boom! Bronze chains shattered and broke as the eyes of the muscular humanoid pioneer became stern. His figure smashed back a few miles before he reoriented himself and looked over. His body that showed a sense of indestructibility currently had a massive gash across his chest, crimson bronze blood leaking out as around Ozymandias. Clusters of blood converged into two dazzling globules that were sucked into his body. There, outside of the protection of the Blancverse, the regal visage of Ozymandias could be seen. Cerulean tattoos of infinity covered his obsidian body as they seemed to be coursing with the weight and weavings of other ordinances within them. His gaze cold as he stood in front of the Great Mother, protectively, having even injured a pioneer of existence as his quintessential league of existence remained fully active. When others saw this scene, they were flabbergasted by two things. One was the fact that this being could push back a pioneer, and the other was that he had freely left the security of a Blancverse to appear outside of it. Was this a foolish action, or was he simply that confident? He answered them in the next moment as his figure gazed out at the myriad of entities out here, at the over 100 pioneers so far and hundreds of existence-severing entities. He looked at all of them as his chest expanded defiantly. His eyes those of valor and might as he bellowed out a challenge to all those here. Let's fucking go. Hum, a horn blew, drums began to resound, a symphony played as the initiating event to a truly drastic future began to unfold at this very moment. Chapter 3447. A spark. A symphony, nothing else could describe the booming sounds occurring at this very moment as the figure of the instrument of the Beyonder, who was supposedly the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. He proceeded to injure and draw blood from a pioneer of existence. He then bellowed out to the masses of other pioneers in the surroundings. Over 100 pioneers, a few hundred existence-severing entities. They were all witnesses to this glorious moment where a single entity defiantly rebelled against the masses, and his power was not even something astounding to speak about. He radiated the aura of severing even at this very moment, and yet even before pioneers, he was defiant. Why was this? What gave this man such complex strength? What gave him the confidence to do such a thing? None of them knew. None, only the man in question knew exactly what he was doing, as even while he moved to do this, his weavings were conducting a series of complexities that others could not even imagine. One of these involved the two palace masters that he had captured. Antiope and Nisa, two of the three, were responsible for his other half being locked away in a barren place right now. Over the past few seconds, he proceeded to extend his tendrils of influence into their weavings, as when they struggled he collapsed them entirely. He wanted their memories. He wanted their weavings of existence, and yet only the severed weavings of Lut were able to bring about any profound effect. Severed source of existence, the entirety of accumulation of the severed weavings of existence that an entity accumulated. The complexity of this severed source is somewhat high, and could be utilized as a base reagent when constructing a unique rune of existence, as a tool to sever a single aspect of one's existence, or as a tool that may be viable in the research of omniversal weapons of mass destruction. From a single existence severing entity came a single severed source of existence. It could do the equivalent of a single drop of blood of a pioneer, but it was worthy of its distinction. Apart from this, there came a few records, memories. The memories he read were scattered in bits and pieces, their weavings being disordered almost as if purposefully. Many things were hidden not just from him, but even Antiope and Nisa themselves had lost many of their weavings, but he still learned a few things. One was the basis of their fears, the reason why the three of them did what they did. Why they wanted to lock him away in a frequency that even they and many others feared. He caught a glimpse of weavings that foretold how these entities came from an entirely different frequency of existence. He didn't obtain any actual memories of such a frequency, only scattered summaries of what went on within. These beings were fearful of calamities, entities that were considered the bringers of destruction onto entire frequencies or multiple frequencies of existence. The weavings of time within some frequencies were much different compared to others, as where one was living in at this moment in time could be the past of another frequency that was already advanced by over 1,000 or even a million years. It was undoubtedly hard and unfathomably complex to even try and understand it, but the core point was that these entities believed that within their frequency, a frequency that seemed to be more advanced in time, someone similar to or exactly the same as Noah and the Infiniverse Megalos seed. Were present in causing destruction, so they ran from such a calamity. They arrived within this weaving of existence. They stayed here for many years as they slowly reclaimed their power, with one of them even attaining his path once more. But then they caught whispers of his weavings, and they moved to end what they believed to be the source of untold destruction, and the rest was history. The largest fear that they had before Ozymandias collapsed their existences was them questioning again and again, was this how everything was supposed to play out? That they were the initiators of the event that had the origin sacred primal Megalonian hunted by a vast number of factions across the expanse? There were a lot of questions involving exactly what was happening at this moment in time, as this caused Noah's weavings to also ponder. He tremendously disliked the idea of a preset fate or destiny, that somehow he was simply a part of a systematic flow of existence and that he simply had a part to play. Unthinkable, impossible. He was no mere character. He was no single figure in some grand weavings of the wheel of existence. He was Noah Osmond. He was Ozymandias. He was the origin sacred primal Megalonian. He was the protagonist. As he arrived at this point, the two globules of blood that he had just drawn from the bronze-skinned pioneer burned within him as he called out vigorously, "Sever the weavings of the protagonist. Sever the weavings of fables, what was true and what was false." He would decide for himself what actions he carried out. He would decide for himself, his choices, his decisions, his consequences, his story. The severed weavings of the protagonist in fables began to burn and join all others as cheats remained at the forefront at this moment, with the quintessential league of existence burning tremendously bright, its effects silently applied across a distance of a single omniverse, and it covered every single entity in the nearby Blancverse and outside of it. The pioneers of existence may not know it yet, but at this moment, the maximum power they could unleash was that at the peak of severing, of course, depending on the complexity of the pioneer and just how far above they were in power. What a single one displayed could be 10 or even 100 times more powerful than another pioneer that could also exhibit only the peak of power at existence severing. Complexity was unique in this way, as even in this quintessential league of existence where every single entity fell under the relegation zone of existence, he still had to be careful. chapter 34:48. A spark. 2. After all, essentially, a farm of pioneers were presenting themselves before him. Mere blood bags that he could use to obtain as many tools as he needed to continue severing his concepts again and again. He had a great deal of concepts where if you just took the round number of 100. If he truly wanted to sever every single one of these 100 concepts 81 times, he would need 8,100 globules of blood of pioneers. So far, he had barely gotten twice a dozen, so these entities that looked towards him voraciously, as if he was someone they wanted to eat up. He looked towards them with a similar gaze as his eyes were filled with even more greed. To them, there was uncertainty on whether he was who he truly was said to be, but he did not have any uncertainty. He moved with certainty as at this moment, he felt the gaze of the immovable sacred guard frown, his figure that grabbed Pioneer Heracles showing a limp entity with a haggard appearance as his weavings of existence were collapsing at a rapid rate. They were sealed, and one side had to perish before the other could fully be unsealed. This process accelerated as around Ozymandias, the glorious weavings of outer versal returned, stellar radiance bloomed around him as right away, he initiated the plot of tragedy. Boom, weavings erupted out in all directions as all those under the relegation zone of existence were told of the singular rule of the plot of tragedy. When Ozymandias initiated its effects, he could choose a single path to seal, while others could also choose a single path of his to be sealed. There was no specification on exactly who could make the choice to seal a path of his, and none of them would know exactly which one of them was the one that he sealed the path of. It was a capability that was extremely dangerous and unfathomable in nature. The moment these weavings flashed and were explained to everyone here in the span of an instant, their gazes rapidly changed. Some even radiated tremendous complexity all around them, almost as if to superimpose their own domain onto the relegation zone of existence. But this was not something so simple as a domain, it was a different league entirely, a glorious league of existence where Noah's weavings were burning all alone. His body pulsed with seas of dark outer versal authority. Hundreds of eerie tentacles erupting behind him as he moved. For daring to attack my people, your path is sealed, Ozymandias spoke out as he appeared above the bronze-skinned humanoid pioneer whose eyes currently radiated shock and incredulity at being targeted as the first one. And the fact that truly he felt his path rapidly be enclosed and suppressed on all sides by an undeniable power. When he saw the rapidly flourishing stellar obsidian sea behind Ozymandias, his own mind moved rapidly as he roared out, your outer versal authority is also entirely sealed. Yes, now, both of them would have sealed paths as the level of complexity they could display would be something much lesser. And sing, the infinity symbols that Ozymandias held in his hand swung a few hundred times in the span of an instant the moment that he arrived before the bronze-skinned pioneer. As he arrived, the recently returned outer versal authority was sealed yet again as this was the first and mainly prevalent path that everybody saw. Yet even after it was sealed, this was merely a single aspect of the existence of Ozymandias. His complexity did not whittle down by much at all, so his hands flashed and swung down a few 100 times in the span of an instant. In the next moment, the eyes of a pioneer showed unfathomable shock and rising fear as his body became bisected into a few hundred pieces. Bisected, a shocking progression, a ridiculous reality, and even within such reality, the pioneer was still alive. Even now, his weavings were so complex that even after his path was sealed and then his body grievously injured, he was still witnessing everything that happened with his own two eyes. He came here because he heard of the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. His path being sealed and collapsed was not something he ever imagined here. Crimson bronze blood gushed out as it coagulated into multiple droplets, with a severed light of loot flashing on these rivers of blood as they all converged to form a blood-red crystalline gem that was pulled into the hands of Ozymandias, zenith constellation source of a pioneer, the culmination of achievement on the path of a constellation complexity existence. It is equivalent to 25 globules of blood of a pioneer, or it could be used as a consumable item to spur the formation of the path of a pioneer. The formation of such a path is currently not recommended until you can fully undergo amalgamation with your severed sources of existence and become one with them. Otherwise, the chances of a path failing and collapsing are high. Other methods of utilization include using it as a whole to increase the complexity of any aspect of existence, not just ordinances or paths. The brilliance of loot shone and provided a tremendous treasure that when Ozymandias observed its weavings, his heart couldn't help but ache. He realized how much he missed Ruination, who could have multiplied this loot many times over. Just thinking of this caused his dying rage towards the dead Antiope and others to begin rising again, before him. The bisected body of the pioneer looked haggard and dim as it slowly began to fall apart. Impossible, his intent barely managed to leak out as many watched from the sidelines. They watched as before anyone else could make a move, a pioneer had already fallen. Around Ozymandias, the obsidian outerversal authority returned once more, and with tremendous vigor at this moment. His eyes were like devilish serpents seeking prey as they gazed around the others at this moment. Chapter 34:49 A spark. 3. In the distance, 20 golden titans looked at the scene with sharp eyes as the one at the forefront spoke out in a calm voice. The power he displays at existence severing is something worthy of note, but does not entirely make him the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. Observe some more and move in groups. If any single path is sealed due to this unique domain we are all currently in, make sure to protect that person so that he does not fall into the hands of this creature. He spoke calmly as in his hands, the stanchion made up of trillions of suns began to radiate a horrific heat, runes of existence burning within the depths of this pillar that looked like a massive spear. The flaming crown above him burned with crimson gold flames, and his single eye and pupil on his head held gold flames burning brightly as he continued. For him to utilize these means equates to him having multiple paths. Such types of entities are not entirely rare, as there are those who seek to deviate from the norms. Those who do not wish to retain the purity of existence when it comes towards the wheel. Even at this stage of power, they do not understand the cruciality of purity, as even if he has 2, 3, or even 4 ordinances of existence, if they are all sealed simultaneously, he can be easily captured. So allow him to seal as many others as he wishes. Once he reaches a number where he cannot proceed to seal even more, we will know that all of his ordinances are inactive. Oh, in no close combat. Yes, Great Marshal. The Golden Titan quickly analyzed and began giving out commands as a few other factions did the same. Under the banner of the quintessential League of Existence, there was a price to pay to achieve its workings, and this price was made clear for both sides as all forces here understood the plot of tragedy. Yet, none of them could initiate this unless Ozymandias did so himself. As Ozymandias looked around all the entities here, the latent weavings of the megalos burned within him as the obsession of Pyrrhus tried to rise weakly. But it was kept under control as he looked towards the golden titans in the distance and proceeded to make more choices regarding which concepts to continue severing the battle ahead, no doubt being an arduous one, if he didn't seamlessly utilize the workings of the quintessential League of Existence while facing all of these powerhouses here. He may find this body of his destroyed, from the ashes of the collapsed weaving of a pioneer. Ozymandias raised his hands and spread them outwards, gazing at all those here as he spoke out with maddening confidence. Come at me, WUU. Complex brilliance erupted out as from behind. The body of the Great Mother trembled. Her tentacles showed great fervor as she continued to display everything here towards the pantheon of Umbra of the megalos beyond. The instrument of the Beyonder continues to exceed all known possible norms. The weavings that the Great Beyonder left behind, we will all be witnesses of their happening. Fervor, belief. The Great Mother trembled with these emotions as she continued to spread the word. In the distance, the spreading outerversal sea behind newly appearing outerversal morphons churned. The squid-like humanoid morphon pioneer at the forefront smiling is behind him. At least a dozen aura of other pioneers bloomed, muddy the waters. As dark and muddy as possible. Then we need to confirm things about this instrument of the Beyonder. Everyone had their own goals and purpose. Regardless of the faction, it was hard to say which side one truly stood on, an untold distance away from the blooming and bloody battle, in an unknown region of the expanse filled with verdant green vines wrapped around golden strings. The stellar vines stretched out for countless light years as a region equivalent to 10 omniverse was covered by their brilliance. Towards the center of the tightly wound region of vines, a massive antediluvian leviathan was seated in a cross-legged position as in the next moment. Another aura appeared on top of the stellar verdant vine he was on. The antediluvian leviathan opened his serene blue eyes, his dark hair flowing calmly as the new entrant kneeled while releasing a bundle of information and also speaking. We have captured news regarding a possible resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. I do not know if the master wishes to alter. The new entrant pulsed with an aura of a pioneer as he kneeled towards the antediluvian leviathan, who radiated a far more complex aura, an aura that seemed to state that he had already found the source. This being accepted these waves of information as he became serious, thinking of many things as he waved his hands to dismiss the one who brought the news. Megalonians. O Omnifather, will this entanglement never leave you? Even if I send you a message about them now, will it even reach you? Are you still with us, WAA? His words held doubts and hesitations as he didn't know for sure, but he still moved to send a message regardless. A source complexity entity. Sent out a message towards an unknown place, not knowing if it would ever arrive. Megalosaneer, omniverse of the protectors, inside a certain library filled with collections of records from eons past, a woman sat within its depths. Her power silent this whole time as at this moment, it began to bubble out. It was pure obsidian brilliance that leaked from behind her. Massive tentacles radiating outwards and coiling with each other like massive snakes as they rose up to form an oval gateway, clusters of tentacles wreathed and connected together as in under a minute, they formed a massive oval structure that lit up with hazy black light, akin to a thin film of light, akin to a portal, and from it, a massive lifeform of a wheel that was made up of tentacles came through. Chapter 3450 A Spark. For, it was a terrifying scene, something that was entirely out of the norm. Within the depths of the omniverse of the Protectors, outerversal authority he began to leak out in a maddening fashion as the Great Will appeared. He stepped out of the oval portal as behind him. The auras of thousands upon thousands of outerversal morphons blazed and began to come through. The aura of the Great Will stood exploded from quasi-ordnance amalgamation and became fully fledged out, his tentacles radiating might of immense greed and valor as he bellowed out, "The instrument of the Beyonder is at this moment being besieged by the forces of matter from all around. Let us fall in line under the grandeur of the great Beyonder and fight against the forces of matter ourselves. Let us not sit still and do absolutely nothing." Oh, his bellows came alongside a burst of eldritch horror, and the tide of an expanding sea of morphons exploded out into the omniverse of the Protectors. A distance away, the shield of the Commonwealth, old man Eudemus, was sitting opposite a chaotic chessboard with all the pieces fallen as he thought about his conversation with a certain man, and yet, in the middle of his musings, his eyes opened wide as his pupils constricted, his figure rising and looking out into the distance as his face became enraged and he bellowed out angrily, "Traitorous creature, boom!" The weavings of ordnance amalgamation of Kuklos erupted out maddeningly. Old man Eudemus rising and shooting out like a bullet towards a direction that was gushing out stellar black weavings of brilliance. This was within the omniverse of the Protectors, apart from this location. In other renowned omniverse under the banner of the Commonwealth, as if there were already seeds that were only now sprouting, as if they had been prepared and were silently waiting this whole time, inside of an omniverse where the main body of the Viceroy was located, grandiose golden towers stretched out across a stellar expanse of cosmos, the regality and wealth being unmatched as hundreds of gold and white vessels moved all around. The omniverse of the Commonwealth, Omniverse X1, in the heart of the Commonwealth, a heavy explosion bloomed from one of the grandiose golden towers, outerversal authority spilling out endlessly like a sea as an entity with the tentacles of an octopus rose from this sea with millions of reapers of existence. Bah ha ha. Why did they initiate this after such a long slumber? I've been itching, but this great one was not entirely ready. The booming intent was vile and filled with power. Standing powerfully at existence-severing, within a core location of the Commonwealth, an existence-severing powerhouse had actually been slumbering as it now rose with the rest of its forces, shirring, gloriously, a unique power emerged from the center of Omniverse X1. The sword of the Commonwealth appeared as his lustrous gold simian fur-like hairs shone with resplendence. His gaze was a heavy one as he bellowed out, "To me." In the next instant, figures of simians ranging from ordnance of existence and below appeared. Their bodies turning into streaks of light that went on to fuse into his figure. He used to radiate the aura of ordnance amalgamation before, but his complexity began to rise at a shocking pace, his body enlarged as all around him, hundreds of golden wheels bloomed with fervor, and from the depths of Omniverse X1, a deep, heavy roar that felt like the waking of an ancient treasure erupted. Lustrous golden towers parted ways as from the depths, an object that was 1/100th of an omniverse in size rose up, its brilliance dim as if it was on its last waking days. It looked like a massive wooden structure, and yet it radiated an air of majesty as when it truly revealed itself. One could see that it was made up of many strokes that formed a rune. Ha! You all truly held it here. A piece of a phantom trace of the wheel of existence, the booming voice of the outerversal morphon erupting out felt the aura of the shocking treasure that was rising, this existence-severing entity being unable to hide his sense of trepidation as he prepared, the treasure that made the Commonwealth what it is today, something close to the wheel of existence, with some even saying it held its musings more than many other things out there. A phantom trace, a mere piece of it at that. Defend, deny, protect, intense exploded out as at this moment, from many different areas of the megalos a near conflict exploded. Long-rooted seeds emerged as from a single spark in a corner of the expanse, flames began to spread. At another point in the megalos anear, multiple omniverse were rotating around a single entity that was silent in contemplation at this moment, the prisoner. This silent contemplation of his was one where he went over the meeting with a source complexity entity seeking Osmont, and he couldn't make any headway. But even this contemplation was short-lived, his eyes turned sharp as he gazed out towards a far distance, tears blooming all across as the radiance of gold spread out. From this gold, one massive titan after another appeared as they also looked towards distant areas across megalos in air. Their eyes being capable of observing too many things, their auras were all at existence severing as they chuckled while looking towards the prisoner. We have been waiting all this time and have begun to feel the auras of some of our descendants fading away. You Leviathans and your Omnifather are creatures that never hold to your promises. So we shall use this chaos blooming across your domains to ask where are our people imprisoned. Terrific power bloomed as the golden titans began to gather and float towards the prisoner. They came for their people who were imprisoned for eons, remaining at bay due to the power of the Omnifather, but very few had heard of anything regarding this man for quite some time. And now, their imprisoned people began to die as when they felt chaos and entropy surging, they also made their move.